Good Friday evening, everybody. I'm so sorry. I apologize to all of you for the tardiness, the almost 3-minute tardiness. We are or have been having a little bit of technical issues with Yoshi. And as I say that, I just received an email from Yoshi, even though I'm watching him below my screen here. And let me just quickly see. Oh, he says he can hear everything now. All right, sounds good. That's always good news. So let me see. You know what, guys? Well, since I'm alone anyways, let me just get through the promos and all that stuff, and then I'll introduce the guys. But yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for dropping by. And again, apologies for the tardiness. We always want to try to take care of the tech issues whenever possible, so we can start on a good foot. But yeah, let me jump into first thanking my newest subs to the channel, Griever Enterprises, and a couple of anonymous whose names I can't see because your own privacy settings on YouTube do not allow me. But thank you and welcome. I hope you watch something that you enjoy. Let me see now. Let me see. All right. So promos, everyone. Please, as always, let me remind you not to forget to catch Nick Barucci on the EXP, the original art experience. Here's the gentleman himself. Every week on Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. It is a chat show / a art claim sales show where you can buy affordable and occasionally higher end artwork, comic book artwork, of course. So please do check that out if you can. All right. And then I have a couple of promos. Actually, I have this has been a kind of a busy week. So here's first names first, actually. So NSN Art, who I know is already in the chat, and has put out a video this week on his channel. Here we go, putting a direct link to it. And as he did in his last video, Mike created this very brief video. His videos are always very brief, so worth checking out. And he's promoting an artist that he just discovered on Instagram, who he bought a piece from. It's not comic art. It's really, really high-level stuff. Very cool image that he picked up. So please check that out if you can. And then somebody who just I just noticed popping into the live chat, Lee Parmenter, did an unboxing about, I want to say 4 or 5 days ago. I guess Lee can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's around there. And so I'm putting in the direct link to his video for that. There you go. Check that out. And there you go. Hi, Lee. I see you. Oops, that's not the one. There we go. What's up? What's up? And then last, but certainly not least, I'm not sure if you're here tonight, Carl. But Carl did a video to do a review, actually, on Superman, the Triangle Era Omnibus. Basically a preview of the second volume, which is coming out soon. Or maybe it's out. I'm not sure. I'm assuming that it's coming out soon. And you can watch that one if you do not subscribe to the channel right here at this direct link, and especially if you're a Superman fan from back in those days. Very interesting and worthwhile to remind yourself of the stories that the great stories, by the way, that were being told back then. So please do check that out. Okay, so promo's done. I think that's it. I did my welcomes. Okay. So that's it. We're going to get right into this, everybody. And I did one screw up, of course. Of course, I always have to screw something up. You got a long promo there, Nick. There you go. Several minutes of your EXP URL showing. So a lot extra. There you go. So yeah, everybody, I want to say welcome back and thank you again for coming back to check out the second episode of this brand new series that I hope it becomes a semi-regular occurrence, focused on comic art commission collecting in particular, not published art. Something that I know there are literally thousands of collectors of commissions. The thing is I think it's going to take a little while for me to build up an audience for these episodes. If for no other reason than my channel, as you guys know, those of you who've been watching regularly for the last almost 3 years, it's primarily focused on published art, and the only times we show commissioned art is when I do show and tell episodes of a particular collector's collection, and we typically show about 20 pieces. If they have commissions in their collection, then I still try to, show a few examples of their commissions. Those of you who remember a couple of months back when Newell, aka Stingray, did his show and tell with me, you'll remember he's much more of a known as a commission collector, but I still did the show and tell more focused on his published art, simply because, as again, the crowd that comes here is typically more into the published stuff. But that is the reason why I wanted him to come back early on one of the episodes to this new series, because I wanted to give him a chance to talk and show a little bit of art anyways, about what he's really into, which is the commission. So that's why he's back after only a couple of months tonight. And that's it. So with that being said, I will jump in and say hello to you guys here real quick. Let me see who's here. So CJ is not going to be with us tonight unless he can make it a bit later. He's got family coming over, the daughter with the new baby. Corey couldn't make it again, but he's dropped by to say hi. And who else? Who else do we got? Mike, of course. Yeah, look at this. Yevgeny, look what Mike at Innocent Art was saying. Is the guy on the left really 6'8"? And I corrected him. You gotta get. See, I'm a stickler for detail, guys. You see that? You gotta get these details right. Next time, what do you mean make the thumbnail to scale? That's what I was trying to do. I was trying hard to get it to the proper scale. That's the whole point. And it's very difficult to get it exactly right, precise. So is that guy Reacher? If you're talking about Yevgeny, no, I'm pretty sure he's not Reacher. But hey, Mr. Red Jack, good evening to you, my friend. I hope you are good and in good spirits as well. And I hope you're going to be joining us tonight and not just going to work. Oh, look at that. Brian says, love Yevgeny's work. I'd like to watch his live drawing on YouTube. Very talented. Nice. Very nice. Well, he's listening to you right now from backstage, and I'm sure he appreciates that. So that's very cool. And he's still playing out. What's up, Tom? And my lovely wife, thank you for being here and supporting. As always, Vivian, thank you so much. And who else we got? Hellos back and forth. Hello from Marcus to Vivian, Vivian to Marcus, and to Tom. Back and forth. The Last of Us tonight. Oh, I don't watch that, but don't ruin it for everybody. I'm sure quite a few people here probably do watch it. Dwayne Payne, what's going on, pal? Howdy ho. Rickster, what's going on? Good to see you as ever. Always lovely to have you here every week. Let me see. Oh, John Brown, as always. Appreciate you as well, my friend. Good evening to you. And yes, the countdown is on. Man, this whole music is soothing. You know what, Stingray? I really hate it. I got to be honest. I don't like that. I don't like that StreamYard changed the music without giving us a choice. They could have just added that, right, as a choice between that one and the old one. No, this one's too soothing. It's way too soothing for me. I think it's just boring. But whatever. It's nothing I can do about it. Fair warning, everyone. Did he say happy Friday? Did I? If I did, I apologize. It is Sunday after all. What's up, Alberto? So look at that. Vivian's going wild. Welcoming Yevgeny, Stingray, and Yoshi. Oh, very nice. Thank you, honey. I appreciate it. And what? She's screaming from the other room, telling me I checked the spelling to make sure it was right. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's so funny. Who else? What guy? Hey, Carlos, early again. Good to see you, man. Early. I like it. Rodney, what's happening, man? Hi, all. Been looking forward to this one since I missed the last one. Well, I'm happy to see you here for sure. What's up, Kavi H? Yo, yo. No sleep till, baby. Woo! Yes. Let's see. Tech issues. It was. No longer, thank God. Brass Monkey, the Funky Monkey. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And of course, I'm behind. So I'm only catching up now, knowing that the guys backstage are already also posting comments. Kenneth Bird, good to see you. Lovely to have you again from Virginia. I hope you're doing well. Who else we got? Anyone having major delays on packages? We can even talk about that a little. We'll let the other guys come on first, and we'll talk about that a bit, Tom. And so Lee's here, of course. People saying hello to Lee. You're very welcome, of course, Mike. And Alberto saying that FedEx sucks. Yeah. Well, everybody's got their favorites and their, least favorites, and there's always plenty of people out there that suck. That's fine. They all suck, right? Each one of them sucks. Just as much as there's plenty of people that think, each one of them is great or the greatest, right? Maki Poo Poo, good to see you. Great comic art unboxing, Lee. There you go. That's good. Some people cross watching different channels. That's nice. Sean Clancy, the first guest from this series in the first episode, back to watch us on the second. Very nice to see you, Sean. And let's hope, Sean, that there are no video issues as there were with you. Let me see. Anybody else? I am not blurry, and you better be joking, because I look pretty clear as far as I can tell. Triple X Carl next week. That's right. I appreciate that, Tom. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to change that tonight from earlier. Nice. Traveling but dropping my like. Oh, Jason, good to see you. Thank you very much for doing that. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And a little birdie, Jason. A little birdie also told me that you're going to be making a appearance on Comic Art Live on Tuesday, 2 days from now, which you didn't tell me. So that's nice. I will try to check it out. Maybe not live, but I will check it out one way or the other. Yeah. So have a safe travel wherever it is that you're going to or coming from. Almost as big as Olivier Richter's. Am I going to catch that one? I guess it's gone over my head. Sorry, Tom. And does he have a draw on bigger boards? Does he have to draw on bigger boards at that? You can ask him when we go live. Listen, he's here to ask whatever you want to, to answer whatever you want to ask. So there we go. There you go. See, he's a good guy. He's happy to be here. And maybe you guys can also teach him and Yoshi. Neither guy's been here often enough, although they popped into the chat on occasion. But maybe you can welcome them all by busting their balls a bit, like you do to me and to everybody else. Nothing like welcoming them in such an immediate fashion by busting balls, right off the bat. I always think, anyways. Jesus Cabrera, what is going on? Good to see you. Dennis Kelly, a new one. Oh, he knows Yevgeny. Nice. There we go. Bringing the peeps with him. I like that, Dennis Kelly. Welcome. Caesar, what's going on? Good to see you, bud. And of course, I'm here for your commissions. Event, huge fan. It was this or a colonoscopy, and you guess which I chose. Nice. Drop in live to support Jason. We'll see. I'm a busy guy, Marcus. You know how it is. Hello, Yevgeny from Kavi. I love it. Love that. Good evening, Peter. Good to see you. Bring him in. I will in a second. I'm almost caught up. Hey, Peter. Hi, Peter. There we go. All right. So, in order of the order that these guys had agreed to be here with me tonight, let me welcome them into the studio. First, you know him as Stingray. I know him as both Newell and Stingray. Welcome, my friend. Again, welcome back.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no, my pleasure. I'm looking very much forward to it. These guys don't really know Newell. That you and I, we spoke after that first show, before the first show, and they don't know you've got a lot to talk about on this topic of collecting commissions. And so I think you're going to kind of kick it off here for us tonight. And we're going to go with that. But
I do have a lot of strong opinions about commissioning.
Yes, and I love that. That's what makes things interesting. So I love that from everybody. The more honesty we can get on the show, the better and the happier I am. So there you go.
Kavi, I look less blurry because I tweaked my cam. That's probably why.
Let me see.
You're going in and out of potato quality, Rubén.
Really?
A little bit.
Oh, or call him Walt. He looks much less blurry than, so even Kavi is saying that. Okay, hold on. So I can check my settings here. And now I'm going to do something here real quick.
And the whole stream crashed.
Okay, and I don't know if this is going to help. Let me know. If it helped, you should see it already. So let me know right away, please.
I'd say no change.
No change? It's weird. That is really, it's really weird because I'm not, I'm the one streaming, and right. I'm not getting. My software always tells me when there's issues with the quality. It starts showing me. It starts showing me in the corner.
You're not like blurry like the foggy windows or anything. It's a little bit pixely,
Yeah.
Yeah, and it goes in and out. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys.
Kavi says just deal with it.
I am not using a wrinkle filter, whatever that is. But okay. Okay, it's not bad. He just looks better. Okay. I appreciate it. Must be whoever's on the left is blurry. It might be that, Sean. It might be. Although Vivian tells me she sees me clearly. So and so does Tom. So who knows how these things work, right? What's up, TJ? But anyways, good enough for T. Who's T? That's a new one. Well, anyways, whoever you are, T, welcome. Glad to see you. Let us know how you found our show, though, please. It would be nice. How you found the show, the channel. That'd be nice. Because that's not TJ. TJ's right above you, and you're not TJ. You're not him. Hey, TJ. Okay, so excellent. All right, so next into the studio, we will bring the man himself, the Transformers lover. A few Transformers lover here in the chat as well. Bring in Yoshi. What's happening, dude?
Oh,
how's it going, man?
Rubén, you are one of the nicest people I've met ever in the last 5 minutes. This whole delay is my fault. It's not your fault. It's not the software fault. It's my fault. New computer, system level access was not provided. It's my fault.
I try to take the blame as much as I can because it's still my channel. It's good. It's all good,
No, don't worry. The chat will blame Rubén plenty.
Yeah, look, everybody who's mad about the delay, just email Rubén and it'll be taken care of.
There you go. Yeah. Don't worry. These guys will be busting my balls more than enough soon enough, So, all right. And last but not least, we bring in the Russian giant himself that everybody's curious about how tall he really is. Yevgeny Sokolov. I said it the bad way, the American way. What's up, Yevgeny?
Hey, guys. Hi. Yeah, appreciate
How you doing,
that.
Man?
Appreciate it. Good to be here. Thanks so much.
Welcome, my friend. Yeah, thank you. No, it's great to have you.
And so settle it right away. 6'10". There you go. 6'10". That's it.
It's official. 6'10", guys. 6'10".
That makes me feel short, and I don't like it.
Yeah. And you see, but Newell, did you notice like on the graphic? Actually, we can even talk as we look at it real quick. Do you feel like, because I think I remembered, I didn't ask you again, but I remember the first time we spoke 2 months ago, and I asked you, and I think you said 6'2", 6'3". Was that right?
6'1", 6'2" in shoes.
Oh, 6'1", 6'2". Okay, but because I was like, oh, okay, so maybe you're way too tall compared to Yevgeny, I guess, right?
Yeah.
6'5" right there. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's okay. You look taller. That's all right. I was thinking if Yevgeny is like 6'10", I was like, okay, maybe I'm looking more like 6.
No.
6.
Yeah.
6? No.
I mean, there you look like you're like 6'4". I don't know.
What? Oh man, I've been thinking. No, that looks like a foot taller, doesn't it?
Hey,
I mean, but I'm not
say you're
accounting
closer.
metric like you. I don't know.
I think we just all should agree I'm the shortest and let it go.
Well, you know what? I was focused on you and me too, though, Yoshi. And I figured I was kind of trying to compare you and me. I think like because you said around 5'10", and I'm 5'11" and a half only. So I'm like,
Got to get that half in there.
you and me are pretty good, right? Like that's 1.5 inch difference, right? That's pretty good. I think I got us good.
With the hair, yeah.
Whatever, man. I try my best, guys. I try my best. What can I tell you?
You did great. Gold star.
I appreciate that. Look at my wife. My wife is like, really? 6'10"? Wow. she's 4'11" and a half. So
Oh my goodness.
she's screaming 5. No.
Oh, wow.
4'11" and a half official. It has always been that. You don't get to round it up. Just like I don't round up to 6. Okay. That's it.
You could though. Nobody would say anything.
Okay. Yeah, it's true that I also notice, Tom, thank you, that Yoshi is blurry, but whatever. What we're going to have to do with, and I'm clear. Yeah, what can I say? I maybe, I don't know what it is, but maybe
What
my
I get for
ISP
being late. I get the worst bandwidth. So there you go.
Look, all IT complaints can go to Rubén this way.
Maybe Yoshi is in the witness protection program. That's it. He's trying to blur out the face,
That's it.
hiding from Bowser.
Let me take the tape off my camera. There we go.
It's because your internet's coming all the way from the West Coast.
Yeah.
It's got farther to travel.
It could be. But okay. So guys, everybody, again, thank you. And you guys that are with me in the studio, thank you for being here again. I appreciate it so much. I think it's gonna be really, really fun tonight. As we spoke about, you guys watching here and on the live, and those of you watching on Rewind, I want you guys to get to know these fellas a little bit, because part of the reason that I wanted to start this series focused on commission collecting is much for the same reasons as I decided to do all the other series that I do. It's not just about showing art for me, as you regulars know. It's as much about showing art as it also is about trying to get collectors to get to know each other a little bit better, on a level a bit closer than just another name on a screen. I've said that before. Put faces to names so that when you see each other online, you get you feel like you have a little bit of a friendship. You know each other more. You're more likely to kind of like send each other messages or whatever. And in the case of
bust balls,
what's that?
More likely to bust balls.
More likely to bust balls without fear that you might get somebody might get offended. Exactly. Right. And not only that, but I thought, what a fantastic opportunity. That's why I'm so thankful that you, Yevgeny, have also agreed to be with us tonight, because, it occurred to me, all we ever do is have collectors. And I will say, it's not like this was the first time that it occurred to me, hey, maybe I should get an artist, I've thought about inviting artists in the past. However, I only thought of it in terms of, hey, maybe inviting an artist who is known to be also a collector, so that it becomes still like, let's say, part of the show and tell series, and we pretty much keep the show to showing that artist's collection rather than, oh, look, you're an artist that people know. let's talk about your career and your whatever, you know what I mean? Which is what those
Yeah.
guys are used to, you know? And there's not many artists that I know who are also well-known art collectors. So I've always kind of just put that to the side. But when the opportunity came to do, you know, commission collecting, and now this second episode about commission collecting, I thought, hey, how great to be able, if I could get an artist, so we get the stories from both sides of the commission transaction, you know, and the thoughts and the views of both collectors and artists. Because we never, you know, as collectors, we always talk and share stories about our collecting or commissioning experiences, right? But, you know, we never have the artist here kind of to give their side of the story and tell us how they feel about, you know, their views on certain things that collectors do or don't do, or their expectations, you know, things like that. So yeah,
Oh yeah, definitely.
to do that. Yeah. So I really appreciate them. And so I think it's going to be fun. Yeah. We'll get to go back and forth between the artist and the collecting side of it all, you know? And finally,
Awesome.
one of the coolest things also that I find about tonight's episode is that with Yoshi, it's really cool because, and again, I say this knowing that 99% of you are too fucking lazy to read the description that I wrote down below the video here. But
hit like and subscribe.
no, don't
Lazy fucker.
see Yevgeny, Yoshi, you're gonna see now. You're gonna see me because you brought it up. I have to do it now. If you're watching this, don't subscribe. I don't want you to subscribe unless
You're too lazy.
Unless you like what you see, but that's not enough. You have to feel like you're gonna come back and watch in the future, not just
You
one
have to
time.
like it more than once.
If you feel like you're gonna like it enough to keep, you know, come back at least semi-regularly, then sure, I would love to have you as a subscriber. But yes, like Yoshi is showing, yes, the like button is the thumbs up button that you can click. I appreciate that, Yoshi. That's good. That's good. But yes, don't subscribe unless you want to come back. I just want my subscribers to be regular or semi-regular viewers, and that's it. So thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you all. Yeah, so I thought that as I was mentioning, what we would start off tonight with is just take a few minutes, let the guys take a few minutes, each one of them, tell you a little bit about themselves, and what I was saying about Yoshi, and is what makes it so interesting, and why I'm so happy that he reached out. By the way, he's one of the very few people. By the way, so props to you, Yoshi, again. Also, for the reach out, Yoshi and I have chatted on Instagram before, but when he watched the last episode, me explaining my issue with it getting more difficult to do these shows, he reached out and said, "Hey,
on rewind,
on yeah, whatever, but exactly." But he reached out and said, "Yeah, man, I'll come on, I'll do something, whatever." So there we go. So I love that.
I reached out too.
And you too? Yeah, no, absolutely. You both did. So that's what I loved about it. Yeah. Now I'm just saying, Newell, my intent was to have you on this episode anyways, but you did reach out, which I appreciate that. Yeah. So that's fantastic.
I'm just here to serve the people, much like yourself.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And to those of you watching, if you're listening, I know you rewind people like to fast forward through it, so you're probably not hearing me say this, but in case you are, if you're into commissions, if you collect commissions, if you commission artists to do commissions for you, and you would like to be part of this in a future episode and talk about your experiences commissioning
email
artists, please reach out to me. My links are down. All of our links, all of us, by the way, down below the description to this video. All of our related links are down there. So please reach out, and yeah, let me know if you want to be on a future episode. And of course, if you want to check out what these guys are up to, what they're into, yeah, click on all their links down below. But yeah, the thing I wanted to say just real quick about Yoshi before I let the guys introduce themselves It's just that what's unique about Yoshi as a commission collector is that he's, pretty much almost uniquely a Transformers guy. But the coolest thing about it is that the primary reason he commissions Transformers pieces, unlike, let's say, a standard typical Transformers fan, it's not because, he wants to just collect a bunch of Transformers pieces of artwork from Transformers. He is actually a writer, along with a friend of his, of Transformers fan fiction. And for every issue that they do, and he'll tell you better than I can tell you, but for every issue that he writes, he commissions a cover to go along with it, which is really, I think, is a really, really cool thing. And I'm looking forward to him. And in case I screwed that up, Yoshi, I'm going to let you obviously give everybody the actual details of exactly what you do, why you do it. But I just think it's really, really cool. So thank you, of course, for being here. But I thought, Newell, since we're all on the screen in the order that we came in, and since you've been here before, and you did give us your sort of background story on your show and tell a couple of months ago.
Yep.
But to make it official, since the other guys are going to give several minutes of their background story, maybe do a sort of abridged version,
Yeah. Keep it short. Everybody knows me by now. My name is Newell, aka Stingray. It says so on the screen because I collect Stingray commissions primarily. I also collect Stingray published art, but that's harder to find. There's not that much of it, so
tell people who Stingray is. A lot of people are probably watching, going, "Who the hell's Stingray?
What are you talking about? He's like one of the most popular characters ever." No, Stingray is a like C, D, E, F, G, H grade superhero. He's a Silver Age character from Marvel. He was originally introduced as kind of a foil for Namor because he's a dick. And he became an Avenger in like the 80s, I think, and he shows up whenever they need an aquatic superhero. His most recent appearance was in Namor number 8, the last issue of a miniseries written by Jason Aaron, which just came out in March, I think. He was in that book, 2025 appearance. He's still relevant. But yes, I am the world's foremost Stingray art collector. I defy anybody to prove me to prove otherwise. But yeah, and just as kind of the whole commission thing, I started collecting comic art with commissions. I originally just kind of collected commissions of characters that I liked that I thought would be suited to the styles of the artists I was collecting. I would go to a convention, I'd see who was going to be there. I'd be like, ooh, I want a commission from that guy. And I would wonder, like what character that I like, or at least find visually interesting, would suit that artist's style. And I would get the commission. And then it wasn't until later that I decided that my collection, I wanted it to have more of a focus. I wanted it to feel a bit more curated. And so I decided to go with Stingray because I thought that would kind of maybe carve out a niche for me as a collector. And so far that's been very successful. I'm the only Stingray collector, really. So
that we know of.
That we know of, yeah. So it's funny because you say that I've looked on CAF. There's a few other people that have some pieces, but if you just do a search on for Stingray on CAF, 90% of the stuff you see is in my gallery.
90%?
I mean, I'm just guessing, but yeah.
Roughly,
large portion, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's me in a nutshell. I'll let the other guys talk now.
All right, Yoshi, you're up to the plate, my friend.
Well, what can I say? What can I say? In 2013, I joined a Transformers themed podcast, and I did that for years, which exposed me to Transformers artists and Transformers specific conventions. My first one was in 2014 in Toronto, as a matter of fact.
Wow.
And during this whole time, like IDW had the Transformers comic book rights, and they were putting out Transformers comics. And I was just on the show giving them incredible amounts of grief for not writing comics I actually wanted to buy. You can't throw Transformers on something and expect everyone to buy it. It has to be something you're interested in.
Right.
And I was like, just do a G1 series. Do a G1 series. It's if you want me to open my wallet, do a G1 series. And they wouldn't do it. We had them on the show. I talked to them and they wouldn't do it. So in 2019, I started Transformers Reanimated, which is bridging the gap from the original cartoon series, the end of the second season in the 1986 movie. There is a 20-year gap that the mythology never filled out. So that's what my comic book series is doing. We've planned it from day one to how it's going to end. It's not like a lost situation where we're just writing and it'll come together. No, we got it. It's all planned and figured out. And I want to apologize again because the guy with a podcasting experience was still the reason the show was late.
Please. To be a little bit more specific, though, Yoshi, are you the plotter or the scripter?
Both.
Okay,
like, so the original what happened was I got so fed up with IDW ignoring my requests to just do a G1 series that was ongoing so that they could have my money. I wrote the first script. I commissioned an artist to do the cover and do a couple of internal pages, and I sent it off to IDW, old school style. And
like hard copies, you mean?
Hard copies. Like it was done. I'm like, hey, like there's more, but this is it. Like this is my idea. And they wrote me back and said, we're not even going to bother reading this.
They told you that?
And that, well, more or less. I'm paraphrasing, but they're like, we can't read this. We won't read this. We didn't ask for this, is what they said.
Okay.
And I'd read a bunch of stories from Jim Lee and Todd McFarlane saying, they would submit art or they'd submit stories and they got critiques back. And I was just expecting a critique, like, you suck, don't bother. And I would have just left it away. But the way they responded just made me so angry that in 24 hours, I threw up the website. I threw up the first issue and it crashed. Like there was so many people hitting the website. It crashed the website. And then I met my writing partner, Greg, who actually lives in Australia. And he's like, let's just keep going. And from that point, we plotted out the whole thing. And we're just going to town on it.
Okay. So again, just so we all understand the division of labor, you both discuss the plots and come up with the plots together?
Think of it like this is the best way to look at it. Between the first issue and the last issue, we've got maybe 20 bullet point ideas that we have to hit to make the story be seamless from issue 1 to whatever the last issue ends up being. In between that, like the cartoon, you're going to have random stories, one-offs, just random stuff, but it doesn't interfere with the overarching storyline that's going to get us from issue 1 to whatever the last issue is going to be.
All right.
So the plot points are there. Some of them are more fleshed out than others, but we know that the story can get, and like the cartoon, you're going to have an episode, like somebody was asking, does Transformers play sports? Yeah, there was an episode where they were playing basketball together. Like, you're going to have one-off weird kind of side stories, side missions, side adventures. Because, I like that stuff. I like that you could just pick up, back in the 80s, you could pick up any issue of anything and not feel lost. It was like, wow, for $1, I can read this for 30 minutes and enjoy myself. And I didn't have to read the last 7 issues of Spider-Man or whatever to enjoy it.
Right. Got you. But out of curiosity, if I may backtrack a little bit, because you didn't mention it, are you by any chance someone who just kind of, you love Transformers, but you never really got into actual like most of us, comics, superheroes, and that? Are you just a Transformers guy?
No, Transformers was my gateway into comics. Like a lot of fans. We thought when we found the comic books, we thought these were just the stories in that universe that they never produced. And as you go on, you realize, oh, this is its whole separate universe. This is what Marvel's doing. It's different.
Right.
But the comic was first, just barely out before the cartoon was out.
Okay. Okay, interesting, cool. So I'm very curious. How many superhero type comics would you say you've read in your life? Probably, I imagine not that many since.
I mean, if you
since
want a number, maybe 20, like 20 different series.
20 different
Like,
series. I see.
I'd read Batman. I was a big fan of Sleepwalker.
Oh, wow, from the early
like,
90s.
I mean, my shelf's got everything on it. I enjoy that.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, cool. Carlos, you're very obsessed with Yevgeny's height. Yeah, he's sitting on the floor and he's still taller than the rest of us. Exactly. Let me see. What are you guys saying? Was there any time travel, alternate timeline issues like the GI? What? Was there any time travel, alternate timeline issues like the GI Joe team had when Cobra ruled? Are you asking Yoshi that?
I think he is.
I don't know. Oh,
Probably.
okay.
The Marvel comic explored some alternate timelines back in the day.
Okay. And what else? IDW are the ones with the alternative compensation plan. Don't know what you mean by that. Is this? You know what he means?
Well, I think what he means is, they had a couple of different Transformers series that none of them were G1. They tried to make people think that, but
okay.
No, not.
All right.
I've seen pictures of that kind of fan fiction. It's out there if you want it.
And look at that, Southern Comic Geek, Sleepwalker, mad respect.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that one. That's a deep cut.
Well,
What's up?
It's following. I was following Bob Budiansky because he was with Transformers and he created Sleepwalker. So that's how I just was following his work.
Fair enough.
Michael, aka Maki Poo Poo, is just asking, have you tried working with Skybound by any chance? Yoshi, that's to you, obviously.
No, I haven't reached out to them. If I don't know how closely you guys followed the news, but it was the worst kept secret when IDW lost the Transformers rights and Skybound caught it. And there's what's his name? Who's the artist? Danny Johnson. He did a bunch of live streams where he was talking about his art influence, and on his screen you could see some of my covers in the background. So
really?
they know I'm. Yeah, they know we're here. Like if as a fanboy, they could just knock and I'd be like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's the tough thing though, Yoshi, is, and this has been, the eternal struggle, I guess you could call it. It's never been easy even for artists to break into the business. Of course,
sure. Yeah.
Certainly much tougher in the pre-internet era, but it has always been much, much harder for writers because it's not instantly viewable. You can't take a few seconds to tell, like with an artist, oftentimes especially the ones that are subpar, you can tell immediately at first glance that, okay, you're definitely not ready to be working as a professional storyteller. You know what I mean? But as a writer, like you can't show them quickly in 2 seconds whether you can write comics or not, and that's what makes it so difficult for guys like you who would love to do that for a living.
I'll do a counterpoint to that just in my particular case. I mean, I think we've all had that amazing Stingray story we just would like to see in comic form. But if you look at my work on the website, you can see that for the last 5 years, I haven't missed one monthly release. So, whether I can write or not is up for debate, but my consistency, my ability to get it done, like that wouldn't be a gamble for them. The gamble for them would be, is there an audience in 2025 that cares about G1 enough to read this story?
Sure. And you're saying, just so we're all clear, you're saying that in 5 years, even though you're doing it strictly for fun and your own amusement, your own entertainment,
my hobby.
Yeah, your hobby. You have never missed a deadline, a monthly deadline.
Nope.
Wow. And that's what, like you try to write it as a standard sort of 20 or 22 page comic.
I have a lot of advice to share.
Yeah. I can
Yeah, no,
imagine.
I do. And every artist, some artists are like, can I read the issue I'm doing the cover for? And I'm like, yeah, please give me feedback. And they're all like, dude, you could hand this to anybody that's an artist, and they can draw from panel 1 to the last panel. You're not going to have any problems with what you're doing.
Right. Well, Sean's advice is you can always write GoBots if Transformers doesn't pan out.
Yeah, Robotron's there too.
And
What about a
Tom,
Robot Jocks TV series?
And Tom, knowing Tom, he's probably serious. We need a good GoBots comic.
No, we don't.
I agree with you, Stingray. Or Mighty Orbots. I don't even know that one. I do not know that one.
Silverhawk is where it's at, man.
Now look at that. Alberto Gonzalez says, I like when artists actually draw the covers based on the actual story, which, of course, for the last 25, 30 years has been very rare because it's typically movie poster, pinup type stuff that we do. But yeah, I agree for sure. I wish they would go back to that, do a scene from the inside comic book, Yeah, not just some beauty shot, as he says, right? Yeah, absolutely. Nick Barucci should buy the license for GoBots. Yeah, you never know. I mean, he buys a lot of licensed stuff. He's not afraid to take a chance on stuff at Dynamite. So you should also buy the license to the Stingray TV show and lose his shirt, I say. But what do I know? Some of the licenses he has purchased for Dynamite, I thought he was going to lose his shirt on, and he's been making money. So what do I know about publishing? But whatever.
The Stingray TV show was a British show about a submarine and the crew, and it was I don't know if they call them puppets, but it was kind of like Thunderbirds, where it was like the maquettes or whatever.
The maquettes,
it was like that. Yep.
Okay, interesting. But
that's what
Marcus
is talking about. That has nothing to do with the character I collect.
No. But that maquette thing was a British thing. But then there was also, wasn't there like a live action thing called Stingray in the 80s in America?
Oh, that I'm not familiar with.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's just me then. Okay. And
I mean, I'll have to look into it, but
no, the Nick Mancuso show. I
don't know what that is.
Talking about what I'm remembering.
Maybe.
Super Marionation, both guys at the same time. Look at that. Wow. Yes. Thank you for.
Yeah.
Is that really what it's called? Super Marionation?
That sounds like a video game character.
Yeah. I've never heard that. Oh, look at that. TJ is helping us. Thanks for dropping the knowledge. TJ.
Oh, that's the one about the. Okay.
The private investigator that drove around in a Corvette Stingray. Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know that one. I'll have to look it up.
Okay. Super Mario Nation. Nice. All right. Last but certainly not least, Yevgeny, it's your turn to give us your little background story, my friend. Everybody's going to be interested in this one for sure. Let's do it.
Wow. Oh, thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Well, that is not, not a lot. I would need to really, say, I guess. I did talk a little bit about on my channel about my background too, here and there, but grew up in Russia and moved to.
Where in Russia, by the way, out of curiosity?
In America, it would be pronounced Ivanovo because Ivan, it's like Ivanovo. That's the city. Used to be a textile capital of Russia, basically.
Oh.
That produced a lot of fabric. Right. But, of course, all those shut down. After the ball fell and whatnot. But anyway, that's it. I grew up in the Ivanovo city, was born there. At 16, with the dreams of basketball, I guess I moved to the United States. Went to high school in Florida. If anybody know where Melbourne is, went to Florida Air Academy there with some of my other friends. Played basketball there. Finished high school 3 years. I was 16, so had 3 years left, and learned some English because I didn't have any English at that time. It's like I told Rubén earlier, I just know yes, no, and some bad words. That's about it. I learn from movies. Because in Russia, when you watch American movies, it would be dubbed, and you can hear the Russian voice going on top of American voice because you can still hear American sound behind the background.
Okay.
So I was trying to learn some words like that, I guess. But after high school, got recruited to play ball at A-State, played there, Arkansas State University. Played basketball there for 4 years, where I studied art. fine arts studio, and which kind of helped me a lot in discovering a lot of different techniques in drafting, illustration, approaching different mediums and things like that. That's where I kind of really took to watercolors. This is one of my main mediums. Oils were always kind of tough for me. I don't know.
Difficult to work with, right?
It is difficult, and it is sometimes easy, but it's also so tedious and time consuming. And
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Yeah.
I admire it.
Yeah.
I love what some artists do, like Brahm. If you know
Brahm, yeah.
Brahms.
Yeah, he does some fantastic paintings now. I love admire that work, but personally, I just don't. I don't feel I can tackle it at this point. But watercolors were something I learned a lot about and practiced a lot, so I really enjoyed that. I didn't ink anything at that time. I maybe have done 2 or 3 ink drawings back in college.
Were you?
And,
can I ask you though? Were you?
Sure.
So you were doing painting, but most of the time on your free time, I imagine you wouldn't be painting because you're in your dorm, right? So you're probably just using a pencil for the most part.
Yes, that was my major. Drawing was my major. Watercolor was kind of a secondary. But strange thing, of course, my minor was ceramics.
Ceramics.
I did a lot of pottery.
Wow.
And I still do time to time because I teach in the high school, and we do have a potter's wheel. So time to time, I throw a few pieces here and there.
Do you ever recreate the scene from Ghost?
If I had $1,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Only a few million, right, Yevgeny? Yeah.
Only. I mean, if I had a potter's wheel in the house, at my own studio here, to make a mess, probably.
Yeah.
At school, I think it's frowned upon. So yeah, I'd rather not do that there.
Good call.
But yeah, after college, after playing and hurting my back but finishing all my 4 years and playing, I kind of
you ended up sorry to interrupt again, Yevgeny. You hurt your back, and did that cause
freshman
you?
Year? No, freshman year. Freshman year.
Oh.
It was I had a horrible injury, but I didn't have to have surgery.
Wow.
The chiropractor fixed me really well. So
so
it didn't bother me until later.
But did you return to play after you got?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I finished playing. I just kind of backed off. Not my freshman year.
Okay. Wow.
There was a 7'1" guy. Yeah, I was 7-foot guy that we had. Yeah, I was about 3rd tallest. So
interesting. Not Yevgeny, and I, not that I want to keep interrupting, but just only because Yoshi did anyways. I'll let you get back to your story. But really quickly, just wanted to mention Michigan just got a transfer who's 7'10".
What?
Whoa. Whoa.
A full foot taller than you.
I
can't even picture that. That's insane.
I'll be like this.
Yeah. I remember the days when Shaquille O'Neal, 7'2", and it was like, oh my God, I can't believe he's over 7, Wow, 7'10", dude. Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Good luck to him. Good luck to him. Michigan will be pretty good next year.
Yeah. But don't. Yeah, but not all. Just because you're tall doesn't mean you're good, right? So.
Well, if he's anything like Wemby, I mean, he'll be all right.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But anyways, yeah.
After finishing studio, my studio art program and all that, and graduating, which I was already dating my wife at that time, who I met actually in Florida when I was in high school. So another decision making was in play when I was choosing college, because she lived about 2 hours from here, from the college that I went to. So anyway, we got married right after I got out of college around that time, and I've been teaching ever since over here in a little small town in Missouri.
So are you teaching art?
Teach art.
Nice, man. So
Yeah.
what? Like you mean high school?
High school, and well, these days it's 6 through 12.
Oh, wow.
6 through 12. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And towards the end of the school year, we usually do a comic strip. I make them come up with a story, create their own characters, and that's for high schools. And junior highs, I usually make them create their own superhero. And we decide by voting. Do you want to do a male, female, alien? For superpowers, no superpowers, super rich or whatever, like Batman. But things like that, and they have fun with that a little bit. It's actually been kind of refreshing seeing some of these junior high kids create those characters.
Yeah.
But I didn't get into comics really till 2020 when the pandemic hit, and I was drawing bodybuilders. I did a lot of bodybuilding art and kind of started learning the body physiology a lot more and how the body moved, because my art up until then that I kind of drew from top of my head, tried to do comic stuff. How small town? 3,000.
That's small, baby. That's small.
When you got into
Tiny.
drawing the bodybuilders, were you familiar at that time with Boris and Julie Bell?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I knew their art since probably I was a teenager,
Okay.
I think.
Oh.
Yeah. Boris Vallejo and Julie Bell. Yeah. Fantastic artists. Wow.
And Yevgeny, that's one thing. And sorry, because I have to go backwards just for a moment. When you were in Russia, before, so you were there for the first 15, 16 years, right, of your life.
Yes.
Did you have contact with comic books or no?
None.
Okay.
But what I did have was fantasy art and science fiction. Fantasy art and science fiction, there's little magazines, they'll pamphlets, they'll publish here and there, and I would pick up anyone I could, really. And I remember my dad was really encouraging about the arts, of course, and because he was a musician himself, self-taught musician.
Oh.
But I mean, it wasn't his profession, but he'd play weddings, in Russia, anybody who can play accordion, you're going to play weddings.
You can play the wedding.
Yes, and he was good at all of it. So, and I would draw some of those fantasy characters. I love drawing them, and my thing is to trace one and then take it to the next page, and then just look at the picture and draw it, and then on the next page, just don't look at it and try to redraw it again. That was kind of way I was kind of studying art myself, because in 7th grade in Russia, you don't have any more art classes, so you have to go after school program somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah. So I had to be all on my own. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And now, as a teacher of 6 through 12, I imagine that you don't actually, like in any given year, you're probably assigned. Oh, you're going to teach this grade and that grade, but you're not teaching all those grades in any given year, are you? You are.
I teach 7th grade first hour, 8th grade second hour, 6th grade third hour.
Really?
And I have the groups switch about every half a year. So every semester I have a new group. High schoolers usually stay the whole year. So and I have 3 hours of that. So it's a mixed group. So it's 9 through 12 kind of mixed group of kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rodney already loves you. Look at that. He says we need a full show with Yevgeny.
I appreciate that. I don't know if I'm going to be much more interesting than this, but I could really try. Sorry. And comics, it's kind of one of those things that every once in a while I still find myself, I'll start drawing something, like, why did I even draw this? Why it looks, but I've learned so much to kind of erase it, just keep moving on, just erase it, keep going. Because I used to draw stuff and I'll be like, oh, that's good. That's good enough. It's kind of good enough. But when I started getting better, when I was like, no, good enough is not good. It's not great. And if it's not looking right to me, I'm going to redraw it.
Yeah,
I'm going to redo it.
You see, that's what you have. That's what that whatever you call that part of you that made you feel that way. That's the thing that I was missing. See, so where you said, okay, that's not good enough, I'm going to redraw it. I said, but I want to be good. I want to be really good right now without having to work hard for it. And that's why I realized, okay, but that's not going to happen. So therefore my choice is just stop drawing. And that's what I did. So, you know, you made your good decision for you. I made the right decision for me. That's it.
There you go. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's okay. And you know, and then at some point it's just gotten better. I got better after the bodybuilders. I gotta give credit to David Finch's YouTube channel, honestly, because I picked up a lot of different techniques he uses there to get myself better at each step. Kind of like those little tiny videos he did as a kind of a free instruction, how to draw like dynamic little poses, doing small little studies. And once I kind of got into that more, and I already had a lot of like muscle groups kind of frozen into my mind after drawing about, I don't know how many bodybuilders I've drawn. It had to be around 50. And after I kind of studied the muscle groups, I knew how they stretch, how they contract, more or less, and then kind of came in the comic book factor, where you don't have to necessarily make it all perfect, where you can kind of change some things and make it look.
Oh, yes, it's called
stylistic.
We call it artistic liberties, right?
Yeah, yes, that's right. Yeah, you don't have to have arms perfectly, you know, hands being small or proportionate. You just make them huge. I mean, you know, things like that.
Yeah, but having said that, yes, you can, of course, because it's comic books, you can exaggerate proportions.
Yes,
but you still have to understand how to draw the things that you're drawing purposely out of proportion. So, like you mentioned yourself, the little hand or whatever.
Correct.
You still have to learn how to draw a proper hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There are rules to that, and perspective there's a huge rules to that. 1, 2, and 3 point perspective. I teach kids that at school too, every year, because perspective is important. And sometimes kids don't, you know, some of these, you know, the early stages, they want to become comic book artists. They don't understand that perspective is literally everywhere.
Everything, yeah.
I mean, you can draw flat stuff and make it look flat. You're gonna have a very abstract looking comic book, and if that's your style, that's your thing, that you want to do, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. But if you want to draw a more realistic style, you gotta understand where you can see under the face. You can see, you know, how everything moves, it changes, you know, when perspective changes. Yeah. And that all comes after you learn the anatomy, and then you can put all that into a block of 2 point perspective block to see where it's going to face. Then you start making strides. Then you start moving somewhere. And that's how I kind of tried and did that way.
And Marcus is asking, have you ever used live models? Because I used to do a lot of live model drawing myself. I love that. That's my favorite.
No,
have you ever done it?
In college, in classes, but yeah.
Okay, but was it nude models?
No, we never had a nude model. When I was in class, we always had like a bikini or something like that. Yeah, but there have been other classes that they did nude models. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay, interesting. Sean says that the advice that he has heard from many artists is that you know, make sure to draw every day, no matter what. And of course, I mean, like it goes to show that anything in life you want to get better at, the more you practice, the better you're going to get at it. Of course, absolutely.
I 100% concur with that one. That's the advice I give anybody who asks me. And I get some DMs on Instagram, and I always do the same thing. I was like, you guys draw every day. Find an hour, and whatever you doodling, make sure you have a purpose. Don't just sit there and just start drawing a circle or this or that. No, have a purpose. You want to draw this. You want to draw pose. You want to draw buildings. It's something. Always have a purpose to what you're drawing.
Hey, Jennifer. I already know who you are, Jennifer.
And there's my wife. Say hello.
Hey, welcome, Jennifer.
Sweetheart.
Oh, that's so sweet. We always love, or certainly I always love it when the significant others of the guests pop in to say hello and support. That's wonderful, amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jennifer, if she's still here, but my wife is typically in the chat somewhere. Not sure if she dozes off or pays attention though, but yeah. But, welcome, lovely to have you. Marcus says so. Boobs should be as okay. About the
there's a book for that.
about
Yeah,
the
there's a
exact.
book if you want to learn. If you want to learn how to draw boobs, just pick up Frank Cho's book. He'll teach you.
That is so funny. Let me see. And Marcus, I'm not going to do the comment, the earlier comment on the other artist. I'd like to get him on the show someday as an art collector if possible. So let me see. Don't know Yevgeny's age. Was he born during the USSR times? Weird question. Just curious.
Yep, 82. Yep.
Nice.
It was a
1982.
great times. And I'd say opposite of what everybody thinks, I actually enjoyed USSR times, the way the people were, better than afterwards.
Better?
Better than the way the people were.
Yeah.
Not the times, the struggle with food and all that, but the some of the scarcities, yeah. But the people, the way the people were interacting with each other, how much more friendly they were, and all that, it was better.
Yeah. Yeah. So a friend is making a comment. Sweet, still on. Finally home. Hey, still on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Dennis, you don't know this channel.
He does. I don't know if he does, but yeah, that's
Dennis,
one of my buddies right here.
Yeah, I can tell you, just so you know, Dennis, this episode hasn't even begun yet. So there we go. Just to give you an idea.
God.
And of course, Mr. Red Jack, always a lovely way to say hello to the ladies by using Miss in front of their names. The very Southern. I love that. Miss Jennifer, very, very cool. Old school, old fashioned. I love that. Very nice. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's a drying machine. He is. Gorby, you're talking about Gorbachev, I guess you're talking about. CJ's back. Hey, CJ, saying hello to all of us. Good to see you, CJ. He's a regular. He's been around since I started the channel. So thanks for dropping in, CJ. And what else we got here? I'm back in the USSR. You don't know how lucky you are. Okay, so he's singing Beatles songs, obviously, Alberto. And this, Marcus says, that was before the country turned to oligarchs, is what he's...
Yes. Everyone for themselves, basically, yeah. It was not great for a while.
Yes, sir, Dennis. Didn't miss a thing, baby. Evening to Jennifer from CJ. Very nice. Hey, yo, Alberto, and hey, CJ. Okay, excellent. So yeah, sorry. Let me get back to you and let you wrap up your story. And yeah.
Well, since 2021, when I started inking and drawing comics, I guess kind of put all the eggs in one basket and just did comics. I've had some pieces published. It's more of indie kind of comics, and like Monte Moore with his Maverick arts. I've had a cover for him done. I've had a kind of independent exclusive cover. Did that for Ninja Turtles issue 2. That was published, and
cover for is it who is it that publishes Ninja Turtles now?
It's IDW.
Oh, IDW. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
But it was a guy I knew from Florida. He's contacted me. He wanted to do exclusive 600 run, and asked me to do a cover, so I did.
Oh, so you mean it's not IDW that reaches out and asks?
It was still going through IDW, Nickelodeon. They approved everything. They had to approve the colors and make sure who was the main character they were concentrating on and all that. So it's kind of still going through them, but it was done by an independent publisher.
Oh, okay.
Person. Yeah.
Okay, got it. But was it done as a variant for a store for that person, or just for him to try to sell on eBay?
Kind of for him to sell on eBay or locally and things like that. And he sent me about 50 copies. So
yeah, okay.
that was part of the payment or deal I guess we made. And recently, I can't show it, can't really tell you what book is about, but I did the cover for Rippaverse. That was my most recent one. That's going to be published later.
Soon, okay.
At a later date.
Okay, very cool. Stanley wants to know, do you ever do digital, or are you purely a traditional?
Purely traditional.
Traditional. Okay.
We like that.
Excellent.
Awesome.
CJ said he wants you to know, Yevgeny, that he just subbed to your YouTube and followed you on IG. Great work.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And no, Tom says, poor Yoshi, he didn't know what he was getting into here. I don't know what you mean by that.
I've seen the show.
You've seen it. You've seen it. Store exclusive. Yeah, that's kind of like what we were saying. Yoshi's writing the next. She's busy. Jeff says you're currently writing as you wait to get your turn to talk again. You know, writing your Transformers issue. Newell and I should do a Stingray Star Wars crossover. Yeah,
and I'm currently working on another little cover that I was commissioned just the other day.
Is that you mean for like for to be published? You mean?
I believe so.
Okay,
yeah, it's Fate 68 Comics. If you, it's a more independent company too.
A small independent. Okay, sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so have you gotten us to the current date, or did I cut you off again? And
this is it. Yeah, I think this is it. We're here.
All right. Sounds good. So let me, in that case, put me here. I'll put us equal again. And look at Stingray. He doesn't stop typing either. Yoshi is writing the new character, Rubén the Tron. I don't know if anybody would want to buy that.
That's $1 million idea.
Yeah. Great cover sketch. Of course, Dennis is going to say that. You know, your friend, you know. Great cover sketch, Yevgeny.
He doesn't lie. He doesn't lie.
He doesn't lie. No. It looks good. It's hard to see, obviously, in pencil on camera. It's always hard to see it well, right? But it looks interesting, anyways, from what as well as we can see it. And Coffee says there is on the right Star Wars planets, though. There is on the right Star Wars planets, though. I don't know what you mean. Stingray and the Gungans, you guys are okay going nuts again. Stingray with your ideas. You're still stuck on Stingray. Plenty of water planets in the Star Wars universe. Just have to get the timelines to sync. Jesus, exactly. Okay.
You see, Ruby Stingray's popular.
Very, very, very. You cannot. We know. We'll take your word for it, Dennis. You are a truth teller. Let's leave it there. But okay, guys, let's get into this, man. What
are we getting into? I forgot. It's been so long.
All right. So I was thinking, Newell, given that you were the first guy to agree to get to do this episode, and we talked about a couple of things that you wanted to kind of talk about a little bit about.
Sure.
I remember a few things, and I was kind of hoping maybe if I can throw a few things out one by one, and you just kind of hit those,
Yeah.
There's both you and Yoshi. When I asked you privately, so just so everybody knows, I always want to get good stories, positive stories about commissioning. But of course, it's about the truth with me. I always want people to tell the truth and be honest on the channel as much as possible. So we all know that the commissioning part of the comic art hobby is rife with a lot of problems for various reasons. But both of these guys, surprisingly to me anyways, both told me that for the most part, they have pretty much only had positive experiences. So that's great. Obviously, that's always nice to hear. In terms of, for you, Newell, if you can even call it, negative, I guess in a sense you can. I certainly think it's negative.
Sure.
It's just not a horrible story. But you did mention to me that your sort of the worst you could come up with was that like one of your commissions, I think that it was like a mail order commission that you did through the internet. It took 4 years for you to get it.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that experience?
Yeah. No problem. So that was one. It was a Daniel Warren Johnson commission.
Oh, okay.
So Felix opened up his. That's just a coincidence. Felix opened up Dan's commission list in 2020 at the end of March. Like right after COVID kind of became a thing in the United States and everybody was on lockdown and all that good stuff. And he took a really large commission list. I want to say it was 50 slots, which is pretty big. I think normally Dan takes like 20. And, you know, at the time, nobody knew, like, the comic industry was shutting down, because that was when Diamond was like, we're not putting our people to work. And that was when, you know, the distribution stuff changed, you know. And so the comic industry kind of all completely shut down, and nobody knew when comics were going to come back. And so artists were looking for an alternative revenue stream. And so Dan said, let's do commissions. And he took a large list. And, you know, even at the time, you know, when I reached back to Felix and said, hey, put me on the list, I need a commission. He was pretty transparent. He said, you know, it could take up to a year to get this done, because Dan is taking a very large list. And you know,
and can you do you remember, when you say large, do you remember how many people that was?
I think it was 50 slots on the list.
Wow.
Right. And I don't know this.
Oh,
right. And I don't know this 100%, but I believe that traditionally most of Felix's guys and Dan would only take like 20 at a time.
Right. Right.
So 50 seemed like a lot, you know.
Oh, that's a lot. Yeah, that's.
But like I said, I think that was because they didn't know when comics was coming back because of COVID, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
For sure.
So I emailed Felix. I said, get me on the list. I want on the list. He replied back and said, yeah, no problem. Just FYI, it's a big list. This could take a while. It could be up to a year before the list is done. And I said, no problem. I'm thank you for telling me up front. I don't mind. I can be patient. That's fine. You know, so I gave him the money, you know, and everything was good. And I just didn't worry about it, because I figured it was going to be a while. And, you know, one day I wouldn't even be thinking about it. And I just get an email and be like, oh, your commission's ready, and everything would be great. Right. A year and some change went by, and it just randomly popped into my head. And I was like, oh shit, it's been a while and I haven't heard anything. Maybe I should reach out. So, you know, I hit Felix up and I was like, hey, I just wanted to check, you know, see what the status was. And he was like, oh yeah, hey, you know, you're still on the list. Dan's still working on it. You know, everything's good. It's just taking a little bit longer than we thought, you know. But, you know, Felix has kind of a standing policy for refunds. Like, if you don't get your commission within 6 months, you can get a full refund. And he offered me my money back. And I was like, no. Yeah. So I was like, no, I'm good. It's already spent at this point. I don't care. I'd rather have the art, you know? So he's like, okay, cool. Thanks for your patience. We really appreciate it. You know, we'll let you know when it's done. Didn't hear anything for a while. So like maybe another year later, I reached out and I told him, I was like, hey, I'm just checking on the status. I'm not looking for a refund. You know, I just want to know. And he's like, no, yeah, Dan's still working on it. You know, he's been busy being a rock star comic artist and putting out lots of, you know, really great books that everybody loves and being super popular and everything. So, you know, just be patient and we'll get there. And, you know, that's basically how it went. And it wasn't until May of last year, 2024, that I saw the piece before I didn't get an email or anything. I saw it on Twitter. Dan posted it on Twitter. It was a Stingray piece. So I was like, oh, you know, and I commented on it. I was like, unless there's some other schmuck out there commissioning Stingray, I'm guessing that's mine. And Dan was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is yours. I was like, and so that's.
Can you imagine, like, what would the odds be that somebody else on that 50-person list also commissioned Stingray?
Yeah, I'd have been pissed, but you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's when I reached out to Felix and I was like, hey, I know that I'm going to be at Heroes Con this year. I know Dan's going to be there. You're going to be there. Can I just pick it up? And he was like, yeah, we can make that work. And so I managed to pick up the piece at Heroes Con last year. Okay. So again, you know, it wasn't a horrible experience. I'm not mad at Dan. I'm not mad at Felix. I didn't feel like I lost my money. Like, honestly, as soon as I saw the piece for the first time, all feelings of like, oh, this is sucky, this is taking forever, I'm upset at this, you know, it all went away because it's such a great piece. It's honestly one of my favorites that I have.
Well, that's good. Thank God for that.
Yeah. But it's like 4 years, like, you know, after the fact, it's like gone, and now I just have this great piece of art that I can look at whenever I want. You know.
Well, sure, because once it's over, that's when you feel better, right? The hurt, the pain goes away, right?
Exactly.
Right? All that bad feeling of, oh God, all that impatience, right?
And I mean, I've heard horror stories about people like waiting 10, 15 plus years to get a commission from an artist that's not very communicative and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, it wasn't fun waiting for 4 years, but like, you know, again, now that I have it, who gives a shit, you know?
Yeah. I get it. And by the way, I do want to say though, Newell, that with that example of what you just said about, oh, you know, you've heard people with their 10 and 15 years. And yes, me too, right? I've heard plenty of times over the 28 years I've been in the hobby. But here's the thing. I've said this a million times before. In those cases, okay, especially for those people who are still supposedly, quote unquote, I have to put quotations, waiting, to me, I'm on record and I'll stay on record of saying that's not the artist's fault anymore. That's their fault. Why? Why do I say that? That's their fault for believing that their commission is still actually going to come someday. For not realizing that the artist took your money, he doesn't remember who you are, he has not thought of you in about 12 years. and you know what I mean? No, but that's the truth. That's the
truth. I agree with you. It's just, you know, preach.
Yeah, like when it's been years and there's been no contact, it's not that you're waiting.
That's the key. No contact. You know, like find out if that guy's going to be at some shows and jump him in the parking lot. Like don't if it's been that long, man, you know.
Yeah.
It's not even about getting the money back at that point. It's about pride. It's about fuck you.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, for sure. Yoshi, what with your, because you also told me that you've had primarily good experiences. What would be the longest for you that it took you to get something that you paid for?
6 months.
Oh wow, interesting. Okay, gosh, compared to most, that's fast. You know what I mean? That's yeah. And did you feel, you know, and be honest, like, did you still feel that it was taking long, given how the other one came in even faster? So for you, I would think it's all relative, and you'd probably be thinking, man, like this one's taking long, right? Like you probably still felt that's a long time, right?
You're going to send me on a rant here, Rubén. So you just stop me when you're done.
We love rants.
The particular piece in question wasn't for the Transformers project, mind you.
Okay, no problem.
It was with an artist who took it home to complete it, which is, I love when they do that. And
you mean you got into the agreement at a convention in person?
Yeah. So like, I mean, I think one thing that's really important to understand is if you approach an artist cold at a convention, you got to remember they're there to make money. They're not there to be like, oh, your piece is amazing, I'm going to drop everything and just start drawing it right there. Like, I think it's a good idea to be like, hey, this is the piece I want. I know you're here to make money. By all means, take it home. Like I'm not waiting for this at the convention. Like I'm perfectly comfortable with you mailing it. Here's my money. Take it and just do good. This artist was very well, could communicate very well though. Even sending me progress pictures as they went. It just took time because, you know, money rules all, and you got to make it.
Yeah, I get it for sure. Yevgeny, of course, first question officially about commission collecting to you. Actually, it's funny because for you, given that you're an artist who does commissions, man, this kind of brings up for me like multiple questions. I'm going to try to make it as simple as possible. But I guess the first thing I should ask is, when you do commissions, first of all, do you do it like a lot of artists where you try to take a list, or do you sort of solicit, you know, as people contact you and they say, hey, do you take commissions? Do you just say yes if you're not busy, or no if you are busy? Is that how you kind of do it?
That's the way I approach it, because I mean, I'm not Daniel Warren Johnson or Silvestri or Frank Cho or anybody. So those guys have to kind of put out a list to say, I have, you know,
limit, right?
Five slots open. Yeah, their commissions, much pricier than what I charge. So
Right.
I usually work off of, I know what load I can handle, and that's what I've been testing over the last 3 years is what kind of load I can handle in a month. And I kind of cut it off at that. Depends on the size and whether there's ink wash. But yeah, it's usually just if I'm available and I know I can handle the load. And I actually love working on 2 pieces at the same time most of the times.
Okay.
It gives me a fresher look at each piece. I go for a little while on this one, put it away, go to the other one, but they never leave the table. They just both stay there. I just work on them. So if I get 2 commissions at the same time, they're probably usually done within 2 weeks. Depends on the load and size, of course.
Right. Okay. Yeah. 2 weeks. Wow. I mean, that's like compared to most, of course, it's very reasonable. Especially given that you do have a full-time job as well, right?
Yeah, full-time job, and also I don't have to draw 2 books in a month. Like some comic book artists, and I'm not there yet.
Yeah. No, I get that for sure.
I don't have that. I'm not that busy with that, so
for sure. I have to ask though, what would you say, if you remember roughly, was the longest that you actually made somebody wait, for legitimate reasons, like maybe you said, hey, I'll give it to you in a couple of weeks, I'll ship it, and maybe something happened, life got busy, and did that ever happen to you and it took a lot longer?
Yes, I think there was one commission that I actually sent you the sample of, because it was a multiple piece commission. And I had some pieces ahead of it. It took me a while to get back to it to do pencils. And then, so I'd say I probably completed it. I started in 2024 and finished in 25, but I think it was like a 4-month stretch.
Okay. And for that one, is that the one with the 3 bat characters?
Yes.
Okay. What you want? Because we you guys should all know, the 4 of us did not really even discuss how to coordinate when we would show the art. We do have about 10 pieces to show tonight. We didn't coordinate that, but we'll go with the flow. And since you brought it up, why don't we show that one now? Are you good with that, Yevgeny?
Sure.
Okay, fantastic. Let me try the new layout here. I'm experimenting. Okay, so we got the square. And let me see where your images are. Yes, here we go. Okay, and that is sorry, haven't done this before, everybody, so if it covers our faces, oh well, what can I tell you? Let's see if it does. Oh no. Oh, okay, nice. It just pushes us to the side. Wow. Yeah. Whoa. I love the lighting, by the way. My favorite thing about this, Yevgeny, is how I can envision the spotlight that Gordon uses to flash into the sky to call Batman. I can envision him just shining that monstrous thing right on these guys. Like, that's so cool, man. The lighting is really fantastic. Nice. So beautiful.
Thank you.
That's cool.
Yeah. Wow. And so this was a 3-piece commission, all
with extra 3 pieces at the very end, which came in unexpectedly. He asked if I could design those batarangs for each one.
The bottom pieces. Oh wow.
Yeah. So I had to design the batarang for each one.
Right.
Which was fun. They were about 4 by 9. That was small little pieces.
Okay.
But yeah, these are all 11 by 17s, and they're all connecting pieces. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Well, that's wild. Can you tell us? Are you willing to tell us roughly how long it took you to do this, or each piece, each of the 3?
Okay, so I actually started the layout live. You could probably find a video on my YouTube channel where I started the layout for this. I had them all 3 laid out, and initially those 2 hours, whatever I laid out in 2 hours, that was it. But that was not a lot. But each piece to finish probably took about penciling. Maybe I can't. I'm not gonna say I know definitely, but I'll probably say roughly working 7 to 10 working hours for each piece, maybe. for penciling and
for penciling. Okay, yeah.
penciling, and inking took more than that.
Wow.
More than that for each piece, maybe double on each piece.
Oh,
That's
wow.
just actual working hours. But I stretched them out, polish there
sure.
and all that.
For sure. Wow, that's
Yeah.
incredible. Yeah, well, it shows. It shows. I mean, it's just incredibly highly detailed work, and you got to use a lot of finesse to do this type of work. So yeah, I could see that. And plus, you've only, like you said, it's only been not even 4 years now that you've been inking since you actually picked up tools to start trying to ink your own work. I mean, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
It's I appreciate that, but it's figuring out the black and white was the hardest thing for me. If I was to do just a grayscale, do an ink wash, that's just like watercolors almost. But figuring out where the blacks go or where the maybe cross hatchings go and how to make things just the right way to look right with the larger shapes of black and large shapes of white. That's what took really long time to get used to.
Okay. Well, listen, it's you keep the wonderful thing about as an artist is that even when you get to the point that, hey, you're getting paid for your work, you're still, or you should still be continuing to learn more anyways, right?
I agree.
Always a learning process, right?
Yes, definitely.
That's it. Jeff, I don't know. You're scaring the crap out of me with this comment that just posted. Is this a real story? Or are you joking? What if the artist falls into issues after the local cartel gets hands burned by acid and then goes silent after sending you scans of the finished piece, but no indication it was mailed? I have a feeling. I have a feeling, Jeff, that's actually happened to you, and you shouldn't tease about that. And if that's a real story, you need to come on in a future episode and tell that story, that whole story.
Yeah.
That's what Jeff is really doing, is seeding. He's ensuring his seed on the next episode.
Hey, he's got his spot. He's got a guaranteed spot already with that.
I'll be watching.
Yevgeny, Marcus also asks, do you let your students do backgrounds on your work?
Oh, that would be a scary moment for me.
I mean, it's your work. You don't want to let those kids touching, right?
No. Mm-mm.
That's funny. Carlos says, has Yevgeny ever dealt with? Well, we're gonna kind of, we'll get to that. A-hole customers. We're gonna get to that, Carlos. Awesome piece, by the way, says Tom.
Thank you.
Yeah, triptych. CJ, he wants to know, can you just confirm, is this 3 11x17s?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Kavi says, nice work. Mark, hey, what's up, Mark? All the way from Singapore.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, very, very cool. Tom says, yeah, that's amazing, Yevgeny.
Thank
you. Antoine says, what? Don't apologize for having your face cover, Rubén. We consider that a plus. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. You see, that's why I love these guys. Every week they come here to bust balls. All right. Great spotted blacks and textures. Fine piece, says CJ. Very nice, yes. And Marcus is wondering, not that you would know, Yevgeny, but how come the guy didn't add Azrael? I mean, who knows?
I'm not sure. I think from what I was learning, and I learned a lot about comics, is that these are just I know one is the villain, but I think the Owlman was like a evil type Batman in his universe.
Okay.
So it's kind of like two villains almost.
Oh.
And a Batman, but I learned a little bit. I was doing some background checking on the Owlman just so I learned about the character. But I know he was like kind of a not really a superhero, more like a kind of on the bad side, maybe a little bit.
Okay. Tom actually is asking, and you don't have to tell us this specific commission,
Okay.
but if you don't mind, if you can, it's up to you. Giving viewers, and this could help you to get commissions, an idea, like maybe a range of what it would cost to get something similar to this done? Like, in other words, what would it cost for this is 3 times what I refer to as a single character full background commission. That's how I look at this. I don't know how you refer to them, but that's how I see it. But yeah, stuff like this. Let's say one of these, something similar to this with that much background work. What would it range? Let's say.
From my website, if you look it up, but
your rates are on the site?
From the top of my head, I think so. I think I have my website on your links down there, but I think it charges $11.17. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rubén.
No. I'm just sorry, Yevgeny. I was just saying you have the link for the website. It's just that I myself went to it and I couldn't find the prices. But maybe I was in the wrong page or something. I don't know. But I couldn't find your rates. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if from the top of my head, I think 11x17, I'm charging $900, full the background and everything, and so times 3. If most of the time I work with clients, and I give a smaller discount if I get to do 3 pieces.
Right, because it's like a bulk order, right?
So it's like
bulk order, yeah.
I just pull up your website. I see your prices.
Oh yeah, okay. Thank you. I guess I just I was on the wrong page.
I need to work on that thing. I'm not really good at building websites, so sometimes you just need I think it's commissions. The link is the click on the commissions and you'll see them. Yeah.
Yep.
Mike says you can see where drawing the bodybuilders paid off in this piece.
Thanks.
Let me see. Jeff says, okay, so that corrosive acid hand burning story was not your story, but it's a real story. Okay. Well,
real story.
Yeah, let whoever owns that story, let them know if they're willing to talk about it. Let them know about this show about commissions, and we'd love to have them on as a guest, not just for that story. I'm always
primarily for that story.
I need commission collectors. I want to do more of these. So as many as I can get, I need. So there you go. But yeah, sure. Let them know, Jeff. And let me see. Marcus says it's Ian's story. Oh, Cobby confirms real story of Ian. You mean Ian Saint? Is that what you're talking about? Oh my gosh. Okay. Crazy for sure. Cobby says move Yevgeny's camera up. Well, I mean, it's not about moving it up. What do you mean? I can't move it up.
I think he wants you to swap Yevgeny's place for you. So
here we go. Yeah. There we go. Thank you.
Because they don't want to see your face when the
no. Listen, I don't want to see my own face. You know what I mean? So Lee from Court of Owl. Yes, exactly. Yeah, Sean says that's very nice. Yes, of course.
Appreciate that.
Let me see. So Alberto checked for us, and he says for 11x17, 750. Wow, up to 5 characters for that kind of money. Wow, wow, you're generous, Yevgeny. Wow, and that would be with a full background also.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, guys.
Hey, that's what my wife says. The same thing.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You're gonna be very busy after this episode.
Yeah, right. Start reaching out, everybody. Start reaching out. If you're a commission collector, start reaching out. That's wild.
I'm gonna be like Daniel Warren Johnson. 4 years. I'll be back with you in 4 years.
Wow. And that's crazy. So you will do 5 characters, full background for 750 pencils. And for only 150 pathetic extra dollars, you will ink the entire thing?
Yeah.
You are a psycho, my good man. You are a psychotic individual. But hey, guys, reach out to Yevgeny because he has lost his mind and he's very generous, like his wife said. So, okay, fantastic. Get him a few more commission jobs before his rates skyrocket. Wow.
And because Rubén pushed for it, so there you go.
Marcus says that if I would read the description, I would know the rates. Ah, thank you. There was no description. Whatever. I'm too lazy. Right, Lee. Right. I'm the lazy one. Right. Outman is Bruce's brother from Earth 3. I can't keep that straight. Member of the crime syndicate. Talon is from Cordova. Yeah, that one I knew. Yeah.
Okay. He's Bruce's brother.
Bruce's brother. Okay. From Earth 3, though. All right. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. And look at that. More advertising. 9x12s, 400. One character only. 500. I guess you mean with inks. Look at that. I don't have to read that. You can all see it on the screen. Check it out. Look at this. Oh my God. Look at this favor he's doing for everybody. Look at that. And not only is he showing it all, but he even posted the direct link into the chat.
Nice.
Look at that. Nice.
Thanks, Gabby. Appreciate that.
That is awesome. Thanks, Kavi. And there's a website.
He's a great producer.
He's fantastic. And I didn't even know he has access. He has access to that because, of course, he's got access to my admin.
Right.
So that's fantastic. He can do those kinds of things without even asking me to do them. So, Mark says the details of the buildings in the background rival those by the late Marshall Rogers. Whoa, that's a very lovely compliment, I must say. Are you familiar with Marshall Rogers' work, Yevgeny?
I think I ran into a few. Yes.
1970s detective comics featuring Batman. Not many issues that he drew, but if you look at those, yes, it's all about the architecture. He was an architecture student, so that's why he specialized in doing great buildings.
It's actually what I want to study, but college didn't offer that.
Oh wow, wow, that's cool. And Tom says that's great pricing for a piece this size and detail. You just never know what might get for you get for the cost, but this is amazing work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, a couple of jokes I'm not going to post. Mike says, "Damn," so that's a good thing. Rubén, shut up! Stop encouraging you to increase his rates. See, look at that. I already have somebody telling me to shut up. He thinks I'm encouraging you to increase your rate. Well, I kind of am, but add the 15% Rubén tax. What does that mean? I don't even know what the hell that means, CJ. Generous is an understatement, but look at that. Exactly, Mike. Thank you. Exactly. D-Heck, is that one of your friends again, Yevgeny or Yoshi?
Yes.
There you go. All right, nice.
Actually, live in the same town. We live in the same town, actually.
Oh, from the same town. Nice.
Yes.
Welcome. I always love to see people come and support their boys. And Dennis says, love the energy here. Great channel. Thank you, Dennis. I love that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Rubén is the cause of inflation. Yes. I'm the cause of all North American inflation. Just blame me.
My R just went up 125%.
Oh,
there you go.
I was too slow.
No, I'm just kidding, guys. Come on, just kidding.
Okay. Let me.
You have your email box up because it's going to get full.
We'll see. A lot of people like to talk, but they don't like to talk with their money. So we'll see what happens. But hey, if you can get anything out of it, even a few deals, that'd be great, right? So, fantastic. All right, so let me move over to wanting to ask again to you, my friend Stingray. You had said, we talked about the waiting the 4 years, and whatever. Yeah. It's not a good thing to me, certainly, but I've heard far worse stories.
Right. I got off comparatively easy.
Right. Exactly. That compared to a lot of people. Right. You said that one of your most disappointing stories was that you had commissioned a popular artist.
Mm-hmm.
And you had, this was early on, I believe, in your collecting, and you had said to him, "Hey, I've started this theme where I collect commissions of this obscure character called Stingray from Marvel." Mm-hmm. And he was a popular artist, but you said that he refused to do it because he wasn't feeling it, I suppose. He just didn't know the character and probably felt like, well, I don't want to do something I don't care about, and he refused you. which you found disappointing. Maybe at the time you were pissed off. I don't know. What can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So I made the decision to focus on Stingray in like late 2018, I think, but I didn't really start getting art to back it up until 2019. And my initial thought was to do the Stingray as a sketchbook theme, to get artists to draw, multiple pages in a sketchbook, and each page would be Stingray. I've seen people who are character collectors do that before. And I thought it was kind of a neat idea, and then that way I could get other commissions that were not Stingray, but Stingray would be in the book,
Yeah.
And so in 2019, I got the book started and I had like 3 pages done in it. And I went to get I only had 1 page in it. And I went to get the second page done. And I knew that this artist was going to be at Heroes Con there that year. I went to that artist's table very early on the first day of Heroes. He wasn't there yet, but his rep was. I said, "Hey, I wanted to get on dude's, commission list."
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, "Oh yeah, sure." And he starts writing down on the clipboard, writing in my name, how much it is. I was like, "Oh yeah," he's like, "I'm good on that." And he's like, "Okay, so what did you want to get?" I was like, "Well, I want to get the Marvel character Stingray." And he goes, "Oh, I don't know if he's going to want to do that. He tends to usually only want to draw characters that he's more familiar with, characters he's worked on before." Right. I was like, "Oh, okay." And he's like, but we can ask him," because he walked up right then, just good timing.
Yeah.
And so he turns to him and says, "Hey, do you know the Stingray Marvel character?" And he just kind of goes, and walked on,
Wow. And this is like knowing that the potential commissioner was in front of him?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
And so, I was like, so the rep turns to me, goes, "Yeah, he's not going to want to do that. But would you like," "Shut up, Alberto, I'll get there. Let me tell my goddamn story." So I'll name names. I'm building up the tension. Okay.
Yeah. He's a good storyteller, everyone. Let him do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See, Alberto. But yeah, so he says, "Yeah, he's not going to want to do it. Would you like another character?" And I know the characters this guy's known for. Everybody knows who this guy's known for, right? So, and some of the characters are characters I really like. So it's like I could do that, but I had specifically set aside money for his commission, knowing it was a little bit more expensive than the normal thing that I get, right?
Yeah.
And so that was going to be my only commission at Heroes
at that time.
Yep.
Right.
And so I thought, well, I could, and I was so excited to continue this journey with my Stingray book, which I only had 1 page in so far. And
do you mean 1 commission?
So
you only had 1 piece in that book so far at that point?
Correct. This was going to be number 2.
Oh, brand new. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So I would, you actually, Marcus, that's false. And I'll tell you why in a minute. So I said, well, in my mind, I was like, okay, so I could get him to do another character for me, which would be great because I wanted something from him, right? Or with the money that I had, I could probably go get a couple of other artists to do Stingray pages in the book. So I decided to go that route with it. And I said, you know what? I'll pass for now. I'll come back. And I figured, I'll meet him at another con at some point.
Yeah.
I'll get another commission from him at another point, And then that was in 2019. In 2020, there were no cons because COVID. In 2021, there were no cons. And then that artist passed away.
Wow. What year?
I don't remember. When did Tim Sale die, everybody?
Oh, was it
was Tim Sale.
Wow. And I've been on this show. I've been on record on this show on more than one of these shows. Talking about how much I enjoyed. I love his art, but that aside, he and I used to chat about vintage non-comic book illustration from the 1950s and 60s. Really? On Facebook. We would private chat and stuff.
Oh wow.
Because we both love that stuff, and I collected it. So yeah, wow. So it's surprising in a sense because, we all know artists by whatever interactions we know of them from, right? But it doesn't mean we really know them.
Right.
Right. So, yeah. So is it shocking ultimately that he is the one that would have been that way and had that sort of attitude?
Well,
not necessarily.
No,
You know,
and I mean, it's not like he was like, "Oh, fuck off, I don't want to do that." You know, he wasn't mean about it. He wasn't nasty. It was just like, yeah, he's not really, he doesn't want to do that. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, you know, like, and I knew very well that I could have got him to do a Spider-Man because he did Spider-Man Blue, right? Great book.
Right.
He would have been happy to do Conan. I know I've seen him do multiple Batmans, but I'm not really a Batman guy, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's a number of characters I could have got from him, but you know, I was really eager to get started with the Stingray thing, and I thought that his style was so different and interesting, and I wanted to see what a Tim Sale Stingray would look like, you know.
Yeah.
But he just wasn't into it, so you know.
Yeah. You know, Coffee had mentioned, and everybody always sticks up for the artist by saying the fact that you never know, they could have been having a bad day, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
whatever. But
still. You know, I mean, the moral of the story is, if you turn me down for Stingray, you're going to die. Be warned.
Well, look at what Alberto says. It happened at OAX. I tried to get George Pratt to do a Captain America commission, and he just wasn't comfortable with it. He was afraid of not doing the character justice. I get that.
Yeah.
You know, I understand that.
I mean, George Pratt's really awesome. He's another one I think it would be cool just to see, because he's a fine artist, right? He's
exactly. He's
elevated from, you know, just
right.
Artist,
absolutely. He's a fine artist who just he still has a love for illustration, but his heart is still he's at his core. He's a fine artist, you know.
Yes.
So it makes sense that, you know, there's probably not many superheroes that he would give a crap.
Right. Well, and it's interesting. Well, so for OAX, he had a specific list of characters that he would draw, and on there was Batman, Wolverine, and Hellboy.
Oh, he has the list?
Yep.
Really?
Yep. Now there was other characters, like he did Conan, I think was one. Enemy Ace, because I know Peter Rowe got a nice Enemy Ace piece, and I believe.
Oh, that was a beautiful one. Yeah.
So I know two guys that got really great Enemy Ace pieces from him.
Yeah.
And he has superheroes on his list. He did a Wolverine comic at one point. What is it, Netsuke? So, you know, he's not unfamiliar with that territory. It's just not something that he wants to veer too far out of what he's already done before, you know?
Yeah. Well, he's familiar with it, but he's not that familiar with it. He hasn't done a ton of characters, right? So,
right.
You know,
and I totally get that. And I wouldn't blame him for saying no, you know? And you know, knowing that, I'm not going to go to him and ask for Stingray because I know he's probably going to turn me down.
And Newell, do you know if Marcus is joking or telling the truth here? He says that it only takes him 15 minutes to do commissions, and then the second part's a joke, I guess. It would have taken him 10 minutes to look up the character.
I don't know about the 15-minute thing because you know, his OAX commissions were pre-show, so I assume he took more than 15 minutes.
This is a good one. This is a good one by Antoine.
That's pretty good, yeah.
That's a good one, Antoine. No crickets. We just had to get to you.
Well done, Antoine. Gold star.
That's yeah. And Tom says that a Julie Bell Stingray would be.
That would be sick, Tom. But her prices are a little out of my range.
Oh, does she really have a super expensive?
She did one pre-show commission for OAX, and I want to say it was $12,000.
What? Wow. For like a fully painted piece?
Yes.
Wow.
Totally worth it. I just can't afford that.
Yeah. No, it's a lot of money. I mean, it's, you know, the pool of commissioners is going to be really tiny at those prices. Caesar, what's up, Caesar? You're finally talking. Well, so Caesar says that the problem with sketchbooks is that you might never get it back. What do you feel about that? Like, do you ship your sketchbook through the mail?
So I never did, and I only ever had it done like convention sketches, basically, where I gave it to the artist, they drew in it, and then I went back and got it later that day or the next day. You know.
Okay. Yeah.
I almost shipped it once, but I ended up not doing it because I decided, again, instead of getting this one commission, I'll go get multiple others from other people. You know, and that ended up working out because the artist I was going to ship it off with or let take it home, I ended up getting a different commission later. So
okay.
And then just to kind of like let you guys know, the sketchbook, I only got 4 pages done in it, and that was all in 2019. no conventions in 2020, none in 2021. And then in 2020 and 2021, and even into 2022, I was doing at home commissions, mail away. And then in 2023, when I finally went back to a convention for the first time since COVID, I forgot the book. And so at that point, I just gave up. So there's only 4 pages in my sketchbook.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But I at this point, I'm okay with that because I like getting the bigger pieces and the ones that then I can hang them up on the wall,
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Totally get that.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Well, that's great. I wanted to ask you, Yevgeny, in sort of as an aside to this topic, has there ever been anything, or is there anything that you yourself as an artist, absolutely will refuse to do in terms of somebody's commission request?
Stingray.
Shit!
No Stingray for you.
I actually looked him up, Stingray, while you were discussing it. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting character.
Yeah, it's a cool.
We'll talk.
Yeah, I draw the line. I think I think I draw the line at something that's goes beyond, like, say, like Red Sonja or something. You draw, really risque characters, things like that. But if you're gonna push beyond that and try to ask to draw something super in the ropes, I would definitely say no.
Is that line at $5,000 or $10,000? I mean, where can we bump the line up?
I probably will not do it. It probably won't matter. Yeah, I won't do it. Yeah, but anything like, they're drawing risque characters, Sonya, in barely a bathing suit, barely one, but still wearing something. I'm fine with that. But when you try to, folks, sometimes, you like get someone maybe get a little nasty. You try to draw some. No.
Okay.
I automatically say no.
Okay. So do you also say no to a super? Well, it's not really the superhero when they're not wearing clothes. It could be anybody, right? But like when let's say they say, I don't know, pick the superhero female, nude, lying down, but not in any disgusting pose, but let's say lying in a posing for the camera. Would you do that, like a tasteful nudity?
That's fine. That's kind of more like a fine art piece, and you're looking in the realm of Franzetta, which he kind of did. A lot of those kind of fine art look where it's basically a model posing for you.
Yeah,
drawing like that. That's okay. Yeah.
So I have a follow-up question. Are you just not good at drawing genitals?
I don't draw them. Yeah,
okay.
I don't think a lot of artists actually have much practice in drawing genitals.
I don't think he wants to. Sean is asking you: have you ever get customers that have been what you think is very unreasonable with their requests? And if so, let me ask: what kind of what for you would be unreasonable?
I don't think. I'm trying to think. I've had some commissions that I've had very difficult time lining up the vision of what I saw from what was described but I've had some where I would draw almost kind of like a full out, kind of a full layout, and then we discussed the pose was fine, and then the commission changes the poses. I would like that, figure walking instead of just standing there. I'm like, okay, that's fine, and I'll redraw it, and it's kind of one of those things that was the most difficult thing I dealt with. Another thing I was dealing with is probably keep adding to things that we already discussed, not to really, this is what we're doing, and then keep adding.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. And that's definitely that's crossing the line.
Yeah. And one thing that I got in defense of that person collector who commissioned that piece, he bumped the pay. For every character he added, he said, I understand you went beyond, and so he added more pay.
Oh, interesting. So basically just asking, I know we've already said this is how it is, but if you don't mind, what if you added this? I'll pay you extra, no problem, but can you keep adding more? Okay. And you were okay with that? I'm curious.
I was okay with that because I was still able to fix it in a pencil.
Okay, yeah. You're at the stage where you can make the changes. Right. Because I was gonna say,
but
sorry, go ahead.
Isn't that frustrating though? Because like you think you get this scope of work, and then the scope just keeps getting large. Even though you're being compensated for it, it's getting larger and larger, and so your time frame is just flying out the window.
Time frame flying out the window, and you get frustrated with the amount of you have to keep, and you have to work on the composition too. You have to fix that.
Thank you. Right. That's what I wanted to say. I'm not even really thinking so much about the time frame. That I was just thinking, but the more you keep adding, you're just making it look like a big mess of stuff because it's just full, right? And too much detail it's not good, right? And the composition is ruined at this point. So,
what would you say is your experience to your clients who are like who keep adding versus the ones who say keep adding and I'll compensate you for it? So you got those ones that are just like more, no money, and then you got the ones that are more. Here's your money for it.
And honestly, I only had that one instance where that happened, where client keep adding to the composition and all that. The rest of the commissions I've ever done was, the second instance was the Batman, where I had to design the batarangs, but that was so minor.
Yeah,
that didn't feel like a huge load for me. So, but only one instance really, and it wasn't a bad experience really. So. I was like okay with it.
Okay, cool. Yoshi, back to you, man. I know, again, as I said earlier, I know you did say that you've for the most part had great experiences or positive experiences, though. Since you've had, very, very little, what I guess what we would call negative experiences. Do you mind sharing what you think? What might have been what you would consider your worst one, since you don't really have any? I'm out of
I've commissioned pieces where the scope of the project was completely understood by everybody.
Okay.
And what I received back was fell short of that expectation. And it wasn't that the artist wasn't capable of doing what I asked. They just said that would take forever, so I didn't do it.
What? After agreeing to do it?
Yeah.
That would take forever, so I didn't do that.
Right. Let me, since you got the camera on me, and I like attention.
It's just funny.
No. But since you got the camera on me and I like the attention, this isn't a new problem for us collectors, right? Like even Leonardo da Vinci changed art or just walked away from projects. This is a tale as old as time. What everybody needs to remember is that this isn't Amazon.com. Like it's not you click buy and you get what you asked for. These are artists. They are going to have their days where they're drank too much caffeine or they're not in the mood or what. It's a process. I wouldn't force my will on someone else's art ability, if that makes sense. Like I have done my best to convey this is what I want. It sounds like you understand that. If it comes back wrong, 9 times out of 10, it's because I didn't describe it properly. The other times it's going to take too much time for the art. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Okay. Yeah. That's well said, man. That's cool. Yevgeny, you're getting a question from Antoine who says, have you ever had a situation where they keep making the changes and then when you sit in the art, when you do it, they complain that there is a lot of erasing on the board. Like in other words, so you had to make all these changes by erasing.
Yeah.
And then they later complain, but there's so much eraser marks or whatever. Like you could still, you know what I mean? I guess that's what he means.
I don't think I've ever ran into that situation before.
Okay.
Most of the time in my process, I use H pencil to start with, so it's
Okay.
really light lines, and erasing is easy.
Easy to
So it
erase.
doesn't leave too much. Yeah, it doesn't leave too much residue. So I have not run into, and I'm a stickler for that kind of thing. I try to erase as much whatever damaged area with the pencil there is, and fix it as much as I can. And try to be transparent when if the work was done by me and it becomes a sale, somebody liked it, to be transparent, to show them the real photo, not just a scan or anything, just the real photo. There's maybe, erasing mark right here, or some tear right there, or some paper took a little damage,
Right. Kavi, I'm not sure. I got to ask you, my friend. Are these discussions purely verbal or contracted? Oh, I see. Okay, so right. So but I'm not sure what you mean by that though, Kavi, because typically people reach out to artists online, right? So it's kind of like text or email or whatever, right? And so
it depends on who you work for. Depends on who you work. If it's a personal commission, usually the process is simple. They verbally commit to it. I do a few rough sketches, and we settle on the rough sketch that they like the composition. And once I start a pencil, I usually get a half up front, so that I know that person who committed to the commission is fully committed to it. Once I get a half payment up front, then I start working on away, and I send those just a little photographs of progress. And I usually ask, do you want me to change anything, and in the background or here, or add anything? And most of the time, it's been a blessing that everyone is really. The collectors are usually like, "Oh, I love what you're doing. Keep going." So,
Rubén, Kavi said that question is actually for Yoshi.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
What was the question?
I appreciate that, Newell. Thank you. That was for Yoshi. There it is. Okay.
He was asking if your discussions were purely verbal or contracted. I guess when you're getting commissions done for your.
Okay, so I wouldn't say it was a contract, specifically with the Transformers project. So I have a template letter where I fill everything out. I had a boss one time that said, you got to write in crayons to everyone you talk to, because they're just not going to understand anything.
Sure.
You have to spell out what you want as if you're talking to a 5-year-old. And that's no disrespect to the artist. That is making sure you in your head actually know what you're asking so well that the artist can't misinterpret it, what you're asking for. So among other things, that'll be listed in the email, along with reference art for everything, like poses, characters, the best that I can do to be like, I can't make it any clearer than this.
Right. So I'm curious, how detailed do you get in your requests?
It depends. It really depends on the cover.
Sure.
Hold on. Before you answer, because I feel like we're gonna veer into the territory of the main topic of the evening, which we were all talking about in discussing through the email, which is art directing the commissions, right? I want to save that for last, and I still want to touch on a few other things if you guys don't mind, because that'll that'll take us, we'll finish kind of like the show with that.
If because I might have to get on my soapbox.
I'm sure. No. That's the way we all want.
Yeah, you do have to get on your soapbox.
But yeah. So if you don't mind, Yoshi, just say that. Save that if you don't mind. All right.
Sure.
So interesting. One thing I wanted to bring up, another topic, and it'll be a fairly quick one. And I normally would start with Yevgeny as because of the artist here in the group, but since you're here, Yoshi, you got the spotlight. Let me just start with you. So the question for the topic to me is, should artists charge for commissions up front? And before we get to Yevgeny, of course, and see what his views and all that are, he's already obviously mentioned a couple of minutes ago a little bit about that. We kind of know his process. But you as a collector, man, you as a collector, what is your feeling about it? What is your feeling about like the fact that, in most cases you do have to pay fully up front? How do you feel about that? Are you okay with it? Would you prefer that it be done a different way? Just your overall thoughts on that whole thing.
Sure. My first thought is, and I kind of have this thought going into anything, but especially when I went to my first comic book conventions and Transformers conventions.
Yeah.
Man, if you can't afford the cost an artist is charging for a commission, why are you commissioning it? Assume that money is going to go and you're never going to see the art. With every commission, just assume that money is gone forever. Right. That's how I've gone into it. If I'd have a very bad time if my levels of expectations were beyond, like, I expect you to drop everything, draw it right now so I can walk away in 15 minutes. Like, that's not how it works. It's not how you treat artists. I am a firm believer in, once the artist knows what you want, give them the money. You do not want to be their bottleneck. You do not want to be the reason they're not going to complete it. And to me, that's only gotten more true because I've got deadlines to meet with my little fan my own made deadlines. But I have, for my fan project, I have deadlines I need to post. So yeah, I don't want to be the reason stuff doesn't get done. That initial contact with what I want, I try like hell to make sure any possible question they're going to have is answered. And I end it with, where do I pay you and how much? Because that's the first thing I want to get off my plate.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense, right? I mean,
yeah, I don't want to be the reason they're not getting it done.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you want to get down to brass tacks and you just kind of want to know. I mean, that's how I would want to be. Like, let's get all the details out on the table. Yeah. Right? Let's put all our cards out on the table and let's just get the details out. Like, what are your expectations? Here are my expectations. And so that has a multiplying effect where, like, if you're the guy at the convention, if you're the guy at the convention who pays ahead and you do the work, like, they're going to talk to the other artists and they're going to know if this guy comes up to the table, he's not screwing around. Yeah, exactly. Is it safe to say, Yoshi, that that the vast majority of commissions that you've gotten done were 100% payment upfront?
I would say maybe not the first two, just due to my lack of experience of how the whole thing works. Like, artists will be like, so it'll be half up front, and I'm like, no, I'm paying for it. Now, when they say that, like, it's half up front or a third up front, I'm like, no, I'm paying for it all. We're done communicating. Like, here's your money, get me the piece when it's done.
Right. Okay.
And I'm not that curt with them, mind you. I'm a nice person, believe it or not.
No, for sure. I mean, I imagine so. If
you want if you just want the bullet points, like, just get everything done. Like, they're at the convention, assuming it's at a convention, to make money. Like, get out of their way. Let them make money.
Right. No, for sure. Out of curiosity, have you ever paid for a commission that fell apart? Like, in other words, the deal fell apart. So you agreed, everything was agreed to. You sent the guy payment or the gal payment. They took the payment, and for any reason whatsoever, ultimately you did not get that commission at all. Did that ever happen?
Yes, but that is few and far between.
My headphones are dying. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Sorry, Yevgeny. What did you say?
Headphones are dying for some reason.
You what?
Headphones are dying. His batteries are running out.
Oh, okay. Do what you have to do, my friend. Yeah, do whatever you have to do. Yeah. Okay, and are you willing to share, Yoshi, what reason that may have been? Like, just one reason, like, what could it have been that just sort of made it fall apart?
By fall apart, you mean just not receiving it, or just looking?
Yeah, was it I guess it depends. You're right, because fall apart kind of means, okay, sorry about that. Not exactly necessarily the best turn of phrase. I guess, have you ever had something where you paid the artist, they got the money, and it ultimately, the artist ultimately just decided, they changed their mind, I guess. for some reason, and oh, you know what? Yeah, no, I'm just not going to do this. Or, I don't know, anything like that.
So I've paid for commissions. I've not received them. I haven't received updates, and
Okay.
you make a list in your head not to work with those folks again.
All right.
For what their reasons for not completing it are, I like to assume the best in people, and they just got busy. Like, again, everybody's trying to make money and trying to keep a name in the business. So, if Marvel or DC is handing your work, you're not so concerned about Yoshi's sketch cover. You're not so concerned about the page for his comic.
Yeah. I get you. Okay. What about you, Newell? Have you had anything that where you it kind of fell apart on you
No.
after you paid? You know what I mean? Like, no, everything's come through ultimately.
Yeah, I've gotten every commission I've ever paid for.
Okay. Because I wanted to show you guys a couple of comments here. Kind of funny by Jason, Southern Comic Geek himself. The strangest sketch story I have is where I talked to the artist and I told him who I wanted him to draw, a character he was known for. I come back and he drew another character entirely. He said it was because he didn't want to do the other one. So it's like you're talking to a Batman artist, right? Somebody who's known for Batman. He does a lot of Batman, and you say, "Hey, can you do me a Batman sketch in my sketchbook?" And he says, "Yeah, sure." And here's how much it costs. Okay, here's the money. Thank you very much. All right, yeah, I'll come back at the end of the day and I'll see if you've finished it. And then you come back at the end of the day, and it's like he gives you Wolverine, and you're like, "But where's my Batman? I'm not the Wolverine guy." And he's like, "Oh yeah, I just didn't feel like drawing Batman." Come on, man. Come on.
Did that happen to you, Yoshi?
That happened to you, Yoshi?
No. I want to say that, like, so when I commission in person, because that sounds like a convention commission. Like, I print out what I want and I take it to them. Like, I print out in writing. This is what I want. I provide reference art. I'm so anal retentive. I'll actually like go to Office Max and get one of those file folders and hand it to them and be like, "There's no misunderstanding here. This is what I want." And they'll look at it and they're like, "Jesus, you're anally retentively organized." So, because I've seen people like, I want, Ghost Rider, and they come back and it's like, well, this is Superman, because it was a verbal exchange. There's nothing they're getting so many commissions at a convention, they can't look at the list and be like, "Oh, I'm supposed to draw this instead of that. I just know this guy wanted something."
Right. No, you know what? Being anal retentive for these reasons, I think it's very good. I think it's like you improve your chances that things won't get fucked up, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
The idea is to just reduce the point of failure to zero as much as you can.
Yeah. That's exactly. Yeah, exactly. There you go. See, Yevgeny is back. He's hearing us. Are you hearing us okay now, my friend? Yeah. Everything's all right with you. Okay, that's good.
I'm glad I always have a spare.
Yeah, I'm glad too. That's good. You didn't have to say bye-bye, good night to you already.
Yeah.
But
yeah, Yoshi looks sounds like very easy to work for.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of guy you want. Maybe you gotta practice instead of drawing humans, characters. Yevgeny, now you have to start learning how to draw the meticulous and annoying job of doing robots.
I would think Yevgeny could knock that out of the park looking at the buildings in the back of his Batman piece.
Oh, for sure.
That is a straight line master right there.
I would definitely give it my best shot. I'll tell you that. I love Transformers, and I've seen a lot of great Transformers art. So I used to watch the cartoons too when I was younger.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
You're into it also. Wow.
Even in Russia, I remember watching.
Oh, in Russia?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
This is the only time I will say this, but in communist Russia, Transformers transform you.
Oh,
I've
boy.
I
been
saw
sitting
that
on
coming.
that.
I should have seen that coming. Yeah,
Man, let's
That's
talk
good.
about low fruit.
nice. I won't run into that one.
So Yoshi and Newell, TJ wants to know, if you pay up front at a show, do you ask the artist to sign like a receipt, just give you some kind of proof that you've already paid? Do you ever do that, or you just kind of take it for granted that they're going to write your name down and it'll be okay? Either one of you.
I've never done that.
Okay.
I feel
No.
like Yoshi has the paperwork and he's like, here.
You feel Yoshi has the paperwork already?
I hand them everything. It's shocking how many times I'll say, like, this is what I want. And like, oh, okay, cool. Do you need this back, or can I keep? I'm like, no, keep it. Like, that's your reference. I'm done with it. It's all part of the ancillary cost of commissioning that doesn't get talked about enough. Like, you make commission, like, I'm using sketch covers because that's what got me started in this, but $500 for a sketch cover. But by God, if you don't have the archival bag and boards, if you don't have the comic folio to carry it home in, and if you don't have the money to print out the 2 or 3 pages of references and the text to go along with it, what are you doing? Like, it's never the price that's put up front. There's ancillary costs that you need to be aware of, and you shouldn't bitch about it either. Like, if you really want this,
any hobby, right?
It is, but what I hear and what I see online and what I've noticed in watching some of Rubén's videos is, like, people are just upset about those ancillary costs. Like, you mean I paid Yevgeny $1,500 for Batman, and now I have to pay for shipping and handling? By God, man, it's a $1,500 piece. Like, you should be so grateful.
Right, exactly.
Okay, in fairness, I know that's a little bit of an exaggeration, being facetious.
Yes.
Like, obviously, typically the person knows they're going to have to pay for shipping, but I'm on your side, Yoshi. Here, let me get rid of the comment for a sec. I'm on your side in the sense that, they're typically not going to be like, what? Got to pay shipping? But they will, some of them will be like, what? I pay $25 for shipping? But
again,
but these guys on eBay only charge me $10. Like, what? What are you talking about?
This is an Amazon. This is an Amazon. The
Yeah.
two things, guys, the two things artists hate the most, Yevgeny, tell me if I'm wrong, asking for money, asking for payment, and shipping. So, Rubén, the reason you and I touched base with each other, the reason why you're my new best friend is because you taught me how to ship art properly. And I have since followed that to the package art. Yeah. And I've got a guide. I'm going to post it on the internet so everybody else can benefit from it. But the fact that I can ship that to artists and they can just put the art in and the return envelope is filled out and all they have to do is take it to the thing. Like, that has been the biggest boon to what I do. It's insane how helpful that's been for me, Rubén. Like, I am so grateful.
Oh no, my pleasure. My pleasure.
I don't know your shipping method, Rubén. Do you guys use Masonite?
It's straight Masonite, but that's because I have it pre-cut 12 by 18. Masonite is very flexible, right? So I find the reason I cut it down to 12 by 18 is because most of the art that I sell is 11 by 17, right? So I feel like half an inch around each edge, each of the 4 edges, half an inch is more than enough. And by keeping it 12 by 18, especially how I tape it up, okay, it really strengthens the Masonite even more. I feel it's the lightest weight, at the same time strong packing material of anything else I can find, and for a reasonable cost as well. That's obviously important, right? But the one thing to know, though, Stingray, I am not a fan of, and this doesn't get said enough, I'm not a fan of Masonite when you're talking about large art, because for large art, it's really flexible. It really flexes a lot, and then it could snap pretty easy. It wouldn't take much to snap it,
Yeah.
I have one guy I commissioned from who, up until Rubén shared me his mystical ways, who would ship me his art sandwiched in plexiglass.
Ooh.
which
crazy.
which is better than masonite, mind you, but the cost is not efficient. Like the first time, because it was like the second or third commission after Rubén showed me how to do this, I sent him the masonite, but I also included like a template pre-printed. Like, if you want to do this, dude, this is how you go through it and buy it. And he switched to doing it that way because it just wasn't cost effective to keep doing plexiglass.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I will say, like, the masonite, I have one piece come back where somewhere in the shipping it just landed on a corner, and thank God for that little bit of buffer, because otherwise the piece would have been crunched. But
exactly.
So, and I can't reuse that one anymore, but I've been able to reuse several of the others so far, and that's great.
Right. And Newell, just to finish answering your question.
Yeah.
So for larger art, okay. So I will say that this past summer, when I was selling Mike Perkins the pages for Batman the First Night, because they were 16.5 by 21, I did decide to go and get masonite cut for those. And again, I got them cut just enough so that, it wasn't too much extra space, right?
Yeah.
And I will say, sure, those packages were a little bit flexible, but the way I spend so much time on, it's not how necessarily only how much tape you use, but it's how I tape it. I take so long to stretch the tape over each edge.
Sure.
And you know what I mean? And the more you stretch the tape, it really strengthens ultimately the package itself, you know?
Yeah. So for the record, I also use masonite when I ship art. Hello, chat.
Hello, chat.
Huh?
Oh.
So
what did it say?
It said hello.
Hello, chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it was reversed earlier.
Yeah. But just so you know, for larger art, I often am I have no choice but to use cardboard. However, no matter what I do, okay, because some people hear cardboard and they're like, oh God, no, you know. No. It's one thing to say, oh, I'll take 2 flattened priority mailboxes and sandwich the art like that. No, that's stupid. That's not cardboard. When I say I use cardboard, trust me, by the time it's finished being taped up and it's ready to ship, my cardboard packages are at least as strong as my masonite ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So my point is, whatever use whatever material you're going to use, but keep cognizant of the fact that your first priority should be protect the art at all costs. And not just, oh yeah, I got these freebies from the post office, I'll use a couple of these and like ship it off. No, like use enough that it's really, really. So here's the thing. The way I put it is this: if when you have to use anything, whether it's foam core boards or cardboard, whatever, okay, whatever you do, I always say this as a rule of thumb: make it so that it is strong enough that the only way you could fold it in half or have it, crack in half, is if you purposely had to try to do it. In other words, like if you took it and started wailing away on top of an iron bar, you know what I mean? Like, So make sure it can't, if it falls off the conveyor belt at the factory, and some guy walks on top of it or whatever, like make sure that he won't crush it in half.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what I do is I make sure no matter what material I'm using, within to reason, only a freak accident where heavy machinery is involved could really break my packages, is what I'm basically, you know what I mean? Yeah.
And I just want to reiterate, take that onus off the artist, send it to them to put it in and mail it back to you. Don't artists
if you're worried,
shipping.
I don't particularly. Yoshi is so you guys should know. Yoshi started telling me that that's what he's been doing. He will spend the extra money to ship them the package to say, hey, please, I'm sending you the package, ship it back to me in this. which is great. I don't say you have to do that, but I do say if you're not sure how the artist or whoever you're, even if we're not talking commissions, even just somebody selling you a piece of art that's already drawn, and if you're not sure how they're going to ship it or pack it, I should say, I would say ask them. Always ask. Hey, sorry, can you just tell me exactly how you plan to pack this?
I've gotten those artists who've been in the industry for decades who are like, "Oh, don't worry about it. It's going to be okay." And I get it, and it's an accordion.
You get it?
Like,
yeah, you get it. You're like, what the hell was this? Oh my
God.
Like,
no artist got into this business thinking, I want to spend my life at the United States Postal Service. They got into it to draw. So just take that problem away from them. Just send them the thing. They can put it in. They drop it off. Life's good.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
it.
so
It's an option.
We can mention the places we ship from, right?
What do you mean?
Okay, I don't ever going to ship with USPS for a near future because I've been running into four pieces I have shipped out, and recent one as an example. Luckily, I'm insuring every single piece for the amount that the client paid.
Okay.
But this piece was shipped to Tennessee.
Okay.
It ended up in California, in Oakland. I have no idea what's going on. I had to go to post office now, spend my time going to post office, figuring out, hey guys, can we figure this out? So they have to flag everything, make sure it starts moving back to the right place. So I've had 4 bad experiences in the past half a year with USPS. And I decided to ship with UPS the other day, and it got there in 2 days.
So I had that happen recently too. I sent a piece of art in Masonite via USPS to Florida, and it disappeared off of the tracking after about a week. There's no update for about 2.5 weeks. And so the guy that I sent it to was getting kind of antsy. We both have collection insurance, so like that's not an issue. Because I put, made sure it needed a signature, which is one of the requirements for the insurance. But like, where did it go? Where's the friggin' package? So I put in a missing, package search request so that they would go look for it. And a few days later, the tracking updated magically, popped up, and somehow it was in New Jersey. That's the complete wrong direction, right? I'm in Virginia, so it's straight south to Florida, and somehow it went north to freaking Jersey. And then a few days later, it ended up in Florida, and then it got to the last post office usually before it gets to him, right? That's what he told me. And it's still, he says in his experience, after it gets there, it should be there like the next day. It still took like an additional 3 or 4 days to show up at his door. So it all total, it took over a month for this piece to get there, and I sent it priority mail, so it should have been there like within 5 days maximum.
Yeah, it says 2 to 3 days.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I should say it's so funny. I was just speaking yesterday to our friend Matt Kennedy, who is my co-host on a lot of the shows. He emailed me. And he showed me a picture of this package. He's like, and it had the sticky pouches that you stick on it, right? To put the print out or whatever. It had like 5 sticky pouches on it. I was like, what the hell is this? How come it has so many? And I thought I was thinking, oh, okay, because like a lot of us, as long as the package is still solid and it's strong, we will recycle and keep using the same packages, right?
Yeah.
And but no, he was showing me this picture of this package that had all these things on it because it was a package he had shipped. He sold art to somebody and shipped it 2.5 years ago, and it got lost. He refunded the customer, right, a few months later.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday he was told out of the blue, hey, here's their package. We're going to be sending it back to you.
Wow.
2.5 years later. Can you imagine? Yeah. Wow. And he said it's in the box of it's cardboard, thick cardboard package. He says it's still in great condition, and the art was fine. He said the reason it had all those sticky pouches is because for 2.5 years, it had traveled to many different places. He didn't tell me where. I said, shit, next time you're on the channel, you're going to have to tell that story for sure. You got to come out and tell that story. And he collects commissions once in a while too. So maybe I'll have him on one of these commission shows, you know, then yeah. So that's pretty a crazy story, you know.
I don't want to start a fight. I am a huge postal nerd for whatever that's worth. Like, I know that this is all about feelings, and if we're more comfortable with FedEx, we use FedEx. If we're more comfortable with DHL, we use DHL. I am just a postal nerd. They deliver more mail than anybody else in the world with a 98% success rate. Stanley said in the comments there, I think the United States Postal Service is getting their funding cut. They're not. They're self-funded. The government does not fund the Postal Service at all. They are entirely self-funded.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Now I'm done being a nerd.
Mickey, check out what's up, Mickey. So Mickey says after not getting commission, he's never been like a commission guy. After not getting them, I signed up for one. But Mickey, quickly tell me when this happened. I'm curious. I signed up for one. It took almost a year for the artist to send me a scan of the completed art, and I have been waiting. Oh, so you're still in the process. I've been waiting 2 months for him to ship it. Yeah, that's like awful. I hate when they do that.
They get in it to a draw. They don't get in it to ship, guys. Don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Copy says, creased cardboard that left impressions and indents on the art because it was uneven was the worst I've ever experienced. I was given a partial refund and decided to keep it. Yeah, I mean, that's when you have a choice. Whatever, you make your choices and you live with them, I guess, you know. You can also get more girth in your masonite. Sure. And similar with another piece, the artist redid it entirely and resent it. Nice. Okay.
Nice.
Well,
I've done that before.
Yeah. You mean you had to redo a piece?
It was my personal kind of a belief that if I messed up, I didn't package it strong enough. When it got there, the piece was damaged, and the post office, there was no way post office was gonna do much refunding because I had to have a artwork and package in hand, and it was on the West Coast.
Right.
As I told him, I'll do a similar commission. It will not look exactly the same, but it will be of the same character with the same concept thing going. And he was happy for me to do that. So,
and see, if that would have been me, I'd be happy with that resolution. That would be a sign to me that you're doing the best from your end to make the situation right, even though it was out of your control.
Yes,
yeah.
I feel the same way.
Yeah,
and then he ordered another commission after that. So,
see, there you go, because you did right by him and you took care of the situation.
Yep.
Look what Sean says, guys. This blows my mind, and especially because he's talking about an artist who I despise. Okay, I had Pat Broderick mail me a commission inside a flattened priority mailbox, and the art was shoved inside it, peeled off the interior sticker guard, so the art was stuck to the glue.
Ooh.
Like, this is a guy who's been working in professional comics since the mid-70s, right? He's been doing commissions for decades.
Yeah.
Like, what do you like? There's no excuse for that. There's really no excuse. That's just lazy. I don't want to go and get proper packaging, so I'm gonna do this way and hope for the best and hope that you don't complain after. Like, that's just, he doesn't give a shit, Sean. Stop getting commissions from that guy. Whatever. Stanley says don't overpack too. Yeah, well, not many people really, buy so much art that, you have to worry about overpacking really anyways, but also use a bag over your package to prevent accidents. So you're talking about another kind of bag and another kind of accident. That's doing too much. Carlos, what is doing too much, Carlos? Oh, I think you were. That was back when Yoshi was talking about sending them the package, maybe. I think so, because it was about 10 minutes ago. Sorry, I'm way behind. You guys are awesome with the comments. That's why I'm 10 minutes behind here. But a lot of jokes too, of course. As a commissioner, your job is to make the request and pay what is agreed to. That's true. That is true. UPS definitely painful. USPS definitely painful as of late. Look, guys,
go off on them forever.
And I agree. I think it is only as of late because they picked up the Amazon contract, started delivering their packages on the weekends of whatever. I think that overloaded them. They have too much to keep up for now. And not
Yeah, there's too much.
manpower.
Yeah. That's it. But guys, I speak to a lot of collectors on a regular basis. I can tell you, and I've said this a million times. Every time somebody says, "Oh, lately, USPS has been so bad," whatever, like, okay, that's fine. But at the same time, I'm telling you, I also have people telling me, "Oh my God, has been terrible for me lately," or UPS has been like, I'm telling you, at any given time of year, there's plenty of people having problems with all of those, so you have to just go with the one who you currently prefer, and that's it, right? Like, that's it. That's all you can do, So
I will say this: I've been insuring pieces that have been shipped to me lately, and getting that money out of the insurance has been a very easy process. Like, it's not. They want a photo and then they send you the check. It's pretty seamless.
Yeah, anything over a certain price point, I definitely make sure that it's insured, because I just don't want to, no matter how well you package it, it could still just disappear. It's just part of doing business,
It's the game.
Yeah, exactly.
So Antoine asks about the insurance, right? So how does the shipping insurance work? So if a commission cost $1,000 and you insured it for $1,000, the client will be made whole. But what about the artist and his time? Well, I used to think the same way, Antoine, because it's kind of confusing when you think about it. But actually, if you do think about it carefully, what happens is, remember this, right? The artist, they're the ones who took in $1,000, right? But what you're paying for is for insurance, right? So think about it. The artist still has the $1,000. Now the commissioner says, "Oh, I never got it," right? I never got it. So the artist says, "But I insured it." Well, hopefully they insured it, right? If they say they insured it, then you got to wait to go through the process, of course. But eventually the insurance pays out, right? So now you have the insurance paying out the $1,000 plus the $1,000 that the artist initially got. So everybody's covered. So there you go. That's the answer to that.
Right. And I will tell people who are shipping me art, can you add insurance to this? I'm paying for shipping already. I will pay you extra for the insurance.
Right.
Yeah.
And Carlos, I think this was about the Matt Kennedy thing I said. Was the package pictured, wrapped, or unwrapped? I mean, it was a cardboard package. So it looked exactly like when Matt had sent it, except covered in a bunch of those sticky pouches, because it had traveled a long time throughout 2.5-year period, Sean says, "I got a better story. I mailed art to a guy in Venezuela that never arrived. 2 years later, I got it back in the same unopened box with lots of wear."
That's crazy.
That's wild. 2 years. But it's amazing that it eventually came back, at least it wasn't stolen. You probably thought it got stolen along the way somewhere, and eventually, who knows where it was? That's the crazy part, really, right?
Yeah, I'm still wondering what happened in the last couple of years. I've shipped works to Milan in Italy, to Hong Kong, to Ireland, and they all got there no problem within a month. And now we're having all this issue within the country.
Really? Okay. Well, I can say that I sent to Asia, an Asian country, recently, and it took I think it was 11 days, and the estimated time was supposed to be I think 13 days. So it actually even got there early. So again, it's only one example, obviously, but yeah, I was happy to see that, and that was the post office, by the way. But mind you, Canada Post. I'm in Canada, so.
Oh, that's different. That doesn't
No,
count.
no, but it really isn't though. I know it's funny, but it really isn't, because trust me, we've had our problems. I mean, our postal workers went on strike for a month.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah, they screwed up your Christmas.
December.
Yeah.
What's that, Yoshi?
I said they screwed up your Christmas. I remember.
Yeah, exactly. And it was the government that forced them back to work. So they still don't have an agreement, and they were forced back to work on a 5 or 6 month agreement. So if they don't come to an agreement again by, I believe it's May 1st, so that's not even 2 weeks away, 2.5 weeks away from now, they're going on strike again if there's no agreement. So we're really in the shit. Like, it's really, really, yeah, whatever, you know. Anyways, I did want to ask you guys, those of you not with me here in the studio, because of the fact of, you know, with so many things to talk about, time flies. It's 11:45 Eastern, obviously. Well, you know, you guys can see it's 2 hours, 45 minutes in. Can you guys honestly tell me, how are you doing on time? We didn't get a chance to talk about it before the show, because we still didn't even get to our awesome topic of art directing, you know, which I'd like to get into now. But how are you? You're okay, Yevgeny? What about you, Yoshi and Newell? You're okay? Good. That's good. You okay? Excellent. All right. So if we're good, then I know that most of the guys in the chat are good.
You know,
How are you, Rubén?
I'm always awesome. Come on, man. You know that.
You know that the chat would be here to watch you read from the phone book. I mean,
yeah, basically, they give me the encouragement, because most of them are able to stick around no matter how long.
These nerds have nothing better to do, and they know it.
There you go, man. All right, so yeah, so here's the thing. Before we tackle the art directing commissions, do you and should you? And from the artist's perspective, what do you feel about when people try to art direct you? All right, so that's going to be a great topic. Before we do that, though, again, as I said earlier, since we never really kind of planned how we would do the art, you want to do a little bit of a show and tell and just show at least some, if not all, of your guys' art, or some of you, I believe, did. Newell did. I knew at least one of your pieces was related to the art directing.
Oh yeah.
Chat, right? So at least that one I can save, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yoshi and Yevgeny, did either? Well, no. For Yevgeny, obviously, I selected yours, right? I was the one who chose yours, so I can show those whenever. But Yoshi, was any of your choices related to wanting to say something in specific about the topic of commissioning? Like, did you want me to show them as you wanted to say something about them?
You know, I think if you know, I would assume that there are people in the chat who are going to watch on Rewind who are considering getting their first commission.
Right. There's always, yeah, it's possible. Sure.
And I feel like if you want to show the first image of mine, that would be a good example of showing expectations, maybe.
Okay. Okay, give me a second.
It's the group picture. It's I think it was 001.
Oh, the one that you said you cheated on.
Yeah.
Yeah. By include. Oh yeah, you're I believe if my memory of 30, what is it, 38 years ago now or something, of Batman, I want to say 423 possibly, the McFarlane homage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Let me just quickly catch up to these guys' comments real quick. Look at Stanley. What the hell is that all about? Insurance is a scam. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that, Stanley. Like, as long as they pay out, you know, if you're dealing with somebody you can trust to pay out, if you need them to pay out, it's not a scam.
If he's talking about medical insurance, he might be right.
Oh, that's a different thing. That's a whole different thing. Let's not even get into. That's a whole different channel, baby. You know.
A whole nother country problem for you.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this. What Tom says. I've shipped 2 packages recently with trackers inside. Trackers inside? You mean like a Spidey tracker? What do you mean?
Like the Apple AirPod tracker thing.
Yeah, right. Or
AirTag.
Yeah, the tiles. Yeah.
Oh, but doesn't that cost money?
Well, yeah.
Sure.
So the idea is, and what I've heard some people say.
Oh, he says it right there. So the person can send it back to me. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Oh,
but that way, if the package gets lost, you can look at your phone and know where it was last.
Yeah, got you. Yeah, that's cool. So look at Dennis. Dennis says, I've never had a big problem with USPS. With the other acronyms I've had, the worst luck. See, that's what I'm saying, Dennis. Right, Dennis? Like, that's what I'm saying. If you
said, Rubén, like,
yeah. Anybody, ask everybody.
I've
Ask
had
enough people.
USPS have problems, and at least once I've had a package art shipped to me from England, and FedEx lost the package completely.
Right.
If you look at the numbers of just straight up delivery success rates, it's like UPS and then everybody else is all distant second.
Right, but that doesn't play into my confirmation bias.
I understand. No, we have to use our feelings. I got you, man.
Right.
It's your Stingray. You ship it the way you want.
Yeah, and guys, Sean makes a good point though. Insofar as the insurance part is concerned, it's a good point, right? Like if a seller, because if you're the buyer, let's say you're the buyer, and it has to be the seller, right? Let's say with the USPS, for example, it's the sender who has to be responsible. Let's say it doesn't matter who pays for it, right? That can be agreed to, but they're the one responsible for having it insured with the USPS, right? The sender. But he's right. You have to hope that he pays you for the art.
No.
Right? No. Isn't it?
I think I might have jumped ahead. So you pay for a piece to be commissioned. The sender insures it. They send you a picture of the receipt. If it comes damaged to you, you as the receiver get to submit that and claim the refund.
But is that right? Because so maybe they handle damaged stuff differently than they handle lost stuff.
Well, I know if you're sending something that's supposed to be there in 6 days or 10 days or whatever their thing is, if it misses that, you're entitled to the refund, whether you receive it or not.
Right. But what I'm saying is when it's a lost situation, they will always tell you, the United States Postal Service and Canada Post, both will tell you, they'll ask you, are you the sender or the receiver? And if they say, if you say, oh, I'm the receiver, they're going to say, oh, okay, you have to tell, please ask the sender to call us. They're the ones who have to file the claim for lost packages. That's absolutely how it always works.
I haven't had that experience.
Okay.
Well, all the lost packages that have happened, diverted to other places, for me, eventually did get to the right place. So luckily, I didn't have to file for any of that.
Yeah. Me too, actually. This happened to me recently. In fact, it's so funny because that whole postal strike that happened here in Canada, I had in November, I had two guys place orders off my website. And I told them, I said, you know what, man, the post office workers are going on strike next week. I really would feel more comfortable. Let's just wait it out, right? And plus, it's mid-November. At this time of year, I usually ask people, I don't force them, but I usually ask by mid-November, hey, if you're not in a hurry, I would really rather wait until Christmas is over. Let me get to the new year, and then I'll ship you whatever, unless you insist, right? But I would prefer that. And so they were cool with it. They were like, yeah, no hurry, no problem, that's fine. Okay. So then the strike happens. It lasts a month. The people are forced back to work. So by mid-December, they're starting to work again. But of course, mid-December, even less reason for me to want to ship something, put something in the mail. Not only because it's right in the busiest time of year, but also because Canada, after being shut down for an entire month, it's going to take time for them to get everything, all the backlog and all that stuff, right? So I said, guys, let me wait until, a week or two into the new year at least. And then, and then it should be okay. And then I'll send it. Okay. Yeah, no problem. They were very cool. And so then 1 week in, on the 7th day of the new year, January 7th, I'm like, okay, I think it should be okay. They've been back at work for 3 weeks now. I think it's going to be okay. So I send both packages, okay, at the same exact time, same day. They were both scanned the next day in New York, okay? So from Montreal to New York, it usually takes a day, right? So it crossed the border and in the United States at the same exact minute, right? After that, that was it. Nothing. They 2 weeks go by, 3 weeks go by, nothing's getting updated, whatever. Finally, I'm like, oh, God. So I call and I say, look, I'd like to file a claim. It looks like these things are lost, Okay, they go through this whole process of investigating. They have to do an investigation, which is great. Usually, I could tell you, my entire career doing this stuff, every time I called for investigation because the package is missing, literally no longer than 4 days later, the package is delivered. It's so good. Like, I don't know what happens, but whatever it is that they do, as soon as you open a trace on the package, man, they find it and they deliver it,
Yep.
But this time, imagine this time, 4 days passed, 5 days passed. I got nothing, right? 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I'm like, oh man, I can't believe. And by the way, I always prided myself on the fact that after 28 years of shipping and receiving artwork in the mail, I have never had a package lost, ever. I've never lost a single one. Thousands of packages, by the way, okay, back and forth. Wow. Never lost one. And finally, I'm like, oh my God, not only am I finally going to break my streak and something's going to get lost, but 2 of them at the same time that I shipped on the same day? How is that possible,
Yeah.
Thank God it gets to the point where they reach out and they say, okay, yeah, we're going to pay you out. But I hadn't, I'm not going to get into the whole reasons why, because that's for another time. But I usually don't insure, okay? Because of issues of cross-border issues, it's different, right? So I don't usually insure, but because I'm an honest person, if I ever have to, if something did happen and somebody, the package was lost permanently, I've always lived knowing that I'm going to pay them out of my pocket, that's it. I'll just give them their money back. There you go. And so it got so close to that point where I was going to pay these guys out. I was probably a week away. I was telling them both, like, give me another week, guys. And if I hear nothing else from the post office, I'll be sending you guys checks in the mail or whatever, money orders. And all of a sudden, I made one more check of the tracking on the website. And all of a sudden, boom, the packages had been tracked. All of a sudden, they appeared on the tracking and they were starting to move again.
Yep.
Like, oh my God. And then a few days later, they were both delivered. It was like so crazy, Just when I finally thought the streak was over, I finally have lost patent. No, my streak is alive, baby. Woo! 100%. 28 years, thousands of packages. You can still buy from me, everyone. All right. But anyways, yeah, it just goes to show, anything can happen. Who knows why these things disappear? And it's crazy that sometimes they still get delivered, even after, again, months, 2.5 years, whatever.
As long as it works out and it gets delivered and non-damaged, that's fine.
And that story, guys, about Matt Kennedy and his 2.5 years of this thing going around and around. Not only did it turn out good for him that way, but it also turned out great for him because he ended up contacting the guy he initially sold it to and then refunded. And he said, hey, you're not going to believe it, but this thing appeared and it got sent back to me. Are you interested in it still? The guy said, yeah. He resold it to him and he reshipped it to him. He's reshipping it to him. So it's going to turn out to be even better, right? Because it's the sale finally ends up going through the 2.5 years later. Like, yeah. So wow. Very, very crazy. But okay, let's get into this, everybody. We'll jump with the images. And yeah, Yoshi, let me put this one here. Let me go back to the new. Here we go. This one. And here we go. Talk to us a little bit about these commissions. This theme you seem to got going here. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right. So, yeah. The homage to Batman. Am I right with the number? Is it Batman 423 or do I have the number wrong?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Yeah. Cool.
So, this is an example of me giving 3 directions, the exact same 3 directions to all 4 artists. And that was replace the Batman character with so-and-so, replace the female character with so-and-so, and that I feel the cape is as much of a character as the 2 actual characters. Okay?
I agree.
No other direction. No other direction. So if we start with Doctor Strange, this is Randy Emberlin did this. I believe he did it at an Emerald City Comic Con for me. I didn't say to add the moon. I didn't say he needed to be standing on a cliff. It looks like he's got him on a floating piece of land there in his little mystical world. I just like how it turned out. Like, he had fun with it, and I enjoy it because of that. It's so obvious he had fun with it. Zorro was done by Brandon Cahill, and the thing that stuck out with me the first time I saw this piece were the bats. I felt like the bats were far better than Todd McFarlane ever drew bats. But it's not a character he's used to drawing. He liked the fact that it was a different character than what he was used to drawing. And to me, he had fun with it too. He really went to town on the cliff with the lines there. I'm happy with it. The Transformers piece is that's Coronation Starscream. So he shows up in that outfit in the '86 movie and dies less than a couple of minutes later. And he's holding RC. This artist, this is Casey Colher. He went to town on this. He drew one of Cybertron's moons in the background with all that detail. Instead of bats, he used the cassette Transformers flying around in the background.
Yeah.
He really tried to mimic Todd McFarlane's cape.
And was that with the cassettes in the background? Was that your idea, or he just kind of went with it?
I told them all the same three things.
Oh, really? Okay, that was it.
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
Cool.
With the exception of Casey, I will say this: in that particular blank sketch cover, the character box was also blank, and I asked him if he would throw Optimus Prime in there. That's probably the only deviation from what I asked. The fourth one there is Gambit, drawn by James Stark. Super highly detailed artist. I bumped into him at
Yoshi. Sorry, Yoshi. Did you say James Stark? Like
yes,
STARK?
Yes, sir.
James Stark, everyone. Okay, thank you. Yeah,
he's got a background. He was working on I forget the series, but he was working on a He-Man series, doing the artwork for that. That's primarily where people will know him. But you go to his booth and he's got a little bit of everything. And I asked him to draw Gambit and Rogue for me. The card in Gambit's hand was his idea. I love that. He said that he struggled a lot with the moon in the background, but I couldn't be more happy with it.
Oh, that's cool. That's important.
But
it's the most important thing.
It's a good example of, you really have to spell out exactly what you want with an artist, because they all interpret what you say differently. And I really left this, I felt like, really open-ended, where they chose the background, they chose what they stood on. I felt like it gave them the permission to have fun with it, and they did.
Yeah, and all of those came out really great.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah. Out of curiosity, how big is this theme? Or are these the only 4, or do you have more?
These are the only 4 I have. I do have I've got other characters I'd like to see done. But this is when I go to a convention for fun, like if I see an artist, or I'm looking for an artist, like, oh, let's have them do so-and-so.
Yeah. CJ wants to know which one's your favorite, if you have one.
Oh, come on. I'm a Transformers nerd. And ironically enough, that was the first one I had done.
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And that's a great start then, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Well, you know what? Yeah, guys, because that topic it could go on for hours, but or at least you guys need to leave. So let's continue. We'll do the art. We'll get the art out of the way, and then we'll just finish with just chat. You know what I mean? If that's cool with you guys. Okay, so we got that one, and then we got a couple of your fanfic covers, right? So this is for issue, I believe, 49. There we go. I love this one. Marcus, this is for you. Yeah, that's. I love tanks. So
I love tanks too. Yeah.
You do. Yeah.
So what you can't tell with this, because it's not colored, is that's actually G2 Megatron, and G2 Megatron is the first time they changed his art form, his alt mode, into a tank.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh
So
yeah.
he's
I'm not
green and
hardcore
purple.
Transformers guy, so I wouldn't know these
Right.
things. But okay,
So
interesting.
he's gonna if you see the colored version, he's green with purple camo
Oh,
splotches
really?
on him.
Oh,
Yeah. Very
okay.
that 90s like hyper almost neon color.
Okay.
The artist on this is Chris Batista. So I reached out to Chris because he did the original. What was it? He did G.I. Joe, American Hero 139 through 140. He was the artist that basically
Oh yeah,
introduced
that's
Transformers
right. He did.
Generation
Yeah,
2 to the world.
yeah. He
And it
did
was nice to have him a part of this particular cover because of that. And
Right.
it's we used a Sergeant Rock cover as a reference piece.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
oh, that's why
yeah.
I think it says. I think it says that it's like a after somebody. It's or it says homage on it somewhere. Is that possible?
Yeah,
Yeah,
on the gun.
On the gun. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah.
cool.
And if anybody who's curious, if they go to the website, I've got all of that listed on the page for this piece.
Yes,
And
and
for
again, everyone, as always, check out the link below to get to the website, and all the rest of his socials you'll find them there anyway. So yeah.
And for the static, for the static in the middle tank like this symmetrical kind of pose with slightly tilted, cannon, and you have a really nice movement down low with the character himself, reaching out and moving through the picture. That's really enjoy that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I love that. It's very cool. And when you do these, when you get these commissions for the monthly issues, it's funny. I feel like it's got to be an interesting dichotomy because, on the one hand, you're keeping to a monthly schedule, Yoshi. With your writing, you keep to that schedule, like you said, right? And yet, commissioning in general, across the board, if you include all artists together, typically you're not getting your commissions back within a month. So I wonder, is it typically that like you're kind of like you're, I don't know, X amount of issues ahead in your writing that you haven't received your cover commissions for, like multiple issues that you've written already, I assume? Oh, that's another story.
It is.
Let
me make it. Let me see if I can make it quick. It quick.
Okay.
So the idea is to take the burden off the artist generally, right? So I give them a window of, I try to make sure it's no less than 3 months. Like, I need this piece scanned in and digitally sent to me by the end of 3 months so I can get the colorist on it, and if need be, the letterer on it. And so I have enough time to not only get it ready for the website, but I can make an animated trailer out of the issue.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
I fell in that trap early on due to lack of experience. Like, let's just do these one at a month and we'll just keep going. Well, that's not a lot of time for most artists, especially if they're working in the industry. Like, they need that leeway. So you got to take the burden off of them and give them that window. My brain just cut out. Give me a second here. So right now, I just happen to be in a sweet spot. I have the next 12 issues written, and I have the next 12 covers in various states of completion.
Oh, wow. Holy crap. Wow.
So by March, if I didn't do anything, I'd be in trouble come April because I got nothing for next year. But I'm good through March of next year.
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah, I guess being anal retentive is good for certain things, for sure. It gets you, do like you're staying like not only on schedule, but like planned out ahead, and you're it's impressive. I'm not joking. I mean, I'm really impressed by that, man. Yeah, that's especially come on, guys, especially that you're not doing this for professional reasons. That's what's really mind blowing about it all. It's your hobby, and you're treating it as a professional. That's fantastic. I admire that, man.
I think it's better than, for most part, it's better than collecting the toys or I'm actually contributing to the fandom in a way. And to me, that's just a real good way to enjoy the hobby. Like, I'm learning about comics, I'm learning about the creation process, and I'm learning about writing.
Yeah. Tom says, and all of this is done like elsewhen. You know what elsewhen is, Yoshi?
I couldn't.
They're just DC back in the 90s. They decided to do stories with their characters that didn't necessarily happen to. They didn't want them to have to take place during current whatever's happening in the usual Batman, Superman, whatever books. So they called it elsewhere. So they're like fantasy stories that don't really count in the continuity of the characters.
So this is I said it earlier, and maybe the commenter wasn't here. This story is filling in the gap between the end of the second season of the 80s cartoon and the 1986 movie. So there's a 20-year gap that Hasbro and Sunbow never filled in. And that's what this is doing. The issue starts in late 86, the first issue. And we're just making our way through time to get to the end. So the last issue will bleed right into the 86 movie. You'll be able to pop in the movie and it'll all make sense.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you, Yoshi. Yeah, so Kavi and Tom now gets it. So Kavi says, like the John Byrne Elsewhere fan fiction adjacent, I guess. Yeah, he did it for fun because Marvel didn't want to publish it, or at least they couldn't come to an agreement. And yeah, like John Byrne does his comic. Exactly. Well, he doesn't do it anymore, but yes, exactly like that. It's all posted free, no cost. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. X-Men Elsewhere. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Thank you, Tom. Yeah. Elsewhere. Yeah. Elseworlds is the DC one, I guess. Whatever, but still more or less the same thing. But yeah, exactly. Thank you. All right, and last but not least, we have the 56th issue cover commission, and that is this one. So tell us a little bit about this, because I was like, I don't know about that kooky, weird-looking creature from a 1940s dinosaur movie.
Sure, and I chose this piece because I figured probably people would be most familiar with this artist. This is Bob Budiansky.
Yes, sir. For sure. Yeah.
So he was heavily involved with not all, but most of the first 50 issues of the original Marvel Transformers.
Right.
And I've had the pleasure of meeting this guy in person, and I've read and watched interviews with him. A lot of these artists who've been around for a while, they've drawn the same 3 or 4 characters over and over and over for artists. And so with him, it's fun to try and find something that he'll enjoy to draw. And he was also, from what I've read, I don't know if it's true, but he was friends with, to some degree, with Herb Trimpe. So this is an homage to Herb's cover for
Godzilla
#1. This character is an Ikyak.
Okay.
and there was a character in Transformers named Cup, and he just talks about these stories, and he talks about them with the Dinobots, and he's like, I remember this fight I had with a giant Ikyak, and so this was us filling out one of Cup's stories with this giant Ikyak, and that's what this creature is. Of course, we've got actual Transformers in the background. But this is kind of like a nod to those people who are like hardcore into the mythology that know, like, oh, that's what that is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's fun. It's fun because see, I like my dinosaurs and monsters like scary, right? So this is more of like very cartoonish or whatever, cutesy or whatever.
Right.
So
but it is what I asked for. I asked for that cartoonish, cutesy look.
For sure. No, nothing wrong with that. Especially that's what you asked for. So that's cool for sure.
Because again, we're trying to mimic the cartoon. We're not trying to mimic the Marvel comic.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So you guys, just so you get another idea. If you haven't already gotten the idea about the length of my shows, look what Tom says here. Always wear a catheter during Rubén's shows, Newell.
I left it in my other pants.
And that actually reminds me, soon when one of you starts talking about something for a while, I know it's going to be for at least a couple of minutes, I'm going to run out just to go get myself. I can't believe I forgot my water. I thought I had it.
Gotta hydrate, man.
But I need a drink, yeah.
Well, why don't you put up the Stingray piece, and I'll talk to Newell about it, and you can go get some water.
It's It's good. Don't worry. That's cool. But have you said everything you want to say about this piece?
Unless you got a question, it's beautiful.
No, I mean it's
I'm
fun.
good.
It's like I don't have any questions myself personally, but it's I gotta say, man, I'm really impressed by what you do. The fact that it's again all non-paid, just because you love it, that's passion, and we should all live out our passions in life. I've always believed, whether great if you can get paid for it, obviously, but even if you can't, and if you're still, it shows how much passion you have for it when you're still willing to put in as much work as you do, Yoshi, for free. I
really like to try to get these artists that have touched Transformers at some point, just to give them another chance to be like, take a stab at it, man.
Yeah. Hey, man, you got time, right? I mean, yeah. I imagine you're going to still be doing the Transformers fanfic writing as long as you kind of are interested.
I think it's a wonderful artistic choice. I think it's a horrible financial choice.
Well, I think we all agree with that. That's not. Yeah.
Because I've listened to plenty of your episodes where you guys are talking about how to, what the goal is to acquiring art, whether it's to display it or flip it or what have you.
Right.
And it's that's been helpful to me to understand what you can do after the fact. Like, I'm not going to be able to take these with me. Right. I'll die one day. So I'll probably do something with them before then, but I'm just not there to think about it yet.
Yeah. No, listen, the point I'm getting at, though, is that for right now, certainly as of right now, you're good doing it, and you're just trudging along every month after month, day after day, writing when you've got your time, right, on your spare time.
That's right.
That's right. Yeah, that's amazing, man.
Hi, PG-13, Carl.
Carl, you missed a lot of you just came as we're ending the TF talk, but I know you, Carl. You will catch it on rewind. So when you have some time,
and I have to say, Yoshi is a Stingray collector. I understand I will never make my money back.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all for the love. It's all for the love.
That is so funny. But okay, excellent. So why don't let me see. Let me go down to the images, and let me here. I got 1, 2, 3. Let me show Newell. Let me show. Do you have a between the Shalvey and the Fowler? Do you have a preference? And what would you like to talk about first?
Up to you.
All right. Let me show the one, because I almost used this one as one of your commission examples when we did our show and tell.
Okay.
I love this one. A fellow Canadian artist here. I mean, not that I'm an artist, but a fellow Canadian, and he's an artist. Here we go. Check this out. Hold on. Let me remove this one. Okay. And check this out, everybody. So yeah, you got that guy. I believe his name is Orca. Is that right?
Yep, that's Orca.
Oh, right? Orca
in the back, Tiger Shark in the front, and that's Mira down in the back.
Yeah, it's an Orca Tiger
Shark
wonderful
piece. Yeah.
Sandwich. Yeah. And what's her name from Alpha Flight again?
Mira, I believe.
No, was it Mira?
Marina.
That's it. Marina. Yeah.
So she's a Canadian too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is one that I got in 22. Tom Fowler was with Cadence Comic Art at the time, so I got an email that said, "Hey, Tom's commission list is open." They had some examples in the email, and I thought his art was really good. I knew his art from he did a book at DC a couple of years ago. Joe Hill wrote it when Joe Hill had a line of horror books, and it was called Basket Full of Heads. And Tom Fowler did the art on that comic, and I really enjoyed it. So when his list was open, I was like, hell yeah, I got to get on the list. And, for me, whenever I get a Stingray commission, especially if it's a mail order, they usually have the little field that you fill out on the form that says, what character do you want? And my thing is I always write in Stingray, and then I put in parentheses, I put Marvel, just so that I don't get the 60s Stingray TV show, the 80s show, the animal. Whatever. I don't want to make I don't want any confusion. So but that's as far as they go. And this one, I just thought it would be fun to share it because, I did the normal. I put Stingray. I didn't ask for any other characters because usually these are single character commissions, right? And Tom added 3 additional characters without any prompting, without any asking, no extra money. And I'll say for the price, I thought this was a pretty cheap commission. And, a lot of times
because this is a series of focused really and hopefully to bring in more commission collectors, are you willing to share the price or no?
Yeah. If I remember correctly, this one at the time that I purchased it was $450.
Wow.
And that's for an 11 by 17, 4 characters, which usually would be a lot more. And I see Yevgeny saying, wow, too. Like, yeah, that's crazy. And I would say that's cover quality. Like, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, like, whenever Marvel gets around to doing a Stingray series, fingers crossed, this could be a variant cover. Easy.
Yeah. Keep dreaming, of course. But yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Of course.
No, this is pretty cool character. When I looked it up, I was like, wow. It's got some striking things going on for him.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's a great design. I love it. It's a very fun design.
I like all those lines. I
Yeah.
like the structural design, so I like all those lines.
And that's one of the things too that I love is seeing how artists tackle the cape, because that's like the most complex part. You can have it very fabric-y, you can have it very rigid and metallic looking, like the wings. You can go however you want to go with it, And I enjoy that.
I really love comic book art, and my favorite thing about this is the wavy border. It just pulls you into it like you're in the water with them.
It looks right.
Yeah,
yes, I was
yes.
wondering if actually I expected Newell to say it, but I was wondering if you might kind of talk about that. I was kind of like, I wonder if anybody's gonna even notice that. Like,
well, there's so much to it, right? The wavy border, there's the lines going across. It's a little hard to see in the scan, but there's a lot of whiteout on this piece to kind of like give you a hint of like the motion of the ocean, right? The waves going across.
For special effects, yeah.
And like you can see a little bit like almost like when you watch the anime and you get like the little bubbles or whatever that pop out of characters' heads when they're sweating, when they're nervous. Tiger Shark's got that a little bit around his head. You can see it kind of, so there's a lot on this page. There's a lot going on, and not to mention just all of the characters. So and this is one I didn't get a scan or anything ahead of time. I just got the package in the mail one day. I was like, oh, cool. And I opened it up and I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah. And by the way, Noel, also tell everybody the greatest thing about this, I think, to me, other than the results, wasn't this the piece you said, or one of the pieces you said, where it was the greatest result based on the fact that all I said was, give me a Stingray. I'd like the commission of Stingray, please. Is that all you said?
Yeah, that's all I said. Stingray. That's it.
You didn't ask for any of the other characters.
No.
And he just put them in anyways.
He put 3 extra characters in there. And I would say that those 3 characters are perhaps even more obscure than Stingray himself.
Yes.
So the fact that he went the extra mile to add extra characters, he did not ask me for any more money. Mm-hmm. I was beyond shocked when I got that one in the mail. And I love it. This is a favorite of mine just because you get the quality of it, the level of detail, the amount of effort he clearly put into this, and then the extra characters, and absolutely, I agree with Carl a lot.
You see that, Carl? Yeah, to get this amount of characters and this amount of story and a $450 commission is awesome. Yeah, for sure.
And I mean, I've seen some of Tom's other commissions. He posts a lot on Instagram. I follow him on there, and his commissions are all like on this level. Like I don't know what the other commissioners are asking him for, but all of his commissions, it seems like, have multiple characters. They have a really great kinetic, like energetic scene. And they're all cover quality. And, he's no longer with Cadence. As far as I know, he's a solo act now because Cadence doesn't exist.
Right.
So I don't know what his pricing is like now, but I mean, the level of work you get from him, I think it would be worth anybody who's looking to get a commission to check out.
And Yevgeny, a minute ago, it looked like you wanted to say something. Were you looking to say something?
Oh yeah, I was kind of looking at it. I was like, man, the amount of detail he put in is just the seaweed. And the biggest question I was having is the commission whole commission thing. You asked for a Stingray. He drew more. And this is what a lot of things I'm kind of running into is like, I would love to create more of a story with a character or something that's commissioned, but I'm afraid to add too many more things to the characters. Then I have to like, oh no, stop, don't do it.
Yeah.
Just the character.
Yeah.
So it's a bonus in many situations. I'm assuming it's a bonus. It's a great thing.
Yes.
Okay.
But here's something interesting from the both I guess the commissioner and the artist standpoint, right? Because like from you, Newell, this is great, right? Like you must have been so happy, and I would have been thrilled too, right?
Yeah.
So I get that, right?
Yeah.
And what you just said, Yevgeny, like I'm just thinking, like if I'm the artist, I don't know, even if I'm in the mood to add extra, right? I don't know that I would, because knowing myself, and it's a personality thing. I think I would be so scared that I'm going to spend time putting this extra stuff in, and that then the commissioner is going to get pissed off and like, no, that's not what I asked for. And then he's going to want the money back, and then the whole thing's going to go to shit. You know what I mean? I would be scared that, that's the thing.
And that's why most of the time I do send progress chests to commissions just to see if that's okay.
Okay. I guess another thing you could do is actually like to, in response to what I just said, you could reach out to them and say, hey, well, what do you think if I added this or added that, right? And then, right.
Well, and I'll say too, like as the commissioner, for me, like pinup commissions, pinup style, where it's just like, a character in heroic pose or whatever, minimal or no background, those are fine. But a piece like this, where there's something happening, there's like a story being told in a single image, like, this is comic art, right? Comics are telling stories with images, and this is almost like this could be a first page splash in an issue of a comic. You know what I mean? It could be. I love commissions that tell a story. My favorite ones are the ones that give you something to like, to not only to look at, but to experience,
But did you give that art direction? Did you just say Stingray, or did you say, right? See, so I think Ruben's got a point. Like I can see someone being like, damn it.
Yeah, no.
That person, in our opinion, would be a fool, but I can see it.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I get that point of view. Absolutely. So that's why when I do get commissions like this, I'm extra like, love it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
here we go again. Here we go. Newell, I would love to do commissions for
we
clients
will
like
talk.
you.
Yeah, we will talk.
You guys, from what I've heard so far, the easiest people to work for.
Yeah.
And that's something too, like, where we're going to talk about the art direction. Another thing I think, I have a very open mind. I say, show me Stingray. Because for me, when I commission an artist, I know what Stingray looks like. I know what he's supposed to look like in terms of the comics, right? Cool. That's the baseline. For me, that's like, if we were looking at the scientific method, that would be the control, right?
Yeah.
I don't want that necessarily. If I commission you, Yevgeny, I want to say, all right, feed this through your artist's brain and let's see what comes out the other side. I want you to show me your unique artistic perspective and use Stingray as the medium. That's what I want.
I like that.
So if you give me some weird fucked up shit, great. As long as it's Stingray, right? Like, I don't care. As long as I can tell that that's some version of Stingray, like that's fantastic. That's what I want. And I mean, I've been getting some more and more creative commissions of the character lately. And it's so funny because I've had artists, when I tell them that I love the piece that they did for me, they've been like so relieved. They're like, oh, thank God. I wasn't sure you're going to like it. I was afraid it was too weird. And I'm like, I love weird. And I came to you because I like your particular flavor of weird. This is exactly what I wanted. Like, I never could have even conceived of this, but now I see it and fuck yeah, I love this.
Awesome. No, that's great.
Well, very cool. Well, let's go, because we don't have all night, of course, but we'll go to your second piece here, for your Declan Shalvey piece.
Yep.
Let us know, of course, if you have any story behind this, good or bad.
So this is another one that took some time for me to get. I met Declan at New York Comic Con in 2014. He originally said that, so he posted online on social media that he was going to be at the show. I commented on his post or whatever, was like, hey, are you going to be doing commissions at the show? He said, yeah, I'll do one each day for the first person that gets to me. I was like, cool. I got to be the first person at least one of those days. So the Thursday of the show, first day, I get there. I got to his table before he did. You know, he eventually shows up. He sees me kind of lingering and loitering and waiting for him to, you know, unpack and everything, trying to be polite. And he's like, oh, hey, can I help you? You know, I was like, yeah, I wanted to see about getting commission. If, you know, you said online you would give it to the first person each day. And he's like, yeah, that's you. You know, I was like, all right, sweet. And he asked what I want. I said, I want the Mr. Knight version of Moon Knight that you did for the comic. Because this was that year that the book came out, the Moon Knight that he did with Warren Ellis, that 6 issues. And he's like, all right, cool, yeah. Check back with me this afternoon and it should be done. I was like, sweet. All right, cool. I'll be back. I came back that afternoon. He was like, oh man, I'm so sorry. I've been so busy today. I've just been getting slammed. I didn't know, you know, what was going on. I didn't get a chance to finish it. I'll do it tonight in the hotel and I'll have it for you tomorrow morning. I was like, all right, that's not a big deal. Appreciate it. Let me know, you know, cool. I'll see you tomorrow. Went back the next day. It wasn't done. He was very apologetic. Almost, you could tell he was kind of disappointed that, you know, he didn't get it done for me. And he's like, you know, I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. I've just been so busy and blah, 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 you know, check back tomorrow. Long story short, I checked in every day and it didn't get done. And on Sunday, it was the last day of the show. I go over and he just looks like he's exhausted. And you can tell he's like, oh, I'm so sorry, man. I'm just like, and he's like, look, here's what I want to do. And he wrote down his email on a piece of paper and he gives it to me. He's like, look, when I leave the show today, I'm going to be traveling in the States for a little bit, for like a week. And then I'm going to go back home to Ireland. Email me in a week. Remind me that I owe you this piece because I'm still want to do it. I told you I'd do it. I'm going to do it. Email me in a week, remind me, and I'll get it done, and then I'll ship it to you. And I was like, okay, cool. I mean, obviously I was a little disappointed, but, you know, if he's still down to do it, I'm like, okay, cool. And mind you, at this point, no money has changed hands. He did not charge me up front.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah,
that's
right.
good. Really good. Yeah.
Right. So I wasn't like super down on it. I was a little disappointed, but I wasn't like, you know, I gave you my money and everything. So, yeah. So, you know, I emailed him a week later and reminded him, he's like, oh, yeah, cool. I'll get it done. I'll take care of it, blah, blah, whatever, you know, not a problem. Just to keep the story short, we emailed back and forth for a year. And every time I emailed, it wasn't done. And it got to the point where I was emailing like once a month, and then it would be like every 2 months. He's like, oh, sorry, I just haven't had a chance. It's not done. And it got to the point where it felt like maybe he was copying and pasting responses.
Oh, my God.
And then finally one day, I checked with him like about a year later, and he sent me an email back and it just said, oh yeah, I'm sorry, it's not done. And I'm like, and as I'm reading the email, another email pops in on top of it from him. I'm like, what is this? And I go click on that one and it says, just kidding, in all caps. And there was a scan of the finished piece.
Oh my God.
What?
Wow.
And I was like,
camera, I like it.
Yeah. I was like, dude, that's some balls, man. Fuck.
Oh
like, it's been
God.
a year and you're going to be like joking around like that. But then I saw the piece and I was just like, but it's good and I like it. And it's finally done. And so, you know, he's like, yeah, man, I'm so sorry it took so long, but here it is. I hope you like it. I was like, dude, it's great. I love it. Blah, blah, you know. And he's like, cool. Well, I'm going to ship it out in a day or two and hopefully it'll get there soon. I was like, yeah, cool. And that was in like, I think it was in October of 2015. And then about a month later, I hadn't heard from him, no tracking number. I didn't get the package yet, no nothing. So I emailed him like, hey man, did you ever get a chance to mail out the commission? And he goes, oh, I forgot. I was like, God damn it. So he's like, I'm so sorry again. And he starts apologizing all over again. And he's like, I'll get it out as soon as I can, man. I promise. So this is like around Thanksgiving in that year. I ended up getting it. It showed up on my doorstep the day after Christmas, 2015. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. Well, Newell, I know you like to get into stories and you got a lot of shit to say. I'm going to show you something now that you may have something to say for. I hope so. You know, I keep saying all the time, right? I want everybody to be honest for good or bad. Yeah. So here we got somebody being a little interesting. Antoine, where is it? Are you happy with this drawing? It looks terrible.
So I think it's good. There's a lot about it that I like. If I had one complaint, Can you move the comment,
Sorry
please?
about that.
Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. The feet are fucking weird. He's standing with his feet out like this.
Just because they're completely splayed outward, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It looks a little weird.
Completely.
And I'll be honest, when I first saw this, or when I first got it, I was like, man, he did it, and he only used like such a small bit of the paper, like he kept it really in the middle. But
yeah,
he's forcing the perspective, and Moon Knight's like in an alley, and I get that, and I think I kind of like what he's doing there, and I think that the city skyline in the background, for being way back in the background, has a lot of detail to it. And I think it kind of works,
Yeah, I love that stuff at the top in the background.
I think that's great. And then, creating the atmosphere with the whiteout or whatever, the smudges, the bits of paper that are almost swirling in that ethereal wind or whatever that's supposed to be. Like, it's really creating an atmosphere. And I think it's a cool piece. I just think that like I said, the one thing is the feet are really weird on that one.
Yeah. 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 Go ahead, Yoshi. Go ahead, man. Yeah.
I know that we all have our preference in comic book art and what we like and what we don't like, and artists we like and what we don't like. But having never seen this person's work before, I'll tell you, the wind makes me feel like I'm stuck in the alley with Mr. Knight, honestly. And your eyes can't help but look up at the city as if that's your only way out. But you're not going to get there. It's too far away. And then the eyes on him are just like, we're having this talk, buddy. You're stuck here. And that's my first impression of the piece. I mean, I understand it. You're probably not thrilled with it, but man, I just feel like I'm stuck.
I think that's very fitting.
I feel like I'm just stuck there with him. And that's, it makes you uncomfortable even. And it's, his feet are a part of that. Like, you're just uncomfortable looking at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to say,
story.
I wanted to say about the decision to go with on the one hand, if I didn't know your story, the background story of how this came to be, okay, and if you just told me, I got this, I did it at the convention, and this is what I got at the end of the convention, I'd be like, hey, this is really cool. I love that he went with boxing out a lot of the left and right edges and only using the kind of the center, right? It's got that feel of claustrophobia in an alley because he's in an alley. So from a design perspective, right, I'd be really happy about that. It looks cool, okay? The only thing I wanted to mention, though, on a negative aspect is knowing because we do know your background story to this.
Yeah.
I can't now help but feel, did he go with this type of design because he was thinking, oh God, it's been a year. I want to just get this guy off my back. Let me just do something quickly. And so and so it takes him less to do, less time.
I had a similar thought when I first got it.
Yeah.
He like, you know what? That's it. Because I had to crank this out. You know what I mean? Like, maybe, I don't know. It feels like a strong possibility, but it is what it is at this point, but, and I do enjoy it. I do like it, but yeah.
No. It's still, it's fine. It's I still think it's nice. It's more about,
right.
Did it have to be with this whole story behind why did it have to be this way? That kind of
a funny little follow-up. I ran into Declan at Heroes Con a few years later, and I was watching him draw or something, and I forget what he was talking to somebody, and he mentioned something about commissions, and I was like, oh yeah, man, I got a commission from you at one time and I loved it. And like he freaked out, he panicked. He's like, wait, do I owe you commission? Did I not get you one? Or did they and he like was in a panic. He's like, no, dude, this was years ago. I have the commission. I'm very happy with it. Calm down. Nobody's like, but it's like he knew. I have the feeling that maybe this happened with more than once. You know what I mean? That maybe he was a little late with commissions on more occasions because he had a severe panic. And I was like, dude, it's old news. It's bridge under the water. Calm down. Like, it's not that serious.
Yeah. Carlos is letting us know that he got a commission from him. Unfortunately, not one of his.
So Carlos, tell us in the chat, please, why it's your least favorite. I want to know. I'd be curious to find out.
Because he's in an alley too.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
Imagine. You consider coming on the show sometime as a guest, Carlos. But okay, fantastic. It's still fun. It's a fun piece. Again, if you take the story away, the negative aspect of the story, I think it's a fun piece. You know,
That one's hanging on the wall right over there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So let me now go to Yevgeny, and we'll show, because we showed one. So we showed one killer piece earlier, just to remind everybody. Oh yeah, with this layout, it's very small. Sorry.
Yeah, but you can still see how good it is.
Let me see. Hold on. What if I did this? What happens when I put it up again?
There you go.
Yeah. So that was the first one we showed. For those of you who came in late. All right, very
about
beautiful.
setting the bar, Rubén. Jesus.
Right.
Yevgeny, it's Yevgeny who's setting the bar. He drew it. I'm just showing it.
I know.
Does this have washes in the background in the sky?
And here's some guys that had come in later, right? Wow, damn.
Yeah. I made sure I had those clouds look like clouds in there, the darker clouds.
Yeah.
Reflecting of the sky. Yeah.
Very nice.
If you like this piece, everybody in the chat, if you like it, I want you to click the like button.
There you go.
Oh boy. All right. Now, and just in case anybody's curious, Carlos had said the one that he got from Declan was a Mr. Freeze, and it looked very rushed. The helmet wasn't even symmetrical.
Ugh.
That's tough.
Carlos, let us know if it's in your gallery.
Good gallery. Yeah,
I'm curious to see it if you have it up there. And
for example, Newell, like you said, you just told him the character, and in this case, he just told me which characters. Yeah, all the setting, the foreground, where they're standing. That was all kind of my idea. But of course, I ran it by the client.
Right.
And sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's interesting that you do the process shots. Like, I've gotten a lot of commissions over the years, and I've had maybe like 2 artists do something like that, and it's interesting because just recently I got a commission, and the commissioner, or the artist rather, he sent me not 1 or 2 or 3, but 6 different thumbnail sketches that he did to choose from. He's like, pick the one you think is best. And I was like, oh, geez, this is a real question. And I took the time and I looked at them all and I picked the one that I liked the best. And he goes, cool, that's the one I wanted to do most. I was like, yes.
That's my usual process. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
I like that.
I like it too. It's just that people don't do it that often. But so I picked the one I liked, and then like a couple of days later, he sent me pencils of it, and I was like, oh wow. Yeah. And then he sent me the inks, and then I got to see the final piece, and then it was amazing. And
that's awesome.
It's a great piece. Yeah. The interaction and being like even a small part of that process just was really cool, and I like that.
And I like doing that with anybody who commissioned work from me. I like to involve them in the process of creating it, and kind of even if they just like, oh, it's fine, just keep doing it, looks great, I still like them to see it.
And Yevgeny, now it's your turn to get a little bit of shellacking by one of my regular pals here, because everybody was making comments about how Declan Shalby, with the feet. Yeah. Marcus wants everybody to pointing out that he's saying, well, Yevgeny didn't draw feet either.
Maybe Yevgeny, did you study under Rob Weinold?
But
that's what I was going to say. I took a page out of Rob. Yeah, took it. Yeah,
that's good.
Only feet.
Let's see. Need to do a similar piece with Daredevil, Elektra, and Bullseye. Well, Tom, commission him, and he'll do it.
It's only money.
And that's it. It's only money, right?
And from what I heard tonight, I am considerably lower on price than most from what I've heard.
I would think so. It sounds like it when we talked about your prices structure before, so I would say so.
I think you said something about discounts on multiple pieces like that.
Correct.
Get in there, Tom.
Antoine is telling me now, is he going to bust me now? What? You're not a private commission guy. Would there be any circumstances where you would be game for that sort of thing? Well, like I've said, Antoine, I'm not into it. And I've explained in the past, the main reason being that I love to look at them once they're finished, but I don't ever feel the need to own it. So that's why I don't do them. But I have had them done in the past. I've had, I don't know, between 5 and 7 in all my time in the hobby. And then, some I still have. But some I sold off because I was just like, I don't need to own this, whatever,
You're more of a voyeur. It's cool.
So yeah. I like to, like I say, I like to live vicariously through the people who do get commissions, and I like to admire them through them, without being the guy to take the risk on them. That's all, So yeah, that's about as best as I can say it.
No risk, no reward.
And well, that's for some, right?
Fortune favors the bold kid.
And did I miss the second piece? Sorry, I had to dump the cat in there. Nice. No. I'm going to show it to you right now. I'm gonna show it to you right now. Let me see. Only if Tom did a commission for him. That's not true. That's not true, Jason. I actually see. And there's many reasons also. That's not the only reason. That's the main reason. But there are many other reasons why it just doesn't interest me. But one of the reasons I can quickly tell you is the last time I considered it, it was talking with Tom Grummett about doing a piece. I was like, okay, I'll take a chance. Let's see. And I started talking with him, and I had it all laid out. I sketched it out myself on paper so that I could then, send him the scan of the paper to show him. This is the layout I basically want. He won't have to spend any time thinking of the layout. Or he could play around with it, but this is the general layout I wanted. Just because it was going to be a multi-piece commission with 14 or 17 characters or something on a huge board, whatever.
Go big or go home, right?
yeah, exactly. And then in the end, I don't know, we spent all this time back and forth with the emails, and in the end, he stopped communicating. I was like, I don't know. And then it made me lose interest. I was like, fuck it. Who gives a shit? Whatever. I'll spend the money on more published art. That's all. Whatever. And that's it. And since that day, he never even brought it up. Even when we see each other at conventions, he has never brought it up. He never said hey, yeah, that commission we had been talking about there. You still interested? Nothing.
Huh.
It's like it's like we never talked about it. It's so weird.
That is weird.
Yeah. So I just thought, whatever. It's just a reminder of why another reason why the commissions are not for me. That's all,
Well, it's unfortunate.
Great. Do you guys hear that?
Yes. When you pause, is that a horn?
Yeah. Okay. Thank God. Somebody's car alarm went off. Okay. Oh no, it's gonna be like this for 20 minutes. Oh God. But Stanley says that I'm not a real art fan.
Clearly.
Okay, totally. That must be what. Rubén might have better luck than I did with Byron. Oh, well, no, I was going directly with Tom though at the time, so that it's different for sure. But check it out. Even when I didn't have the middleman of the representative, it didn't work out. It fell apart, right? So. Yeah, it's never a guarantee whether there's somebody in the middle or not, Yeah. I wanted something with tentacles, and Grummett told him no. No, that's not true. Rubén waited to get a commission by Harrison Ford. That's a portrait of Tom Grummett drawing Rubén. Nice. No. Maybe it was a dream. I don't know. It's the ghost of Grummett, and how to say yeah, never mind without saying yeah, never mind. It could be. I don't know. But the second piece, let me show you here. For Yevgeny is, where is it? Yes, here. Check this out. Let me.
I'll be just surprised as you guys because I'm not sure what he chose.
Yeah. Yevgeny doesn't know which ones I picked.
That's cool.
But yeah.
I'm just going to leave.
Yeah, the golden age Sandman, who I love. Yeah, man. And Yevgeny, by the way, by the way, before you talk about it, can you just tell me the one thing I wanted to know? Were you even familiar with this character when you got the commission? No. Wow.
I may have seen an image of him before. I did not know why or who that was. So I had to do research. I had to do the research, of course. Yeah.
That's so cool.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. And the client asked for, he was looking for a really 40s noir look to the background. And the character was, of course, a given. And all I did was about 2 or 3 rough sketches that I sent. May have been only 2. And he picked the one. He said, yes, I like this. And so I went with it.
But
and then all the details came along.
Marcus made a comment about he's seeing a trend, and this is the trend. Check out the screen here.
Yeah. You know what's strangely enough, though, I did have the feet drawn, the shoes and everything. But then I did not know if I wanted to make smoke more transparent or not. But when I looked in comics, the smoke is not really transparent. So I just decided to cover it up with the smoke like that.
Bullshit.
We have a doubter in our midst.
Oh no! But no,
I think your commission price just went way up.
Just way up.
Well, we'll see what happens when I post the third one. How about that?
Oh man,
he saves all his feet pictures for OnlyFans.
The diner vehicle in the post office box was kind of something I wanted to add that really gave the 40s noir look to it. I created my own, like, it's a sleepless diner. This is what I called it. So playing on Sandman. And you can see that really a waitress delivering 3 shakes to no one inside there. Because, I mean, who knows if somebody really there or not, and kind of playing on that whole sleepy thing, kind of the Sandman play. The buildings were imagined. I may have looked at some reference of, I couldn't really find 40s constructions that I really like, kind of, this would work kind of thing. But I just went with some of the images or films I've seen back in the day that kind of resembled something like that.
You know, it's funny because the background, the buildings, and all that kind of thing gives me a vibe of Batman the animated series.
Oh, nice! Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that like older time period, but he still had all the modern technology, kind of, and then the cars look old, so you're never really sure when it took place.
Yeah. I see that. The car was imagined too. That corner of the car was. I just came up with something older look.
Dennis said you should. Dennis believes you should color it. I don't think so. I don't typically like people coloring the work, but that's just my own preference. Whenever if possible.
And when they go for it, they want a colored work. I use watercolors most of the time, some color pencils and things like that. But it would be probably done on most of the time. If it's fully colored piece, I usually don't use Bristol. I use watercolor paper.
Oh, really? Okay.
So would you color over this? You do it. It's all by hand. It's not digital or anything.
This is all by hand.
Oh, that's cool.
It's built up ink washes, kind of like I build up watercolors. You start with the really light wash and then go on to the darker and darker and darker until you reach the darkest point.
And then for the color part, if you do
for the color part, if the color part, they will have to go digital. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and as soon as Sean pointed out that you couldn't color it now because there's a lot of gray tone in it already, Dennis jumped back to say, "Oh no, just kidding. I'm just kidding."
No, it would definitely be a cover. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Yoshi. Yeah, man, you've been wanting to say.
I believe this world exists. It feels lived in. Like it's really. It feels like a real place. You did a great job, man.
It's super loud. I don't know what. Did anybody hear that? Super loud. Holy crap!
That was a little extra, but I appreciate it, Yoshi. Thank you.
It sounded like the voice of God.
I might have. Is that okay?
No, it's still really
loud.
It's still extra loud. It's okay.
It's like hurt. It actually hurt my eardrums. It felt painful inside. Ouch! I can hear you breathe. It's so loud.
Wow. How is that any better?
It's just out of nowhere. It just happened. I don't know. Something
Yeah,
changed.
that's really strange.
It
Wow. Okay, you got to shut up and just listen from now on.
Sure.
Check your connection to whatever device you're using, because I thought I heard something pop, like maybe something came out the plug or something.
I have a third party app that mutes it for me.
Okay.
Yevgeny, sorry, just really quickly, I want to get to Antoine's question. Are you using Strathmore 2-ply Bristol for the washes? Or what kind of paper do you use when you do, when you use wash?
Most of the time I try to use the thickest Bristol I have.
Okay.
And I do have some Eon, but this case it was I believe Canson. Yeah.
Canson paper. Okay.
Bristol, yeah.
Yeah. Yoshi turned on his Megatron voice.
But there's a trick. There's a trick to creating a back to flat your Bristol after the washes. Sometimes it does start getting a little, buckly, and there is a way of flattening it back out that I've learned not long ago. That's you brush on the water on the back of the Bristol paper after you've done the painting and drawing, and then you put it under like mat board or something and flatten it and put some weight on it. And by the time it dries out, it comes out nice and flat.
Okay. Cool, man. We're gonna show your next piece here, and I think we might see feet. Yevgeny's praying. Please be one that has feet, so they don't bother me anymore. Let's check it out. Feet.
Oh, wow.
There we go. Feet.
Wow, people feet and bat feet.
Yeah.
I love drawing monsters.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
It
That must be the influence from Brahm, maybe. Do you think?
Yes. Brahm, Del Toro, all those
yeah.
guys. I love monsters.
That's wild.
Yeah. And this is a 2024 piece, I think, or 2025.
Late 24, yes.
Late 24. Yeah. That's phenomenal. Yeah, it's fantastic.
You
talk about it, man.
In this case, you wanted the Man-Bat and Batman fighting, and of course, once again, I did some rough sketches for him, and I kind of guided the client a little bit towards the composition I thought worked the best in this case. Even though I had some other ones, I said this one I feel like is just working, and he agreed automatically and said yes, let's do that. The bat suit was it was my design, but a variation of different bat suits, kind of
That's you modified it and made it your own original design?
Yes. I try not to copy unless they ask. I try not to copy bat suits.
Oh,
that's
shocking to me, man. That's shocking to me. I'll tell you why, because comic fans typically are, myself included, anal about the costumes. The ones that they're, the favorite costume that they love, that's what they want. You're telling me you get a lot of commissioners who you say, I'm going to design my own costume, and they're okay with it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That trip tissue was also my design. That's it.
Wow, that's phenomenal.
I kind of stay. I tried these. In that one was more of a classic, and I try to stay close to the more original kind of design. In this case, I got technical with it, a little more of a kind of a tactical sort of look.
Yeah, it looks tactical. Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh! And by the way,
it was a lot of fun.
Sean is complimenting you. Look at this.
Thank you, Sean.
If he likes it so much, why is he not clicking like?
By the way, that's Sean from my first episode 2 weeks ago. He's a guy who has over 1,000 commissions.
Oh wow!
Including the 8X Walt Simonson.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So
Wow.
you know who to reach out to for your next one there, Sean. Oh,
and
come on.
in this
Marcus.
case, it was a.
What an animal. What an animal you are. You're an animal, Marcus. Oh,
Oh,
gee.
good.
Marcus is
Yeah.
a pervert.
Yeah.
But the minimal ink wash in this case, very minimal, just the wings for the bat.
Yeah, the wings. Yeah. Yeah,
I
exactly.
love the wings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sean says that even the man bat is done uniquely. He made this piece his own. Well, he definitely made the piece his own, but that's not unique man bat. I recall this piece that who has it? Khalil, who I did a show and tell with. He owns a published double page splash, Sean, from Ethan Van Sciver, where it's like man bat across both pages, and this is what he looks like. So this version of man bat exists already. I'm assuming, Yevgeny, that you saw what the guy looked like.
Yeah, I looked at some designs with the man bat is actually for trademark stuff, and
Right.
I used actually Art Adams.
The Art Adams version. Okay.
The single character that he did of man bat, I kind of looked at as a main reference, and the rest kind of flown out of me.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's amazing.
Big fan of Art Adams. I am. Yeah, big fan of Art Adams. Love his stuff.
Makes sense. He does monsters well.
Yes.
I did want to just show, because of the fact that you do on your commissions, you do color work. I also did want to add this one just to show people what else you can do with pencils, inks, and colors. So feel free to talk a little bit about this and how you did this, or maybe how you did this one. Yeah.
The client in this case wanted basically Deadpool and Colossus fighting Juggernaut. He had no specific idea for the backgrounds, and for some reason, I always like to put some kind of destroyed Sentinels in the back.
I love Sentinels. Who doesn't love Sentinels?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
If you're an X-Men
So
fan, you love Sentinels. Yeah.
yeah. So I
Yeah.
put them everywhere. I put different little things here and there, kind of like all destroyed and rebars, and then I went in with watercolors. I think most of this, if not all of this, was watercolor.
Okay. Yeah, and,
Like,
and
on top of inks. Yeah.
yeah, and clearly, at least for me, that looks like a Colossus outfit that you also designed. Like I've never seen that one before. So is that also your own design?
This was a kind of a classic one I looked up somewhere.
Oh, really?
What was one of the portrayals of his? Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
not sure where I was founded. Yeah.
Okay, don't take what I say to mean anything. I haven't actually read regular like X-Men comics for 30 years or something, so I don't know. I just see random images online. It just didn't look familiar to me. It looks like a version of all his classic suits, but okay, so you used one that was already being used already.
I used kind of a classic, but I think I may have altered a little bit of a color, or like the collar area right here at the neck maybe adds few things. That's about it. Most of it was already redesigned like that.
Well, Jewish Dragon.
I'm sorry.
Just wanted to say, Ian, Jewish Dragon says that, wow, love the face on Colossus.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Sean is back again to say, wow, I had not seen that Colossus uniform either. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I guess I did kind of take it from the rear depth. Yes, sir.
The playing cards on the bottom left has me asking the question the whole time, what happened to Gambit?
Yeah, I have to throw some Easter eggs in there, and most of the clients actually enjoy when I do that. So yeah, I had to put some cards in there. Thank you.
Tom thinks it's insane, so that's a good compliment too. There we go.
Oh, thank you. The sky, I did the clouds over there when kind of a gray, so I think I did use ink wash for that. Yeah, I did, but coloring on the foreground and the Sentinel, all that was watercolor. And I did that on Bristol paper. This worked out on Bristol paper, no problem.
Oh, nice.
And what dimensions, Yevgeny? What the dimensions? Because it looks wider than usual. So
11 by 14.
Okay.
That's why. It's because it's shorter. Okay, so it makes it look wider. I see. Okay. Wow. And
Yeah.
almost edge to edge. You left a little bit, it looks like, of a border almost, eh? Like or is the scan cropped?
No, I did leave a little bit of an edge because I believe I had a tape going around it when I painted, so I didn't want it to buckle. Yeah, I didn't want it to buckle.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. CJ says, sweet.
Thank you, CJ.
They're playing 3-card Monty. That's why they're fighting. and that's Mike. That's a point I was going to make, is that there's just enough for a mat if you wanted to frame it, So yeah, that's good.
That's it.
That's awesome. So okay, so guys, here, let me put us back in this. Okay, so gotta tell you, we did get through all that. The only thing we didn't get to is that great topic we all wanted to get to. And I gotta say, even though we're still near the high amount of people watching, because a lot of the East Coasters had dropped off, but then a lot of probably West Coast and Midwest people jumped on. But yeah, you guys have been here just over 4 hours now. Do you want to call it? Because this will be your call. Because I know that me and Newell will probably keep going. We could keep going, but if whatever you guys got to do, don't be shy. I tell everybody, when you got a jet, you got a jet. Because I know tomorrow's also Monday morning. Everybody works and all that. So don't be shy. And I know Yoshi, you're looking like you're tired a bit. They look like you're wanting to go to sleep. No,
I have plenty of fuel.
Nice.
I never get to talk about this shit. I'm happy to stay and nerd out.
Okay, so you guys want to get into this? Should art commissions be art directed? Should commissions be art directed? You want to get into the topic? Yeah.
Let's go.
All right. Spring break, is it, Marcus? Because over here, spring break happened like at the beginning of like a month ago. Like we do it in March. We do it in March. Do you guys do it at this time of year?
I think it's usually March too.
Oh, okay. Okay.
My kid's on spring break.
Well, Marcus will be here at like 7 hours. It doesn't matter. He'll be as long as we go, So talk more, Stanley says. Talk more about commission directing. Well, yes, that's what I was asking about, Stanley, but I have to ask our guests if they're willing to. Gotta respect the guests, right? And Sean says we just finished spring. Really? So I guess different parts of the country do it at different times. I guess
That's
so.
strange.
I haven't had spring break in a long time, so I don't know.
Yeah, who knows about that stuff anymore? When you don't partake, who knows? When these things happen, right?
I get it every year. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, Mister, I'm always at school, of course. Yeah. You're used to it. Well, when was your spring break week for you guys?
It was end of March.
Yeah. End of March, yeah.
End of March.
That's it. A couple weeks back, whatever. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. So, I guess there's really nowhere else to start the topic other than to say, I guess, okay, some commission collectors, they only want to get commission if they can art direct. And for those of you watching who don't know what we're talking about, you're just learning, what do we mean by art directing a commission? So typically a commission is, you either in person at a convention or through the internet, you'll get in touch with the artist and you say, for example, can you draw me this character or these characters with maybe this kind of a background or no background, whatever. That's kind of a typical type of commission. But I don't know if there's a lot, but there certainly are enough commission collectors who are only interested in paying for commissions if they also get to tell the artist very, very specific details of what they want. And by that, I mean, for example, a lot of people will go to the point of saying, okay, I'd like two characters, Batman, Superman. I would like Batman to be crouched down, kind of in a halfway leaning pose where his arm is here and his right arm, but his left arm should be holding the batarang and kind of like mid-waist. And, and so exactly the pose, exactly what's going to be in the background, like everything to the last detail. They want everything they envision in their head. They want to be able to tell the artist that that's what they want, and the artist should be expected to do it for them. So that's art directing. It's like a movie director. You're the one who runs the show. You're telling everybody where to stand, where to be, what you're going to be doing. That's what art directing means. And so some guys, there are guys who will only do the commissions. And by guys, I'm talking about the commissioner, right? The collector. They will only do it if the artist is willing to go along with that. But there are also commission collectors who they're fine just kind of saying, oh, how about this character and that character with a little bit of background, but who, if they can get away with it, will also take the reins of being, art directing. Matt Kennedy, who, again, I mentioned earlier, he of the 2.5-year-long Lost package, he spoke about it on one of the shows we did together, where, he loves to art direct, and if he has the opportunity, but he also at the same time is happy just saying to somebody, oh, how about this character? He loves, Death of the Endless, from Sandman. And he loves telling people, oh, how about just this, and see what they do with it. So there's people that do it both ways. And then, of course, on the artist side of it, love having Yevgeny here for this reason. On the artist side of it, in my experience, and I don't mean my experience as a commission collector, because as you guys mostly know, I've only done a handful in my life. I'm not a commission guy.
Not a real art collector.
Right. As whoever said earlier, I think it was Stanley. But I have a lot of experience, having many, many friends in the hobby, knowing their experiences and what they've gone through and what they've done and what artists have said to their request, So I do have a lot of experience from that, secondhand experience. I know that there's a lot of artists who, well, kind of like collectors. Like there's collectors who will be happy to do a commission both ways, right? They will be happy to give all the details if they're allowed to, and they also will just say, here, how about this character and a background, and that's it. Similarly, there are artists who they will be happy to do a commission if you give them explicit instructions, very detailed. And they're also willing to take commissions where you just say, okay, how about this character, and do what you want with it. But similarly, there are artists who absolutely under no circumstances will ever be willing to do commissions if they are getting art directed. They are like, no way. Like if you don't give me any freedom, I am not interested. Thank you very much, but no, thank you. Go look for somebody else. I'm not the guy for you. That's it, So given that we have an artist with us, why don't we start with you, Yevgeny? I would love if you could kick us off maybe and tell us, first of all, I'd be interested to know, in all your time doing commissions so far, what would you say? I know you don't obviously have the statistics, but just from what you remember, what would you say if you could break it up into a percentage term? Are the commission requests you've ever gotten out of all of them together, what would you say, how many of them represent people that you would say, that you would describe as, art directors, people who want to art direct?
In my career so far, for myself, I'd say 20%.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I actually would like to say it's I don't know. It depends on how you look at it. A perception is different for people. For me, that's actually quite high. Like I feel like, wow, like every 5 commissions, one of them is somebody trying to tell me exactly what every little thing they want.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like a lot, Okay, and so I guess the follow-up question is, how do you approach that? First of all, do you do them And do you do them always? If the answer is yes, do you always do them? Do you say yes always?
I think I've done them all. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I've said yes. You know, sometimes it's actually a good thing because for myself, that's personally for myself only, because me trying to break into the industry more, become an actual comic book artist that does, you know, interior pages, which do practice, and it is kind of one of those things that I want to do more of, learning how to be directed, in case, you know, the writer has a certain way of, you know, say, hey, we need this happen. Yes, sir. Go ahead. So, what's going on?
When Rubén says being art directed, I just want to make sure I understand it correctly, because there's a commission I want Spider-Man hanging from the moon with his spider web. You could argue that's
no,
right.
I don't consider that art directing. That's kind of just giving basic instruction, you know?
Right. So are you talking about the guy who sees the sketch, he's like, well, I expected his feet to be this way and I need his face to look that way, and then you get an updated sketch and he's like, well, you know what? I want his webbing to look more like Todd McFarlane rather than what you've done, because what you've done is not good. And if you're talking about the guy who just wants constant revisions, that's different than art directing.
Yeah, and like I've seen in the comment, it gives the artist less to worry about, but on the other hand, be less creative.
No freedom, no creativity, right? Yeah. Just wanted to say really quickly, Dennis, thank you so much for coming in to support your boy and for hanging out as long as you did on your first time ever too. So very, very cool. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
See you, Dennis. See you, buddy.
Yeah, sorry. So for me, it's both, right? So the example that I gave, where when a collector who first reaches out and on that first contact starts to say, hey, so this is my idea, and they go to all that detail that I mentioned earlier. Okay, so that's art directing in one way. But yeah, Yoshi, what you just said is another version of art directing. Like when, let's say let's say on the initial contact, you are not super detailed. Let's say you sound like a standard collector who just says, yeah, how about these two characters fighting in the alley, and that's it, right? Let's say you just say that. Okay, sounds like a normal collector to me. Well, if what you say happens after, so let's say the artist is willing to give you a few layouts. Let's say he does a few roughs, right? How about, or what, even if it's just one, how about this rough? What do you think of this? If the guy starts saying, yeah, cool, but how about if you do this and you do that and you change this and you know what I'm saying?
But you are talking about a minor, like a statistically low number of customers that Yevgeny is going to run into, right? So it seems to me it would be like, I'm not an artist. If somebody asked me to draw something, I'd be like, one, you need to go look at my portfolio on my website, understand my style. Two, you need to spell it out, because this is not a charity. I'm not going back 7 times and making 7 iterations for you. You need to spell it out like a 5-year-old is going to understand it, what you want. But
yeah, it's interesting, because I'm sure that there are artists. That's the other kind of different type of artist that I didn't mention before. There's got to be those types who are kind of like, I would rather you tell me exactly what you want, the details. So this way, because some guys, they want to make sure you're happy. They don't want to deal with the bullshit afterwards, right? Of, oh my God, I did all this work, and then the guy's complaining, I didn't do this, I did too much of that, or what, So yeah, I have to imagine that there are artists who would prefer you be very, very detailed. But having said that, and I don't know. My gut feeling is the only thing I can go by. My gut tells me most artists are of the type who would prefer freedom more than wanting all that detail. That's my gut. That's what my gut tells me. But listen, all you guys watching live here let me know, you commission collectors, let us know. Let us know in your experience. Do you find that most, artists that you guys have dealt with, do you get the sense that they would prefer some more freedom or less freedom and more detail? Let us know. But I don't know anything else.
And going back, Rubén, to the part where you said that they come back and they said, "Well, I would like this changed and this that," and this is where I wouldn't mind doing that for anybody. That's fine, as long as our communication is quick, and I update you. I update quite quickly with the project that I'm keep working on, and that the sooner you respond to it, the more chances there are it'll be easier on both of us.
Right. Yeah. Like CJ had mentioned earlier, communication is the key. Like that's really the most important thing, right?
It counts for a lot, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. But see, you're again, there's different levels of directing, right? So I do understand the process of the commissioner asks the artist, "This is what I want." Okay, and let's say, not with a ton of detail, just a generality, right? This is what I would like. And the artist says, "Okay, sounds good." And the artist works up a little sketch, a rough, and you show it to them. And I can understand if the commissioner says, "Oh, yeah, I really like it, but how about if could you just put this there or change that little thing over here?" And that would be cooler. That I'd be like thinking as an artist, I'd be okay, no problem, I'll do that for you. Anything else, sir? No, that's good, you're good. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm going to start on the finished piece, on the pencils, right? If I then show you the finished pencil and you start telling me, "Oh, how about if you did this and you did," okay, now I'm like out. I'm now going to get angry. As an artist, I would be getting angry. You know what I mean? Yeah. So a little bit of
I have been
change,
there.
Right? A little bit of change request. Okay, fine. But once the final pencils, we're beyond the rough stage now. The pencils are all kind of going. It's too late, guys. And I know, listen, there's money involved, right? You might want the money, so you're willing to do and go certain places, go further for certain people. I get that also. It's a lot of nuance that's involved. I get it, right? I get it. But generally speaking, you've admitted, Yevgeny, you're willing, you've done everything, even when they art direct you, you're willing to do it. And this is even because you told us about that one guy who was like, "Listen, I understand it takes work. I'll pay you an extra 150 here for this or 150 whatever," right? Most people will not say, "I'll give you more money." They just keep thinking they can keep making changes, right?
Yeah.
And in those cases, you're saying that you still have gone ahead and made the changes whenever possible?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And no, I'm not going to say I wasn't annoyed with it. Yes. I've had a couple of clients where I got I was getting to the last, a little bit of a last nerve here, but it's still kind of made me push through a little bit, and we worked it out, and I'm glad I was able to finish the project. That's fine.
Yeah. What's up, Dan? No, that's fine. But if I was to ask you, okay, your preference, what is your preference? That they just say minimal instruction? They give you minimal instruction? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And so you want more of the freedom to dream up whatever you want to dream up.
Yeah. So it's done in my style, and that's what they will get. It's done in the way I create something. Yes.
Right. So just hold on, Newell. Just so I can get to Kavi's just saying that the directing specifics is not my style personally. I've tried once or twice long ago, but stopped ever since. Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. And I will say, I've got a story, my own, one of my very few commission stories, is an art art direction story by me. So, but I'll let you say what you got to say first, and then we'll go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, one of the things that I think is funny is when you hear about people commissioning an artist and then they say, yeah, but can you draw it like Neil Adams?
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like, yeah, right. Like when I
insulting. It's so insulting.
It is. I have to imagine that it is. And like, I can't imagine going to an artist and being like, draw it like somebody else.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
that's like,
it's an insult because at that point the artist should be saying, and guaranteed they're thinking, well, no, go ask that guy to draw for you. You know what I mean? Like, right. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's like, oh, can you draw in that guy's style? What?
Right. Like, if I commission an artist, it's because I've seen what their art looks like and I want more of that. Right? I like their style. It's not because I think that they're going to be able to make it look like somebody else's. Like, it, I don't know. Yeah.
Actually, interesting. Look at Tom. Tom, number one Marvel fan, says, or you do like the comic stand. That's another channel. It's not just them. A lot of people do this, Tom. Ask for a commission and just say, yeah, do whatever you like. That's the other side of it, right? There's the other extreme of the super details, art directing, and the extreme other opposite is, yeah, how about this character? Go for it. Do what you want. You know, and yeah, there's the people that do that.
Sometimes it gets in the realm of micromanaging to the point where you do want to quit the commission. And
wait. In what circumstances? In what circumstances?
Any update you do, like a rough whatever you've been working on, you send it over. It's like, yeah, and you're like, okay, I'm good. Let's do that. So I draw it. I send it. We already talked about it, but let's do it. Let's change that. I thought that was going to look good. It's like it's not a digital work. You have to constantly erase, and that it gets to the point where I had to actually pull out another piece of paper and restart it.
Oh,
right.
You have an out though, right? Like you can say, you know what, this relationship isn't working. I'm refunding your money, and then you can take that piece and put it up on your website and sell it.
Correct.
I mean, you do have an out.
Yes. It's actually a recent commission I did of a Joker. That one was a little tough. The communication was a little slow, and there were changes constantly made to a little bit of a pose that we thought was good, and then, but in the end it worked out. And by golly, I love doing that. It was a lot of ink wash. I like that.
So, Yoshi, when you do your Transformers fanfic cover commissions, when you get them done, what level of instruction do you typically do? Because for you, the interesting thing is, I assume you kind of have to give a certain level of instruction because of the fact that the commission is attached to a story that you've written, right?
Right.
I would think. Yeah.
I think when it comes to a commission for the cover, it's a little different than, say, if I'm going and commissioning a sketch cover, right? Because there's other things I have to take into account. So when I'm doing a sketch cover, I will I provide image references of the characters, and then I'll provide images referencing the poses I'd want them to be in. And that can be as, just photoshopping out another character in the pose I want a Transformer to be in, or if I'm doing an homage of a cover, that makes life a lot easier because they can visually see this is what I'm thinking in my head. Right. And I just want to do a character swap. Those are the easiest. But I also have to, it seems to me what I've learned is that if you did a cover commission for Marvel or DC or Skybound or whoever, the artist gets to keep the original, and then they can turn around and it seems to be the case. I'm not going to say it's always the case, but it does seem to be the case.
Sorry, did you say the artist keeps their original?
Correct.
When they're doing it for the companies? Yeah.
For the publisher. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Right. Absolutely. So they get the funding from the publisher for the work, and then they get the funding for the resell. Right.
Right.
Whereas I have to spell. Right. I have to spell out to them.
Yeah, for you it's different because of the fact that it's not published, right? It's not published. So they're not getting a publisher to pay them for doing the work, right? So what they're getting paid for is only to give the work away to a fan who paid them to do that work. You understand? Because it's not going to be published, right?
But they default into the thinking of, oh, it's for a fan comic. I'm going to keep the original. I have to actually tell them, no, I want to own the original. So factor that into your pricing.
Oh,
and
well, that's
so yeah. I tell them a bunch of things. Let's go over it. So after I provided them with the description of what I want and the visual aspect of what I want, that I want the physical copy. I need a high-res scan to send off to a colorist to do. When that's all done, I send both the colorist and the artist. They get the high-res colored copy with and without the window dressing, without the logo and the character box and the barcode, with the permission that they're welcome to sell prints. Either way, with or without the thing, which they seem to love doing. I think that was it.
Well, they love to do it. Well, the thing is, they know that it's not going to be a published comic, so they figure, okay, they're not getting that fee for drawing the art for the publisher, right? It's kind of it's like a commission, like a standard commission. I'm giving away my original; it won't be published, and this guy gets to keep the original. That's what that's what he's paying for, right?
Right.
But because they are the ones who created the image, the copyright to the image, okay, this is where it gets legal, right? Technically, you can say the copyright's still with them. In other words, you can say, oh, sure, they have the copyright to the image, so they can make prints and let them at least sell prints. However, what I mean by the legal aspect is it gets legal because of the fact that when you're commissioning, even if it's not published, especially like what you're doing, you're using somebody else's intellectual property. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So by the letter of the law, those guys shouldn't be allowed to sell those prints because the owners of the Transformers property is not getting any money out of that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Technically illegal,
Right.
But it's one of those things where, they kind of look the other way. It's part of fandom.
Well, if Hasbro said, you guys can't sell copies or prints at conventions anymore, they're going to have a world of hate from the fan base on them. Like, it doesn't behoove them to pursue that at all.
Right.
So I spell out that the colorist and the letterer and the artist, the drawer, gets to, if they want to, they can sell prints. I get to do the same thing if I ever want to. They've been happy with that. They also get to, one thing they enjoy doing is being able to share the process on social media as they're doing it, because so often they can't talk about a cover they worked on until after it's actually published. So the novelty of being able to actually say, this is a cover I'm working on, and here's my progress pictures as they're doing it. A lot of them seem to enjoy that too.
Right. Yeah, for sure. I get that.
Definitely.
And so B&G is my friend Steve. So yeah, if the commissioner explains the request and it makes sense, and he's willing to pay extra, I think it's reasonable behavior. Well, of course, of course, Steve, because that's of course. Like, that should go without saying. What we're talking about is the fact that most commission collectors, once they've paid, I'm talking not most commission collectors, sorry, most of the ones who like to, art direct, once they've paid, they feel that art directing is just a natural part. It comes with the territory. I'm hiring you to draw this for me. So I feel like I should be able to tell you what to do exactly. Some of them feel that way. They feel that art directing is part of the gig, and it really isn't. But yes, Steve, as a general rule, of course, now you're talking money because it is all about the artist's time. That's the whole point of the conversation, is that when you're art directing, yes, not only are you taking away the creativity aspect of it for the artist, which they may not like, but it's on top of it. If you keep trying to make changes, you're pissing them off. They already don't have a lot of creativity involved. Now you're pissing them off with more changes. And like I said, Steve, most of the people that do this, they're not offering more money. That's the problem, right? If they were men enough to say, hey, listen, I love it, but I still would love it if you could do this and this. I don't know if you're willing to, or if it's even possible at this stage, but if it is and you are willing to, I would, as long, I'd be happy to pay a reasonable amount for these changes. Could you do it? Then it would be like artists would be, a lot less pissed off. They'd be a little, more willing to, put up with the kind of annoyance and the hassle of making the changes, because at least you're paying more for their extra time. That's all the difference. That makes all the difference. Absolutely. It's just that most people don't offer more money. That's the problem. They expect almost like it's normal, like it's okay. Until I'm happy, it's okay for me to keep asking for changes. That's the attitude, right? It's that sense of entitlement, I guess you could call it. And
These are the same people that get upset when they have to pay for shipping or storage or whatever when it comes to collecting art.
Right. Again, a sense of entitlement, It's not to say they all have it, but yeah, that's kind of the thing. But yeah, if you want to pay more, it's a whole different thing. Now we're talking different things, The artist should charge Neil Adams rates to draw like Neil Adams. Right. I just say Jonah Hex. Yeah, that's right. Caesar's good with that. I just say Jonah Hex, the question, go. Whatever you see, whatever happens with the character.
And that's what I do.
Plenty of artists who hate that little direction.
Yeah, no, of course there's going to be, but I don't know that there's a lot of them.
I personally, I have never encountered that. But if an artist said, okay, Stingray, what about him? Like, give me more. Okay, then we can talk. But yeah. So far, I have just said Stingray every time. The only is if they say okay, at this price you can have up to 2 characters. I might say, let's do Stingray and Tiger Shark. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's it. I don't give anything else. I don't provide photo reference or anything unless they ask for it. It's completely up to them. They're the artist. I want to let them do their job. I want them to have the creative control and whatever, unless they ask. If they feel like they need a little bit more to go off of, I'm happy to give it. But thus far, that has not been my experience.
Yeah, that's how I feel is more the norm, Yeah. Look what Antoine said. So Antoine draws art, and he has told us in the past. We had a show, and I can't remember what show it was, but we started talking about the topic of sketch cards came up. And Antoine told us that he has done sketch cards, and the topic came up because I remember saying something about how, wow, there's these sketch card companies, they don't pay almost nothing, like it's like $2 or $1.50 to draw a sketch card is what they pay you, and they pay you that little because they tell the artist, well, you get to sell your original after, so that's it, and that's all we can afford to pay. And I was thinking, as somebody who's always stuck up for artists, I'm thinking that's insanity. Like, even if you're not a pro, even if you're an amateur, that's insanity. $1.50 or $2 for a card. Anyways, Antoine told us, he admitted when I talked about that, he said, I've done some of those because I felt like, and this is what I hear often, I felt like from the amateur point of view, I just wanted to be able to say, oh, I worked for Marvel, and and that's how they get young artists, who are wanting to sort of do work. That's an easy way to get them. They know there's always a never-ending supply of artists who want to do work and to be able to say, I did pro work for Marvel or whoever, that
it changes the base commission rate though, right? They're a published artist. There's a reason why people choose to buy published art over commissioned art, right? Because that published art has a prestige. It's a higher value than what a commission art will ever have. unless it's by just, I mean, you could argue that maybe the top 3 artists could get that kind of money regardless of what they draw, but
it's not just that. A lot of it is attached to the story. A lot of it is you buy the published art because, well, if it's older art, you buy it in for a lot of reasons. A lot of cases, the primary reason is, oh, you remember these stories from way back, your childhood or whatever, right?
I think is a very, very nostalgia-driven hobby.
Yeah, absolutely. But for newer contemporary published art, part of it is still nostalgia. People like modern styles more than older ones, right? So, and they buy from their favorite books, their favorite featuring their favorite characters, because seeing the characters drawn by whoever the artists that they like to collect, it still reminds them of, oh, my youth when I was a big Green Lantern fan or whoever, So there's still nostalgia involved, but for other people, it's an attachment to the story. It just they read the recent stories. They enjoy reading this recent series of Batman, for example. And I love the latest Batman series. I'm really enjoying it. So I just like to get pages from that story because I really enjoyed it. You know what I mean? So yeah. So that's kind of the reasoning there. So it's not just because let's say cheap people who go for commissions. They don't necessarily do it because it's cheaper because it's not published and published is more expensive. I'm telling you, there's a whole slew of reasons and combination of different reasons why everybody collects the type of art that they collect, So Sean says, Ernie Cologne did that to me once for a Harvey companion book cover we were doing and wanted a kill fee for not doing a physical copy for me. I had to convince him to do a physical copy. I'm telling you, there's all kinds. It takes all kinds, Sean. Gotta bow out. Have a good night. I missed you. That was 10 minutes ago. Carl, have a good one, bud. Night, Carl. Night, Carl. Cheers, Carl. And so, yes, the copyright owners could give Yoshi a tough time. Yeah, it doesn't usually happen, but yeah, it could happen. Publishers know the optics of that type of action would be seen unfavorably. Yeah, that's exactly it. They kind of, look the other way. That's kind of what I'm saying, right? 80% of the people that go to the big cons all love prints and getting them signed. I don't know if it's 80%. I don't know how you come up with that number, Tom, but yeah, a lot of people
sure is cheaper.
Fine. Yeah. I mean, certainly a lot of the people who love the art but can't afford original, even single character, single character pencil only. A lot of them can't even afford that, right? So, $20 print. There you go. But that's rare, Marcus. That's rare that kind of stuff happens. I agree with you, but comics is not fine art. It's production art. I agree with that. Most working pros get direction from editors, but they're working pros. That's different. I think that feedback should be a given, but of course there's a line. Yeah. It's a give and take. You have to be careful. Like I said, watch out with the entitlement. Careful with the entitlement. Don't assume that I paid you, so I own you. And believe me, guys, I have spoken to artists who told me, who more than one, who told me, I hate these commission guys who think that just because they're paying me to draw some character for them, that suddenly they own me. They act like they own me, and they tell me exactly what to do, and I got to make changes, and they're never happy. And I'm like, no, you don't own me. I'm telling you, I've had multiple artists tell me that. So, yeah.
But those customers get a reputation, just like artists who don't finish their work or ship their pieces get a reputation, right? Like, I mean, if I was difficult to work with, I wouldn't have gotten past issue 2.
Good point.
Well, you could get a reputation if but only I in my opinion, correct me obviously if you think I'm wrong, but in my opinion, I feel that the only kind of way that they get a reputation is if they're the kind of commission guys who do it at conventions, because then the artists who experience this, they kind of they talk to each other, right? They talk to each other. They go to visit each other's booths at the conventions. It's easy to talk to each other, and that's how they kind of spread stories. And so the word can spread amongst the artists, right? In that way. But online, if you're a collector who does this a lot and you're only doing the commissions online, are these artists really spreading the word about these guys? It seems to me you're not going to go out of your way to like, hey, let me email my other artist buddy and tell them what just happened. Like, you're just kind of like, whatever. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It could happen, but I don't know that it happens as much as you may be thinking it happens, Yoshi. But I don't know.
Sure.
And luckily, it happens rarely, so I don't have to really worry about, passing on the word or anything.
Yeah, thank God. Steve says, I know I'd rather pay extra for what I want. If I'm so worried about additional fees, it seems that I shouldn't be commissioning, since saving money is more important. Respect the artist and give. Yeah. You don't have to tell me that. That's for sure. I'm with you. It is, after all, a business transaction, right? And that's the thing, right? There's a give and take, right? There has to be a certain understanding of how much you can art direct the commission.
Yeah. So I think an interesting example, right, is Sean Clancy when he was talking about the Walt Simonson piece that he got, right? That turned into a whole thing, and it was a very complicated situation. But remember what he said at first. Walt did a rough or a sketch or whatever, and then Sean had a fair amount of feedback to give him. So much so that Walt was almost walked away from the commission entirely. He almost said, I'm not going to finish it and just be done with it. Now, it happens that it worked out that Walt took some time to think it over, to ponder it, talk to his wife, and went back and said, yeah, okay, we can work this out. And they had a very good back and forth. But, I think there are some other artists that may have just not even, once they made that decision and thought, I don't know if I want to do this anymore, they may have just stopped and Sean would have been out. He would have saved a bunch of money, but he would not have gotten this amazing giant piece of a crazy art. It's one of the coolest and best commissions I've ever seen, So I think you have to be careful with that. And since I'm talking, I'm just going to keep going for a minute. I have other thoughts. Yoshi stuff. I think that the things that you do are really cool. I like the covers. I think that what you're doing them for is cool. But I can't imagine that's different than the commissions that I get, right? And I can't imagine ever giving that amount of detail for a commission that I'm going to get. But at the same time, you also showed us those Batman kind of cover recreations with the other characters, and you had those 3 lines that you gave. I thought that was the perfect amount of direction of this is what I want. It was more conceptual, and you got 4 very different but similar pieces that were really cool, each in their own way.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? You gave them what you wanted, but not so much so that they didn't have room to do something unique, And I think that worked out really great for you,
Yeah.
I think Yevgeny is what I'm hearing is that the person who makes 1,000 changes are few and far between, and I think when you and I cold commission somebody new, we both send up red flags. You aren't showing a lot of detail, which makes the artist probably think, man, am I going to have to do, I'm only going to take half up front because if I have to make 1,000 changes, I'm done with this guy. And they may take mine and be like, if he asks for one different thing than what he has spelled out in this binder he's handed for me, we're through, I mean, I'm sure it's that initial commission with a newbie is just scary. And you've got a track record, and you can. I mean, you probably. It sounds like you don't. You're just like Stingray, bye. But you have a track record of saying, "Look, here are these last 5 pieces I've done. All I said was X, and I was real happy with all the fun these artists had with it. Go have fun with this, please." And I have a history of not only do I have 69 issues now, but with named artists. I'm not fucking around.
Yeah. Right. Well, and to your point, Rubén, is there any way you can go back and highlight Tom's comment about me being blessed?
Being what?
Blessed.
Blessed? Oh,
yeah. Did you see that one?
How long ago was that?
Oh, I don't know. It might have been a little bit. He said that I don't need to art direct because I'm blessed by the art.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was a while back. I'll take.
Okay, yeah. No worries.
Fine.
So,
yeah.
So I've had people tell me that, wow, all the commissions you get are amazing, that you don't get bad ones. I'm like, of course I don't. And I've had people tell me that I'm lucky because I don't get bad ones. No, I'm not. Luck has nothing to do with it. I get good art because I get good artists to do art for me. I get good art because I know what I want. And I get good art because I'm open-minded and I let the artists be creative and have fun, right? If I ask for a character that I like from artists whose work that I really like, how can I get a bad piece of art out of that? When I'm not telling them, I want him to look like this, and I want him in this particular costume, and I want this in the background. If I have a very exact image in my head already, then I should draw it my goddamn self. I should learn how to draw, or I should go use shitty AI to try and create it for me. Fuck all that shit. We human beings have not evolved to the point where we can telepathically ship images into other people's brains, and we haven't gotten the technology for it yet, right? So I could try to sit there and use my feeble words to describe to you this very exact thing that I want down to the smallest detail, but that other person always has room to interpret it differently. It's never going to be exactly what's in my head, okay? So, and I wouldn't want that anyway, because if I've already seen it, I'm never going to be surprised. I'm not going to get any cool creativity out of people. And that's not what I want. That's not what art is about. Art should make people feel. That's what art does. And I want to be surprised when an artist decides to throw the Titanic in the background of a commission that I get. I want to be surprised when I get 3 extra characters that I didn't ask for, but it works and it's an amazing piece of art. And that's why I do what I do, and that's why I love what I do, because I let the artists do their thing, and I succeed every fucking time.
You go with artists whose work you like.
Yes.
And, I think, I've seen this happen where people like commission an artist who they're not familiar with their work, and they're disappointed with the results. I think it's very important to be familiar with an artist's portfolio before you even do that.
Yes. So a recent piece.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Sorry, just really quick. Hold the thought, Newell. So I just noticed this. Somebody new came in and told me to stop sniffing my own farts and talking so much. Well, blood in the street.
About 15 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if you're still here, blood in the streets. But feel free to reach out to me. Any of my social media down below in the comments, not the comments, but below the description of the video, and tell me you want to come on. I'll have you on the show, and you can do all the talking. I would love for people, to do all the talking while I just sit like this and nod my head. If you think this is easy, again, come and try to do it. You know what? What else can I tell you?
Before Blood in the Streets does that, Blood in the Streets, be sure to hit the like button.
Rubén, I think
definitely don't subscribe.
Yeah, no, fuck that.
Maybe he's trying to get you to bottle your farts and send him some.
Well, Marcus did tell him that I bring a bouquet of aroma.
And mind you, you're doing it all without water.
Yeah,
that's true.
The rest of us are suffering for drinking.
That's all right. But Newell, go finish with your thought.
Yeah. So the familiarity with the artist's work, I think that's a big thing. But like one of the most recent commissions that I got, which immediately shot into my top 5 of all the Stingray commissions that I got, right? It's a gentleman by the name of Ian Cinco, who is an indie comics artist. He hasn't anything published through Marvel or DC. He does his own comic, that he puts out himself. Okay. I met him at IC3, which was Indie Creators Comic Con up in New Haven, Connecticut.
That was the one from a few weeks ago, Newell.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the one, Rubén, I know you saw it. You commented on it. It's the one with all the stingrays in the background.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I didn't know who he was until a few weeks before the con, and I saw some of the other commissions he did for other people, and I was like, "Oh wow, I got to get on this guy's list." And I did, and he did a piece that is immediately in top 5 of all the Stingray commissions that I have. It is phenomenal, and like, but again, I saw a few of his other pieces, and I was like, "Okay, I like this guy's work." I didn't just go in blind, and I think that that's the thing. I got 4 commissions at IC3, and they were all pretty fantastic. And none of those artists are ones that I had heard of before the show, but I did see samples of their work before I commissioned them, right? And it worked out great because I knew that I liked the work.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm lucky to have people like you watching this, Stanley, and Rubén is lucky to have wonderful viewers like you. That was my PBS like public broadcasting moment.
I find this looking for someone to do something for you in art world is not different than hiring a contractor to do work on your house.
Yep.
You got to look at their work. You got to have seen the reviews. Well, in that case, there will probably be some reviews, but just to see word of mouth, what kind of good work they do or bad work they do.
Exactly.
Yeah. But overall, I mean, I think I think to me, it seems like the commission part of the hobby, it seems very, very healthy. I don't know. I mean, you guys have a better you guys are involved in it. I'm not. Sometimes I wonder because there's no way to have numbers, right? Statistics, but it seems really healthy. Like sometimes I wonder, is it possible? Because sometimes I think yes. Is it possible that there's even like a lot more people who collect commissions than there are people who buy and collect the published art?
I think by the nature of what it is, there has to be, right?
Really?
Because yeah. Think about it. Huh. How many people in the comic art community right now are people that are a little bit older than me that love John Byrne X-Men, right? And they love John Byrne and they want to own a piece of John Byrne X-Men art. But A, the price is astronomical these days, and B, it's a finite resource. There are only so many pages and so many covers. So not everybody that's going to want a John Byrne X-Men page is going to be able to get one. But if you just like the X-Men and you want somebody to draw an X-Men thing for you, you can make that happen. You can find an artist whose work you like. Maybe they're not John Byrne, but the work is going to be a shitload cheaper, and you can get them to draw as many pieces. You can get them to draw a piece, and you get somebody else to draw a piece. You can end up owning, 30 plus commissions of the characters that you like I do, from amazing artists that are not John Byrne, and it's going to be in a much more affordable budget. Right. Published art.
Hold on. I gotta push back a little bit there because that's the thing is that I hear that a lot. About with commission collectors. Oh, that more affordable. But in this day and age, to be honest, I mean, okay, let's say for example, like with Yevgeny. All right, let's talk about him because he's here. So earlier we were talking about how he, in a good way, of course. We were talking about how I feel like wow, he gets way too much for the money, right? For the money that he gets. But forget the amount of work he puts into it. Right? Let's leave that aside for a moment, okay? A pencil and ink commission with up to 5 characters, whatever, with a full background, blah blah blah. So, pencil $750, inks $900. Okay. Mm-hmm. So to me, I'm thinking, my God, like a commission collector who picks up a $700, even if he doesn't ink it, a $750 piece here, and then he goes to that guy that you guys refer to as really affordable. He did it for $450. Like I'm like, shit. If you do this regularly, is it really safe to say? Is it accurate to say that it's cheaper to collect commissions? Like $450 here. $750 there, and remember, a lot of other guys are even more than that. Like,
okay, so you're correct. There's definitely you'd have to crunch the actual numbers, right? But my specific comparison in that instance was to John Byrne art, where a regular panel page from X-Men goes for 6 figures.
Yeah.
I don't spend 6 figures on commissions in a year.
Right.
You know,
What's wrong with you? No.
yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, I get what you're saying, and I think you have a valid point. And I mean, again, you'd have to look at it. And some commissions are outrageous. You're based on the artist and their popularity, right?
Correct,
Some artists you get like what looks like a quickie sketch, and it's like a couple of grand because they're big name X, and that's crazy to me. Like, I'll tell you, the most expensive commission that I've ever purchased was $3,500, and that's not cheap.
No,
but
not at all.
But it's also not, like a published page, depending on who drew it, by that, a cover by that same artist I know goes for $6,000 to $8,000. So it's still,
but it's relative.
Cheap.
That's where
right,
the relativity
exactly.
comes in, right?
Yeah, cheap or affordable. Those terms maybe are a little vague. So, but it's definitely, I think, in the long run, it's less. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And when you're investing, and I'm, understanding the collector, I'm sometimes thinking about myself, I would need to start buying a little piece here or there. But there's different tiers.
By the way, Yevgeny, sorry.
I don't own any art yet, but I was always kind of starting to. I'm on cap, so I'm looking sometimes.
Okay.
I do have a print of Neil Adams print right here of Conan heading behind this board right there.
Nice.
Picked it up years ago at St. Louis.
Yeah, but that's not original art.
No, it's a print. It's a print.
Yeah.
Print.
Okay.
Full disclosure, it's a print.
Yeah.
But you're investing into different tiers of artists, and when you collecting and you giving Jim Lee for $40,000 for 9x12, one character, or you go on Sean Gordon Murphy, who just put out his list and it's already
$10,000
filled for 5 pieces for $10,000 each.
Right.
And when you most likely not going to put too much input at all,
right?
You can go to the artists that have a good quality of art and are affordable enough, and you investing into a piece that, in the long run, who knows? Maybe that artist will become published, and will become a regular Marvel, DC, whatever, in Image Comics, and that's when you actually might win in the long run, and maybe even the short run. Who knows?
Right. But I totally agree with that. But I mean, if you're collecting for investment value, that's a whole different thing,
It is. But I wanted to touch on that. For
sure.
People
Absolutely.
pay for that.
I mean, I would love it if, some of my Stingray art by the artists that I've got, if they become published and popular and whatever, that would be great, because otherwise, like I said earlier, I'm never going to make my money back on my Stingray art. But I don't collect it for that reason. I collect it because I love this shit,
and that's what I like to. Yes. If I were to collect a piece of art, is because I love the way it looks, and that's the reason.
Market said that Yevgeny, and you keep spelling his name wrong, there's an E after the Y, is one of the 80% that Tom counted as wanting prints at a con.
That's me. Smart. That's what I could afford back then. Yeah.
Knights of Old, what's happening? Pay an upcoming hungry artist $1,000 for a commission. You'd get a hell of a lot more than a $1,000 Jim Lee head sketch. Well, yeah. But again, that comes down to the people's desire to own. It's not just the art; they want to know the name, just the
right. They're looking for the cachet, right?
Yeah, the cachet of that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And to that point, I would say that, like, if you're looking just for, especially with commissioned work, if you go to lesser known artists that have not yet been published by one of the big two, like a lot of the folks that I met at IC3, the indie guys, I got some killer pieces from them for much cheaper rates than, what you get from other, like, well-known artists. I got a full color 9x12 piece at IC3 for $60. The fact that I got a full color piece for under $100 is insane to me, but that's all I was charged, and it's a phenomenal piece.
I get it. I get it for sure.
So, I mean, if you want to look for affordable art, you just have to look and maybe accept that you're not going to get a Jim Lee or a John Byrne or what have you.
Yeah, like,
I got sucked into this through sketch covers. I mean, it's a cheap way to get into the hobby.
Absolutely.
I always thought it was cool, and most people already have bags and boards. Like, it's not going to get damaged. You're going to take good care of it, and you can you can start practicing with artists you like, what kind of description do they like? Are you comfortable providing them? It's just such a good, cheaper way to get your foot in the door of doing this.
Absolutely.
And I swear, it seems like every month or every year, they're just publishing more and more blank sketch covers for more and more titles, which is great for fans.
Right. Right. Stanley says he agrees with what you were saying, Newell. Probably a much bigger commission community than the published community. But he also says most don't know that published pages exist. I don't know if that's true. Is that? I know it's true for some, but most of them. You agree with that?
I don't know most, but
yeah,
I don't know. I was just going to say that I think a lot of collectors start like with comics, but they don't know that art is available.
Yeah,
they don't know that the published art is a thing. And I mean, like, I started collecting commissions. When I did that, I didn't know that I could buy the actual published art, right? That's why I was getting commissions. And then when I found out about published art, I was like, oh shit, I don't need this too. Here we are. But I think it's definitely like one of those things, like as a collector, you have to make that connection, and it comes at some point, but not everybody knows right off the bat that it's a thing that you can get.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I do know. I mean, I've noticed over the last few years, certainly there's a huge sort of this growth of the whole sketch cover and what do you call it? The sketch cards. The sketch cards are getting big now. Like, and I wonder if it's because on the one hand, I feel, they're kind of cute, when you see a drawing on this small little thing. But I wonder if a lot of that has to do with what you guys were saying about entry level. It's a entry gateway, because with a sketch card, like, I don't know, like I imagine a sketch card, like giving a blank card. I don't know if that's how they do it, but if you give a blank card, let's say to an artist, hey, can you do me a commission on this? I can't imagine that even a well-known, published artist can charge. I don't know, how much do they charge? Like, it can't be that much.
So I can tell you, the two Simone Bianchi and Simone DeMio, they had sketch card tiers at OAX this year, right?
Oh,
now,
really?
Right now, I can't remember. I want to say it was Simone DeMio. If you want an A3 full commission from him, it was like $3,500. But a sketch card was like $450. Now, $450 is not like bottom rung of the ladder. $450. Yeah. So $450 is not bottom rung of the ladder, right? It's not the cheapest thing ever, but compared to the $3,500 for a full commission,
Wow.
Right.
I know.
So I mean, you're still getting work from that. You're still getting that cachet, that big name artist, right?
Oh yeah, if it's for the big name, I guess so. Tom says that many cards are on eBay for averaging $30.
Right.
Yeah.
So another really cool thing that they did at OAX, though, right, is they had their like 90-minute free sketch card thing. If you go to OAX, you get a goodie bag, and in the bag they had blank sketch cards. And on Sunday afternoon at a certain time, you could go to any number of a certain artists, and they were named in the program for the show, and you could get a free sketch on a card. And I got 2 free sketch cards that day. And some of the bigger name artists were doing them. Not all of them necessarily, but some of the people that you would expect to have to pay a lot of money for. And of course, they had longer lines, but you could still get free sketch cards. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that man was knocking them out like that. Yeah, because he only had an hour. That man.
Oh yeah, I got one from Tony Perna, who is a guy that does art for trading cards, like professionally, like the published cards that get sold in a lot of sets, and he does a lot of like sketch cards because people love him, and he's like well known in the card collecting community. He was taking his time and putting a lot of effort into a sketch card, and I think is this it? I might have it. Here we go. I don't know how well you're gonna be able to see this. He did this Stingray sketch card for me.
Give me a second.
There you go.
All right.
And he took his sweet time and worked on this while I stood there and watched. And he did multiple sketch cards for people, and he put a lot of detail into it. And because it was taking him so long to knock one out, he ended up doing the free sketch cards for everybody. It was supposed to be a 90-minute period. He stayed for the rest of the afternoon and even stayed a little late and kept going.
And that looks like type. It looks like type pencils. Is that what that is?
Yeah. Yep. That's what he was doing. And then, by comparison, since I have it right next to me, this is the one that I got from Wayshack. This one, he
but that's a freebie, right?
Yeah, that's a freebie.
Yeah.
Done. Next, which is fine. What is it? I don't know, but it's a Wayshack. It's cool. But that's what you get. These are both examples of what you can get for free. Like, and Tom knows he got several.
So Antoine says, I think one of the big appeals of the sketch cards is that they become collectibles that can be shared and traded more actively than full-on art pieces.
Agreed.
You agree with that? Yeah.
Yeah. It's a big market for them right now. Well,
And
I've done my first commission of it.
That's what I want. I was curious. That's what I wanted to know is if you've ever done sketch cards. Okay.
I've been dabbling in some, and I finally had a customer who bought a piece that I already made, but he wanted to commission a sketch card to come with it, and it was a Juggerossus. So Juggernaut Colossus.
Yeah.
That was a fun little piece to do.
That's
such small format. Yeah.
Big dude, small card.
Yeah, exactly.
Knight says, is the sketch price not determined by the fair market value eBay prices? Once artists saw that they were being used to flip, they raised their prices. I don't know about sketch cards, so you guys would know more than me about how the prices are determined.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I know how much some artists have charged for them. I don't know how much of that is based on eBay prices or whatever. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you commission a piece of art from somebody, the artist never knows if they're going to keep it or if they're going to flip it.
Yeah, that's true. And I thought I always say, the advice to the artists out there, take it for whatever it's worth. But for those of you who get angry, when you see that you sold a piece of art to somebody, whether it was published or commissioned, and you get angry because then you saw it being sold on eBay, whatever. And I'm not talking about later that night. I understand that that's frustrating. Whatever later that same night, the same day, next day, whatever. But I've had people, artists who they've got angry, like when they sold a piece of art to somebody, let's say a published piece. And then I don't know, like 6 months later, or whatever. I saw it on eBay or whatever. Oh man, I was so pissed. And it's like, okay, yeah, it's not fun to see that the person you thought loved it, I guess, didn't love it as much as they thought. I get that, but you can't get all angry and worked up about it, because what they don't understand a lot of times, the artist, is collectors are so addicted. It's such an addictive process. You get one and then you want to get another one. Oh, I got to get and it doesn't matter if it's published or commissioned, right? I really feel like either way, you want to get more. Oh, I want to get another one.
Oh, yeah. It's addicting.
Right? Yeah. The happier you are, you want to get more, and that's the thing. People can't afford. Oh, let me put you on the bigger screen. Give me a second here. Oh, yeah.
That was a prelim, but it's in the sketch card size. So
this is going. You're going to be finishing this.
At some point, maybe. Yeah, just for fun.
Nice.
Oh, that's for fun.
Yeah, that was for fun. I used that as a reference. Is this a rough sketch for a piece? And it might turn into a sketch card.
Oh, okay.
It's cool though.
What I'm curious. Why did you choose to do your rough for a piece on a little sketch card?
Not gonna lie, it was just nearby.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like a true artist, they grab whatever's nearby. Yeah,
you just have a bunch of blanks. Cool.
Yep. It's sitting right there.
That's so funny. That is so funny. What do we have here? Antoine says, I've seen the Oh yeah. I've seen cover recreations on sketch cards. Me too. And he's amazed at the levels of details that some guys put in. Yeah. To see
David
people
Finch really.
cover. Yeah, that's
Finch
yeah,
does some crazy stuff.
pretty crazy, man. Nut cards, commissions, sorry, Knights, I don't get that.
He was asking about the fair market value and eBay.
Oh, the fair market. Oh, yeah. I did pay a fair price for that Ulan piece, man. Four grand's not bad. Not too bad there, Mark. Thank you.
Man.
Thank you,
That's
Mark.
more than a Mannix.
If an artist's work gets flipped and they see it sold for more, that's a good lesson. Now the artist knows what the market value is. I mean, yeah, in a way you can say that for sure, Antoine. I mean, I'm just saying you shouldn't get. What I'm saying is the guys that I'm talking about, the anger they feel and that they've expressed to me is specifically about they take it personally, like, oh, I thought he loved it. The fact that he got rid of it means he doesn't love it. And I'm like, I'm trying to say, look, no, you don't understand. It's addictive, and you don't understand. Like a lot of us spend more than we can afford because we can't help ourselves. If the money's there, even though we can't afford to spend it, sometimes we spend it.
But yeah, that's me. That's the life
we
I
can't
live.
help it, right? And what happens is, in those cases, ultimately, a little bit down the road, people are like, okay, I really can't afford it. I got to sell something.
Yes.
I need money for real life now. And so they have to sell something. And that's why they do it sometimes. So don't take it personally. That's usually what it is.
Right. You never know the circumstances. You don't know if they've got medical bills or something and they need some fast cash, you know. Maybe, you know, like they had a natural disaster destroy their home or something, you know.
In my opinion, it's still being enjoyed by someone.
Right. And that's the other thing. Exactly. They might pass it on to somebody that likes it even more.
Exactly.
Don't know if like there's no formula, Knights. I mean, after an artist dies and there's a spike in the price, how long until they settle? It's not a written rule, right? It's and don't forget, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, Knights. A self-fulfilling prophecy, because the price doesn't go up because the artist died. The price goes up because
there's no more
everybody who owns a piece by that guy who died and, you know, isn't too attached to it, suddenly thinks that everybody else thinks the prices always go up when the artist dies. So they decide to put for sale the piece from that artist and they jack up the price. Like one guy puts it at whatever price. Everybody else sees that guy. Oh my God, look how much that one's going, you know, and everybody does the same thing. That's what I mean. Self-fulfilling prophecy, you know? So yeah, there's no rule to it. It'll settle when it settles, you know? I guess when people are tired of paying the ridiculously high prices that are paid immediately after the death, I suppose you can say, you know? So yeah, so that's, you know, that's it. Copy says, if the artist's work has enough appeal and demand to be resold for more, whoever is buying on the other end also saves the time of waiting on a piece. All right, waiting to commission them, or you know, at a convention or whatever. Case by case, though. And what else do we got here? Nick Show is the one to be. These artists you're talking about sound like jilted ex-girlfriends. He told me I was the one he loved. Well, that's
these artists are fans. These artists are fans. They were comic book readers as kids. They're drawing for comics now. Their heart is in it, and when they see somebody flip it or not keep it, you know, it's a little soul crushing. You know, and these artists, you know, they were fans too. They've been to comic conventions where they didn't have very much money, and so they might lowball their own commission rates just to make sure everybody gets a little piece of what they want. You know, bless them. They're awesome human beings. On the same hand, they also should remember being a comic book reader and collector and going into the comic book store and making sure they pick out that cover that didn't have a single ding and placing it carefully in their bag and putting it away because one day it's going to be worth $1 million. We all do that. I mean, freaking. I think maybe their heart is just a little too close to
Yeah.
To the
You know,
the
everybody's
soul of the
human.
hobby.
And that they created, right? Like they're gonna have some kind of attachment to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thank you. That's what I wanted to say, Newell. It's kind of like you know, everybody's different. We all have attachments to things, and
Mhm.
of course, when you're the artist, right? The art that you create means something to you, obviously. So when you get somebody who you pays you money for it, the assumption is, oh, it must mean something to them too. And the second
Yeah.
you see they sold it, right? It's like it follows, right? Yeah, okay, I understand how you might feel they, you know, you felt they cared about it, and now they must not care about it, you know. But I get that. But that's why I kind of try to, you know, teach them, like, no, it's not always because of that. Trust me. Like, it's, you know, again, a lot of it really is just people overbuy, they overspend, they need money, they got to sell stuff. Trust me, I'm one of those people who I typically, for the last several years, I don't buy stuff unless I'm also selling. In other words, it's not like, oh, I don't mean exactly one for one, like, oh, look, I want this thing and I'm going to buy it, so I better go and sell this one piece to make up for it. No, but like, generally speaking, I'm always kind of like, you know, selling things off here and there to have money to buy more things.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm beyond the point of where I can just keep putting new money into the hobby, new money, you know. Yeah, and you just whatever. I can't be always thinking about the, you know, oh, is the guy I bought this from gonna get upset because I sold
Right.
what I bought from them? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
once
No, I
once
think-
once it's out of your hands, right?
Yeah.
You really have nothing to say about it. You've gotten paid, whatever. It's out there. But again, I know for a collector or an artist, it's a different feeling. Yevgeny, just tell us quickly. How do you feel? First of all, have you ever seen that happen to you? Have you seen people resell your art?
No, and
Okay.
I don't have a way of paying attention to that really,
Yeah,
but
not time for that crap.
but if I was a published artist, I was probably, you know, like any of those guys, I'll probably see it somewhere. But I don't have hard feelings if somebody resells it. It's
Right.
okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
As long as somebody has it, they're looking at it, they're enjoying it, they love it. That's all that matters.
Fantastic.
At least to me. At least to me. Yeah.
That's a, no, yeah.
It's a good attitude to have.
That's a great attitude to have, especially as an artist. So, and I think with that, I want to let you guys get to bed. I think we will cut it tonight. Before we do, is there anything you want to take a moment, you guys, to hype any of the projects or any of the links that I put there for you one last time for anybody? Anything you want to say? What they might do for to what's the best way to reach you? Let's say, Yevgeny, if they want the commissions, you know.
I can communicate best on Instagram, really.
Okay, so Instagram is your preferred method.
Instagram's place to go. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we got the link down below, guys, in the description for that. You've seen
The link is right next to the like button.
Like, definitely
Don't
got to click
smash
like.
the like button, caress it gently, and then click on it.
There you go. Yoshi,
Unless you're on your phone, then you could just finger blast it.
Yoshi,
Gross.
anything to say about your last words about your project and where people should go to? Obviously, the link is down below in the description, everybody. But you want to say any last words about it?
Yeah, Rubén, thank you for letting me barge my way onto this. This was a lot of fun. I never get to talk about this. This was a blast. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
My name is Yoshi. The website is transformersreanimated.com. If you want to see the artwork that's been done, if you want to read any of the stories, all my contact information is there, social media and email. I prefer email. I'm old school. If you have any questions about art, about commissioning, you just let me know. I'm happy to talk to you about it. Yeah, it's right there underneath the like button.
Excellent. Anything for you, my friend Stingray?
If you guys are not aware, I do a podcast, stream show, whatever you want to call it, with Carl Choi and Southern Comic Geek called Valiant TLDR. We talk about Valiant Comics. We're still on the old school stuff from the early 90s right now. And our next episode is going to be on the 21st. That's a Monday, so it'll be an evening one. I don't know if we have a time set yet, but usually when we do evenings on the week during the week, it's around 7 p.m. We will be talking about Bloodshot, a little bit of Ninjak, and we will be discussing that with Kevin Van Hook, the writer of those titles. So that should be a fun one. It's always fun when we have a guest on.
I'm curious, Newell. Thank you. I thought that you guys were only doing like a mini series. I thought this was just you were going to do a review of the comics till they got to the end, and then it was over. But you guys are planning on.
Oh, we're not anywhere near the end. So. Yeah, so we're talking about Valiant, and we're going like one title at a time. And so Valiant is a weird beast because the property, the IPs were sold off and owned by multiple companies over the years. They've been relaunched and rebooted, et cetera, et cetera. So we're still in what's considered what they call VH1 pop-up video. The first generation of the original Valiant comics. And when we get done with all of those, we're going to jump into the next iteration, which was just a few years later when they were owned by Acclaim and everything was relaunched. And then we'll go in, and then we'll go into VE or whatever the next one, which was after Acclaim when they were owned by another company and they were rebooted in like 10 years later. So like we're planning on continuing going through all of it.
Okay. And that's the 247comics.com website, Carl's website.
Yeah. He streams the show when we do it on his, and Southern Comic Geek also streams it on his channel.
Right. So is it that do you guys take turns streaming it?
I think they do it on both of their channels at the same time.
Okay, so they're always both. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
See, there we go. Jason is in the chat correcting me. VH1, VH2, and VEI. Those are like the different eras of Valiant Comics.
Oh, thank you. I love these guys when they drop the knowledge. Very well done. Thank you. So just wanted to address the fact that Blood in the Street, who told me to stop smelling my farts and talking.
Now he's asking you to talk.
Now he wants me to talk and tell him my favorite Beastie Boys song. I don't know if you left Blood in the Street, but I addressed your first comment earlier, so you might want to go back and check it out. I don't really have a favorite of anything. There's way too many things in life to have a single favorite. So way too many. That I love.
You mean to tell me if you were stuck on a desert island and your only choice was to pick one MP3, that was it? You couldn't pick one single Beastie Boys song?
Sabotage, okay? I don't know.
There you go.
Like, whatever. Like, honestly.
Ruben's favorite song is Sabotage, Internet. You're welcome.
But he's Canadian, so it's Sabotage.
There's so what you want. I mean, there's so many, whatever. But hey, listen, I like I said, if you didn't hear me, Blood in the Street, I'm always looking for more people who are interested in this topic of collecting commissions to come on and shoot the shit with me. And like I said earlier, I don't know if you heard it, I would love it if you would come on. I would love to have you come on and you can talk for 5 fucking hours while I keep my mouth shut. No problem. I would love that. I would love it. Trust me. The more other people talk and I can just sort of, watch and listen, great. Okay. So consider it. Reach out to me. And thank you for being here. See, I don't take offense. Thank you for being here anyways. Rubén is fading fast, needs a root beer float. Good night, Tavi. Thank you again, as always. Appreciate it. Yes, absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. I'll let you know about Thursday, by the way. Remember the chat, the private chat. What's Valiant?
Marcus knows. He watches our show.
Nice, respectable show length. Thank you, Stanley. I know you'd be happy.
Stanley likes respectable length, I hear.
What's the over-under that it's Brass Monkey? I like that, but I don't love it too much anymore, Ian.
Yeah, you're gonna piss off the fan base, Rubén. You better watch it.
It's too dated for me now. In the streets, he's back. He's back. Thank you for the panel. Have a great weekend. Yes, thank you. No, you're welcome, Steve. Absolutely. Rubén likes it. I love Intergalactic. I definitely do. Rubén, man up. Come on, pick a favorite. Oh, okay, that's from before. Well, I manned up. All right. It's the sabotage. Nice. Everyone's all about length. Thank you. One more crass sexual comment from Marcus.
We couldn't go out without a perverse comment from Marcus.
No, that's it. Tonight was his night for mega perverseness. It's not the size of the ship; it's the motion of the ocean. Nice, thanks.
Stingray fan, I agree.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Rubén, thank you. Really appreciate you having me on tonight.
Oh,
and really nice to meet all of you guys. Really nice.
Absolutely.
To meet you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It was great to meet you guys as well, and I'm glad I could introduce you to my audience. Like I said, I know that you guys have popped in a few times, and you stick around for a little while and then leave, and that's fine, But I figure, okay, this way at least it's kind of the name will stick more as opposed to just if I tell my viewers, hey, you remember those guys? Have you ever seen this guy Yoshi? He's been a couple of times, a few times in the or Yevgeny, he's been there. Most people are going to be, I don't know, yeah, maybe, right? Because it's just a name, right? And that's it. But that you put a face to the name, and it makes a big difference, right? And not only the relation of putting the face to the name, but you spend a few hours shooting the shit, talking. It really one long conversation like this often is enough for people to get a good idea of your personality, the kind of person you might be. You know what I mean? And yeah, so I think it's great. It's my pleasure. Believe me, it's my pleasure to have you guys.
For me, once you've been stung by the ray, you never forget.
You never forget. No, Stingray's different. Stingray's different. But I still insist, Newell, that you need to figure out your configuration so that you can face us and stop facing away from the screen.
You can continue to insist. This is
I'm just
how
saying.
it works.
I'm just saying. It just kind of. No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's kind of.
But I'm looking right at you right now. It works perfectly.
I know you are, but we're looking at the side of your face. You know what I mean? It's weird. But anyway.
it just works out best for me, man. I'm sorry.
Yevgeny, thanks for showing all of the very impressive pieces. I'll be checking out your cap, says Ian. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I will be too.
And what is? Stop it! He's Stanley. That's what we know him for. Everybody knows Stanley as the guy who he loves to be here as long as we possibly can go. No matter how long we go, he will stay and he will ask questions so we can go longer and longer and longer. That's what he's doing.
The answer is Stingray.
The answer is Stingray. Love it. But
all honesty, I'll give you one of them. Hellboy. One of them.
Oh, wow.
Good one.
Okay.
Good one.
Okay, there you go. Okay, guys, don't hang up for a moment, please. Don't hang up while I.
Right there,
don't hang up until after we're all off air. Okay. Okay. Don't hang up. Right?
Nope. No hanging up.
All right, everybody. I am going to say thank you once again. I really, really appreciate all of you, especially all of you regulars who stuck around. And you always stick around no matter how long we go on these shows. It means a lot to me. And it means you love it. It means you love it. Otherwise, you wouldn't stick around this long. So to the core group of you who stay even on these really long ones, especially double thanks to you guys. So it's really, really appreciated. Jesus Christ. Look who's keeps talking all of a sudden.
They don't want us to go. They don't want us to go.
All I want is girls, and in the morning it's girls, because in the evening it's girls. Now he wants to sing Beastie Boys with me,
Yeah.
And listen, he insulted me. He comes in and insults me, but then he leaves by saying, "Great show, guys."
You're giving him too much attention. You're feeding the wolves, man.
Listen. I appreciate it, Blood.
He could be a convert at this point. I don't know.
That's true.
You never know.
That original comment was like 3 hours ago. Who knows?
He better have hit the like button. That's all I know.
Yeah, hit the like. At least hit the like. But everybody, I'm going to leave you out with the thumbnail for next week's episode. So please drop by again. I would really appreciate seeing you. And we're going to have some fun. My guest from a couple of months back, I think, 2.5 months, a couple of weeks before Newell, actually, Carl Choi, who popped in earlier.
Triple X Carl.
He's in Hawaii apparently. So here we go. It's an episode of Comic Art Hangout. So for those of you who don't know, that's just the series where I get a guest, sometimes multiple guests. We just come in, nothing really planned. Typically, we just come in, we shoot the shit about whatever everybody wants to talk about. In this case, In this particular case, I mentioned in the past when he did his show and tell episode that just from reading some of the descriptions in his gallery of his artwork, he mentions things about his life that seem really, really interesting. And so I thought, I really liked him to sort of give us a bit of his life story. I asked him, and he said he would. So that's what we're going to do. And we'll start it off with that. And then when we're done with that, we'll talk about a couple of topics, as you see there, collecting strategies, money management, and more. We always...
I'm very interested to hear Carl's money management tips because...
Well, you know what's funny, Newell? He told me, he's the one who brought up the topic. And I said, oh, money, no, I'm always interested in that topic. I go, so you have money management strategies? And he goes, no, that's the thing. I don't have any. I just spend the money and that's it.
Right. Yeah. That's what, like, his advice to me is if I see a piece, he's like, buy it, do it, go for it. Spend that money. It'll be worth it. You'll love it. You won't regret it. That's his money management, is spend the money.
But anyway,
so to hear that. Yeah.
Please come back, everybody, next week. And would really appreciate it. Thank you again so much for tonight. And that's it. Yeah, thank you again, Yevgeny, Newell, and Yoshi. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
It was a blast, man.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Stick with me here. So that's it, guys. Have a good week. Don't forget to watch Nikki B's show on Friday. And we will see you here next Sunday night, as usual, at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. And as always, go Blue.